Chapter 2172. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the air above the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, had also changed into the uniform of a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was difficult for a true disciple to not attract attention when he swaggered past the White Tiger Sanctum. Is that a true disciple of Zoroastrianism? The first people who noticed Duan Lingtian were some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. They were stunned when they saw a true disciple barging into their White Tiger Sanctum. Based on what they knew, there was a rule in Zoroastrianism that no Saint Land disciple, regardless of whether it was an elite disciple or a true disciple, was allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leader. However, a true disciple was currently flying past the White Tiger Sanctum as though no one was around. Based on the direction the true disciple was heading, it was obvious he had just returned from Zoroastrianism. Isn't he a little too bold? This is the White Tiger Sanctum of the four symbol sanctums. It's not a place where a true disciple like him can act as he pleases. Just wait and see. He'll be intercepted by our White Tiger Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder soon. He'll be sent to the enforcement hall. He's provoking the entire White Tiger Sanctum. Many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were indignant as they discussed among themselves. What if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or one of the elders in White Tiger Sanctum? Some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples said. Impossible. Even if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or any of the elders, he'll try his best to avoid our White Tiger Sanctum. It's impossible for him to be so arrogant. However, this person doesn't seem to care about our White Tiger Sanctum at all. This is a provocation to our White Tiger Sanctum. It's a provocation to the entire four symbols sanctum. Among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, there was no lack of people who were eager to stir up trouble. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the White Tiger Sanctum's estate and enter the Saint Land, Hermph! Hermph! Two angry snorts rang in the air as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Their target was Duan Lingtian. They were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. Silver Flame Elder of the White Tiger Sanctum? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the two people who caused the sound of wind breaking. However, he did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he continued to walk towards the direction of the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism were only at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. To him, there was no threat at all. Stop! How dare you! Two deafening roars that contained monstrous fury resounded at almost the same time. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum shouted at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Then, they arrived near Duan Lingtian at the fastest speed and intercepted Duan Lingtian from the front and back. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was pincered by the two Silver Flame Elders. When Duan Lingtian came to a halt, his true appearance was exposed to the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum. They found him familiar. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's current appearance was different from the one he disguised when he was in the Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Right now, he was showing others his original true face, without any disguise. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum found Duan Lingtian's appearance familiar because they had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait before. Elder Lin and Elder Zhong have made their move. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, a group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples who had come to watch the show recognized the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum who had intercepted the true disciple. I'm afraid this true disciple is in trouble. That's right. He's flying above our White Tiger Sanctum's estate. Even Lord Sanctum Leader's direct disciple wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Why do I find this true disciple familiar? I find him familiar as well. When the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples arrived, many of them found Duan Lingtian familiar as well. However, none of them could recall who he was. Naturally, it was only because they could not recall who he was. Just when the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders were staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely, as though they were about to do something to him, a shocked voice suddenly rang in the air. I remember him now. He's senior brother Duan Lingtian. The voice came from one of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When this disciple looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with admiration. Be senior brother Duan Lingtian. It seems like he's senior brother Duan Lingtian. He's different from the senior brother Duan Lingtian I saw a few years ago. Currently, senior brother Duan Lingtian has restored his original appearance. I've seen his face in a portrait before. I've seen it before as well. Moreover, his body shape is no different from senior brother Duan Lingtian in the portrait. In the past, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xia Kongsun, had restored Duan Lingtian's appearance and body shape in the portrait. He had also spread the portrait to the people of Zoroastrianism. Almost everyone in Zoroastrianism had seen the portrait of Duan Lingtian. Previously, most of them did not realize it at first because their memories were a little blurry after a few years. Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian. The two White Tiger Sanctum elders had, naturally, heard the discussion among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their expressions were no longer hostile. Instead, they looked more solemn. At this moment, they recalled the portrait they had seen a few years ago. The young man in the portrait perfectly matched the person in front of them. What? Elders? Did you see someone impersonating me? When Duan Lingtian saw the solemn and suspicious expressions on the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' faces, he could not help but shake his head and smile. Humph! So what if you're Duan Lingtian? Every clan has its own rules. You're Duan Lingtian, a true disciple. How can you disregard the rules and walk in the White Tiger Sanctum? Today, I'll send you to the enforcement hall and let them deal with you. One of the White Tiger Sanctum elders snorted coldly. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was going to arrest Duan Lingtian. That's right. Even if Duan Lingtian was invited back by Lord Sect Leader, you can't disobey the rules of the sect. Today, you'll have to go to the enforcement hall with us. The other White Tiger Sanctum elder chimed in. For a moment, the atmosphere that had eased up was once again filled with the smell of gunpowder. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They were curious about how Duan Lingtian would react to the situation. Elders, if I'm not mistaken, the Zoroastrianism has a rule that states that Saint Lan disciples are not allowed to enter the four symbols sanctums. Apart from that, there's another rule. Duan Lingtian looked at the two White Tiger Sanctum elders with a piercing gaze. If a Saint Lan disciple possesses the ability to defeat any of the sanctum leaders in the four symbol sanctums, he'll be able to disregard the rule and walk freely in the four symbol sanctums. Without waiting for the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders to reply, Duan Lingtian continued to speak confidently. Duan Lingtian had learned about the Zoroastrianism rule in the past, so he clearly remembered the rule's additional rule. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' expressions changed drastically. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. In their hearts, the same absurd thought rose up in unison. Could it be that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? After all, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even among powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum could be considered as one of the best. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples was shocked as well. All of them were dumbfounded. Does senior brother Duan Lingtian intend to challenge the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds. If the White Tiger Sanctum really wants to settle the matter of me, Duan Lingtian, passing by the White Tiger Sanctum today, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can come out and fight me. If I lose, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was loud and clear as well. Duan Lingtian's words clearly expressed his intention. Since the White Tiger Sanctum refuses to accept the fact that I, Duan Lingtian, am here today, I, Duan Lingtian, will challenge the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. If the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum wins, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. If the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum loses, I'll naturally be able to move freely in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate without violating the Zoroastrianism rule. Duan Lingtian's words contained his son Saint Origin. It did not take long before his words spread through the entire White Tiger Sanctum, shocking everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum. Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has returned? Sect leader has only made the announcement a few days ago, and he's already back? Not only has he returned, but he seems to have passed by our White Tiger Sanctum as well. However, based on his words, it seems like he intends to challenge Lord Sanctum Leader. It seems like he's been stopped by someone. I remember there's a clause in the rule that states the Saint Land's disciples are not allowed to enter the four symbols sanctums without permission. As long as a Saint Land's disciple can defeat the sanctum leader of any of the four symbol sanctums, he'll be able to ignore the rule and walk freely in the four symbol sanctums. Is senior brother Duan Lingtian trying to obtain the privilege to walk freely in the four symbol sanctums? As long as the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were not in closed-door cultivation, they put down whatever they were doing and gathered in the direction of the voice. Apart from that, the remaining Silver Flame Elders and Bronze Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum also made their way over to watch the commotion. While the White Tiger Sanctum was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian, you want to challenge me? Chapter 2173. Lord Sanctum Leader. Upon hearing the loud voice that resounded in the White Tiger Sanctum, the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples who had rushed to Duan Lingtian brightened immediately. Judging from Lord Sanctum Leader's tone, he seems a little angry. How can he not be angry? Duan Lingtian dares to bully Lord Sanctum Leader. With Lord Sanctum Leader's temper, how can he tolerate this? However, Duan Lingtian actually dares to challenge Lord Sanctum Leader. Is he really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were not certain if Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After all, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's monstrous strength a few years ago. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Zoroastrianism, he had never been at a disadvantage no matter who he was up against. Moreover, he would always win whenever he initiated a battle. Today, as soon as he returned to the Zoroastrianism, he immediately challenged another person to a duel. This time, his target was not a Zoroastrianism disciple. Instead, it was a Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism sect who was also the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. As the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums, he could be considered as one of the strongest Golden Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. When they recalled Duan Lingtian's past achievements and the strength of the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were at a loss. They were not certain who was stronger. Lord Sanctum Leader is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Duan Lingtian was either one of the strongest powerhouses at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, it's hard to say if he's strong enough to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader. The further one goes on the path of cultivation, the slower one's progress becomes. This is especially true after the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago, with his innate talent, he might not be able to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years. I think so too. Therefore, if Lord Altar Master fights with him, I think Lord Altar Master will win. I can't wait to see Lord Sanctum Lord torture him. How dare he act so presumptuously in our White Tiger Sanctum? Does he really think that there's no one in the White Tiger Sanctum who can stop him? In the end, most of the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum sided with the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. They felt the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum would definitely emerge victorious in the duel with the Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. Before the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could react, they saw another figure standing near Duan Lingtian. The figure belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in the robes of the Zoroastrianism elders. However, the flames embroidered on his robes were golden. Coupled with the golden flames that formed a huge tiger with the word king on its forehead, it was not difficult to identify him. He was the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, Lu Qing. Lu Qing's figure was tall and sturdy. His face was covered with a curly beard. He had a pair of large eyes and a pair of thick eyebrows. In addition to his fluffy hair, he gave off a valiant feeling. He looked like a tiger ready to hunt as he stood there. He gave off a dangerous vibe. Lord Sanctum Leader. Lord Sanctum Leader. As soon as Lu Qing appeared, the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum bowed respectfully at him. Lu Qing nodded calmly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I've never seen you before, I've heard about you. I know you're a rare prodigy in the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, you're the first person whom Lord Sanctum Leader personally invited back. I'm very impressed by you. Lu Qing said that he was impressed, but his tone was full of disdain. This was because he knew the reason the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had invited Duan Lingtian back was because he wanted to borrow the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, from Duan Lingtian to deal with the Devil clans when they invaded the Upper Province and the Zoroastrianism. I've heard of White Tiger Sanctum's Sanctum Lord Lu Qing. I've heard of you as well. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Duan Lingtian, I know you're quite talented. After so many years, I'm sure your cultivation base has improved a lot. However, do you really think you're a match for me? If that's the case, I have to say I'm very disappointed in you. At this moment, you're nothing but a brainless brute in my eyes. Lu Qing felt even more provoked by Duan Lingtian's calm tone. When he spoke again, his tone had become colder. Why don't we try and see if I'm a match for you? Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about Lu Qing's tone that was gradually turning cold. He still looked indifferent, as though he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum and a Golden Flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, had a cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. Putting aside his other techniques, his cultivation base alone was more than enough to defeat Lu Qing. After all, he was currently at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Qing was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously. Saint Origin surged out of his body and shrouded his body with a terrifying aura. Some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were forced to retreat by the aura. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? He actually dares to look down on Lord Sanctum Leader. Duan Lingtian's indifference shocked the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. It was as though he was certain he could defeat the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. Lord Sanctum Leader is angry. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die today. Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples could not help but shake their heads when they sensed Lu Qing's anger. They felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Does Duan Lingtian really think he's invincible after being away for a few years? Let's make him suffer today and show him where he stands. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of Lord Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum? He's just seeking death. He's not seeking death. After all, Lord Sect Leader personally invited him back. It's impossible for Lord Sanctum Leader to kill him. However, I'm sure he'll definitely suffer a few superficial injuries today. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian at all. They thought Duan Lingtian was just looking for a beating. Only a few of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples had a grave expression on their faces as they watched the situation unfold. They thought to themselves, Duan Lingtian is still as confident as before. Is it possible he's really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Of course, although they thought so, they did not dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, they would definitely be drowned in the saliva of the other White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. Just as Lu Qing's Saint Qi surged and his figure flickered as he prepared to make his move. You're too slow. A slightly impatient voice rang out. It was Duan Lingtian frowning as he spoke to Lu Qing. This further enraged Lu Qing. Lu Qing was so enraged that his Saint Qi surged like an erupting volcano. Just as Lu Qing's body trembled violently because of Duan Lingtian and he was about to make his move again. Sanctum Leader Lu, since you're not going to make a move, I'll make a move first. Duan Lingtian's impatient voice rang out again. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's right hand reached out like a ghost. A dazzling golden light erupted in an instant. It was the vast Saint Qi that swept out from his body. To be more precise, it was the Sun Saint Origin. The Sun Saint Origin swept out from Duan Lingtian's right hand and transformed into a gigantic palm in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian's right hand transformed into a claw, the gigantic palm formed from the Sun Saint Origin also transformed into a gigantic claw and grabbed at Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. Boom! Rumble! It was as though a five-fingered mountain had closed in on Lu Qing in an attempt to suppress him. Duan Lingtian's attack only contained his Saint Origin. He did not use any martial tactics, divine abilities, or saint weapons. However, his attack was so fast that it caught Lu Qing before he could do anything. When the gigantic claw grabbed Lu Qing, the domineering Sun Saint Origin swept out and crushed Lu Qing's Saint Origin mercilessly. Although Duan Lingtian was only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint Origin in his body could not be compared to the Saint Origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. His Sun Saint Origin was extremely close to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such a powerful force, it could easily crush the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who was immobilized by the gigantic claw, let out a bestial roar. His face was flushed red as his Saint Origin surged. It was obvious he had used all his strength. However, he could not escape being crushed and crushed in the end. How's this possible? Chapter 2174. Duan Lingtian made his move. He extended his right hand, and a gigantic hand appeared. It was as though it could grab the sun, moon, and stars. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was restrained by Duan Lingtian before he could even make a move. He did not even have the strength to fight back. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene were shocked when they saw this. An expression of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Prior to this, Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was the epitome of strength in the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. However, today they witnessed it with their own eyes. Lu Qing did not even have the chance to make a move in front of a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When did the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism become so freakish? Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the gigantic hand that was grabbing Lu Qing loosened its grip as Lu Qing continued to struggle. As soon as Duan Lingtian loosened his clenched right fist, the gigantic hand formed from his Sun Saint Origin followed suit and loosened its fist as well. Naturally, this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. After Lu Qing broke free from the gigantic hand's grip, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of joy at surviving a calamity in the depths of his heart. Naturally, after feeling joyful, he was terrified. He was terrified of Duan Lingtian's strength. Whoosh! At this moment, before Lu Qing could regain his senses, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and pressed it down. At this moment, the gigantic hand in front of Lu Qing leaped up and landed on top of Lu Qing's head. When Duan Lingtian pressed his right hand down, the gigantic hand that was hovering above Lu Qing's head descended as well. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Lu Qing. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Lu Qing, who did not have time to react, was slapped down by the gigantic hand. It was as though he was being pressed down by the five-finger mountain. After a few moments, boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. The White Tiger Sanctum's estate shook violently. The gigantic hand formed by Duan Lingtian's son, Saint Origin, pressed down on Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. It smashed him into the ground, crushing him into the earth. Of course, Yang Kai did not kill him. When he pressed Lu Qing into the ground, the Sun Saint Chi condensed into a giant hand dissipated with a single thought. However, even so, Lu Qing, who was not seriously injured, was still covered in dust. Being forcefully pressed onto the ground, his entire body was embedded into the ground. How could he not be dejected? To the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the sanctum leader of their White Tiger Sanctum was knocked to the ground by a true disciple. Not only that, but he was also pressed into the ground as though he had turned into a human specimen. While the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were dumbfounded, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Sanctum leader Lu, I'm sorry for the offense. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who had just gotten up from the ground. He did not care about Lu Qing's grave expression as he said these words and left. Currently, Yang Kai did not feel any sense of accomplishment when he defeated someone at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if his opponent was the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the people from White Tiger Sanctum stopping him, he would not have made a move at all. After Duan Lingtian left, the people from White Tiger Sanctum, including sanctum leader Lu Qing, no longer dared to stop him. It's only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong? After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Qing's face turned pale. At the same time, he was reminded of something, and his eyes widened. Could it be that the news from the City of Sin is true? Did Duan Lingtian really kill Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism? Previously, Lu Qing had heard the news of Duan Lingtian killing Siakong Sun. However, like most people, he did not believe it. He thought it was just a fantasy story. However, when he recalled the scene earlier, he began to believe it. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made his move, he felt as though a gigantic mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel suffocated. The gigantic hand formed by Duan Lingtian's saint origin, in particular, seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth. No matter how hard Lu Qing tried, he could not break free from it at all. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to form such a gigantic hand with just his saint origin. I feel like he's at the peak of the sixth or seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment he thought of this, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with shock. To grow to such an extent in just a few years, what kind of fortuitous encounter did that Duan Lingtian encounter? For a moment, in the depths of Lu Qing's eyes, besides shock and disbelief, there was also a glimmer of envy and jealousy. In his opinion, if it wasn't for his fortuitous encounter, Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't have been able to possess such terrifying strength in just a few short years. When Lu Qing sensed the few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who had regained their senses looking at him, his face turned green and white. He did not even greet them before he left like a gust of wind. He had completely lost his face as the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum today. If he had known this would happen, he would have pretended to be in closed-door cultivation and allowed Duan Lingtian to pass by. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who regained their senses first were all Silver Flame elders. They looked at each other and smiled wryly when they saw their sanctum leader had left without saying a word. I can't believe Duan Lingtian has grown to such an extent in just 3 to 4 years. How shocking! One of the Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum sighed emotionally. That's right. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Lord Sanctum leader of our White Tiger Sanctum is like a 3-year-old child in front of him. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to defeat Lord Sanctum leader so easily, right? It's very likely that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that he could have such achievements in such a short time. Seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean the news about Duan Lingtian killing Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? Based on the current situation, it's possible that it's true. Initially, the few Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. After a while, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame elders and disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum joined in the discussion when they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. In the end, they confirmed one thing. Their Zoroastrianism's prodigious disciple, Duan Lingtian, had most likely killed Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from being the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, Siekong Sun is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. If Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has killed him, doesn't that mean Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has replaced Siekong Sun and is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples muttered to himself. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Based on the time, the Supreme Saint ranking should be out soon. I think it'll spread to the Western region and the Zoroastrianism in a few days. Another White Tiger Sanctum's disciple chimed in. However, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were unaware of this. With the Central region as the center, the new Supreme Saint ranking began to spread in all directions. Those who did not believe Duan Lingtian had killed Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, widened their eyes when they saw the person who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. They remained silent for a long time. They could only feel their faces burning as they faced the Supreme Saint ranking. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian, a disciple from the Zoroastrianism Heaven sect, had really killed Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. They could choose not to believe the rumors, but they had no choice but to believe the Supreme Saint ranking. Saint Land, it's been a long time. In the faraway western region's base of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had entered the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism after leaving the White Tiger Sanctum. After arriving near the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian did not enter the Saint Island, nor did he return to his residence outside the Saint Island. Instead, he soared into the air and passed through the clouds before he arrived near a group of floating islands. Duan Lingtian continued to rise into the sky until he arrived at the highest point of the floating island before he finally came to a halt. Duan Lingtian has returned because I've heard about the sect leader's announcement. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and looked at the highest floating island in front of him. He said calmly, "I've come to look for you because I hope you'll keep your promise and swear on the lightning penalty oath." From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's tone was calm. It was as though he did not need to bow to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, this was indeed the case. Duan Lingtian, he's back. Chapter 2175. When the patrolling elder found out the person who had come was Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he did not show himself. Instead, he turned around and continued his patrol. He knew about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to return so soon. I wonder how strong Duan Lingtian has become after so many years? The patrolling elder thought to himself as he left. However, I'm definitely no match for him. After all, he managed to kill Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King, the leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, 3 years ago. Currently, I'm only slightly stronger than Xiezong at that time. Regarding this, the patrolling elder was well aware of his own capabilities. Although he was a Silver Flame elder in the Zoroastrianism, he was only an ordinary Silver Flame elder. His cultivation base was only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Perhaps he might be comparable to Duan Lingtian from 3 years ago. However, he was certain the gap between him and Xiezong was huge. Duan Lingtian's voice clearly reached the floating island and the vast mansion on the floating island where Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, cultivated. At this moment, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism was not the only one who cultivated. Duan Lingtian? He's back? Gan Ruyen, who was in a courtyard in the vast mansion, trembled when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. A shocked expression appeared on her face. She had heard about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian to return so soon. It had only been 3 days since the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism made the announcement, right? However, what she did not know was that Duan Lingtian had already known about this when this announcement was made about Zoroastrianism. This was because Duan Lingtian had been hiding outside the Zoroastrianism encampment, constantly keeping an eye on Zoroastrianism. He had endured for 3 days. To him, each day felt like a year. The reason why he endured it was because he was worried that if he returned to Zoroastrianism too quickly, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would think that the Devil Seal tablet was with him. "Young master!" A low cry sounded. A woman who looked exactly like Gan Ruyen ran out from a room in the courtyard. Once she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had just put her daughter to sleep. She had just coaxed her daughter to sleep when the voice that had haunted her for many years entered her ears. She wanted to let her know that her young master had returned to Zoroastrianism. "Yuyen, you mustn't act rashly. If you reveal that he's your man, Lord Sect Leader won't let him go." Gan Ruyan's expression tensed up when she saw her younger sister rushing out of the room. She rushed to Ku-er's side like a gust of wind and reminded her with a solemn expression on her face. "Sister, I know. Kerr nodded. That was her man. She regarded her man's life as more important than her own. How could she act rashly and do anything that would harm him? She missed him so much that she could not wait to rush out and reunite with him. However, when she thought about the consequences, she suppressed her urge to do so. Kerr's face was covered in tears. They were tears of excitement. "Young master, do you know that Kerr is here? Don't blame Kerr. It's not that Kerr doesn't want to see you, but she can't see you. At the very least, she can't see you for the time being." At this moment, Kerr felt as though a knife was being twisted in her heart. As the saying went, husband and wife were connected by heart. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not know why. After a while, he regained his senses and waited for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out. However, before Duan Lingtian could wait for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out, 3 uninvited guests appeared. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling could be heard as though 3 gusts of wind had blown past. Then, 3 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian. After revealing themselves, the 3 ghost-like figures also revealed their true appearances. One of them was an old man dressed in green, the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had a head of white hair, and he looked like an immortal. The young man was handsome and elegant, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. The beautiful woman was beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Guardian Qinghua. When the 3 of them appeared, Duan Lingtian's gaze instantly landed on the old man in green who had a sage-like demeanor. He took the initiative to greet him. In the past, he had met this old man once. At that time, the old man wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had rejected him. Due to this reason, he knew the old man was one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qinghua. The 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism are also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They're Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hongyun. I think the young man dressed in purple and the beautiful woman dressed in red next to Guardian Qinghua are Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hongyun. As Duan Lingtian greeted Qinghua, he could not help but speculate inwardly. Among the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, the strongest one is Guardian Zifeng. It's said that his cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second one is Guardian Qinghua. He's also Gan Ruyan's master. His cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's considered one of the strongest in the Tao Martial Saint land. He's ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there's Guardian Hongyun. Although she's a woman, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian had heard about the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Due to this reason, he instantly recognized Zifeng and Hong Yun, the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had not met before today. If it was in the past, he might feel a little restrained when facing the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. However, at this moment he did not feel any restraint at all. After all, with his current strength, he was not afraid of them at all if they were to fight with their lives on the line. Duan Lingtian, you're finally willing to come back. Qinghua looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly before he looked at the 2 people standing next to Qinghua. If I'm not mistaken, both of you must be Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun, right? Duan Lingtian spoke casually. It was as though he was speaking to the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. With his current strength, he was indeed qualified to speak to the guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. Qinghua's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words. He could overlook Duan Lingtian's rudeness, but it did not mean the other 2 guardians could do the same. As expected, both Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun's expressions darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's rudeness. Protector Hong Yun, in particular, was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from her face. As the guardians of Zoroastrianism, their positions in Zoroastrianism were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, even the 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism would treat them with respect. Not to mention the other Golden Flame Elders, Silver Flame Elders, and even Bronze Flame Elders. However, today, a true disciple of Zoroastrianism had spoken to them so casually without any respect. It was as though he was not facing the guardians of Zoroastrianism, but a true disciple like him. How could the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism, who were usually high and mighty, not be angry? How dare you? Guardian Hong Yun shouted suddenly. Her expression darkened as she glared at Duan Lingtian. She asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian, right? Do you know who you're talking to?" Guardian Hong Yun's voice became colder as she spoke. It was as though her voice came from an extremely cold ice cave. "How dare you act so arrogantly and disrespect your elders just because of your innate talent? Didn't your sectless master teach you manners?" Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Guardian Hong Yun spoke again. Her voice was as cold as before. Guardian Zifeng looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. From the beginning until the end, he did not say anything. This was because Guardian Hong Yun had already said what he wanted to say. "Duan Lingtian, hurry up and apologize to the 2 guardians." Qinghua reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission when he recalled his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, had asked him to take care of Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Qinghua's voice transmission. He continued to look at Guardian Hong Yun fearlessly. "Did I get the wrong person? You're not Guardian Hong Yun?" Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. It was as though he did not notice Guardian Hong Yun's anger. He was like a hothead. "You?" Qinghua's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so stubborn after he heard his voice transmission. He decided to ignore Duan Lingtian. "Ruyen, it's not that I've let you down, but Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. It's not a bad thing to let him suffer today." In Qinghua's opinion, Duan Lingtian was different. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to the Duan Lingtian in the past. In the past, although Duan Lingtian was also arrogant and unruly, he was definitely not as arrogant and conceited as he was now. He knew no matter how angry Guardian Hong Yun was, she would not kill Duan Lingtian and ruin the plan of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2176. Ever since I, Hong Yun, have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and became a guardian of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time seeing such an arrogant and conceited disciple of Zoroastrianism like you. Guardian Hong Yun's expression darkened when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of admitting his mistake. Her voice turned colder as well. Her voice was so cold it seemed as though it could freeze 10,000 miles. I won't kill you today out of respect for the sect leader. However, I'll teach you how to behave and how to respect your elders. Protector Hong Yun no longer held back her anger as she spoke. The moment her words left her mouth, she did not seem to have made any movements, but an invisible energy swept out from her body. It was as though it had transformed into a roaring dragon that charged towards Duanling Tian. The invisible energy was vast and majestic. Although it was not as powerful as Hong Yun's full strength, it was enough to send an ordinary cultivator below the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage flying if he was caught off guard. Even a cultivator at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be injured if he was not prepared. The Saint origin in Hong Yun's body roared and transformed into an invisible energy that surged out. She seemed to have seen Duanling Tian being sent flying by her attack. At this moment, even Zifeng and Qing Hua did not think it would be difficult for Duanling Tian to withstand Hong Yun's attack. However, would the outcome be as they had expected? Swoosh! The invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yun's body was only a few feet away from Duanling Tian. It was about to hit Duanling Tian. All of a sudden, "Humph!" Duanling Tian snorted coldly. Similarly, he did not make any move, but an invisible energy surged out of his body and collided with the invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yun's body. Boom! Along with a loud bang, a deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Waves of majestic airwaves swept out and set off gusts of strong wind, causing Duanling Tian and Hong Yun's robes to flutter noisily. The red-cloaked guardian stood in place, not moving an inch. Duanling Tian was the same. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. How is this possible? When Qing Hua regained his senses, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He would never have thought that Duanling Tian was actually able to neutralize the attack of Hong Yun Protector. One had to know that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Perhaps only a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to do this. Even Protector Zifeng couldn't help but reveal some surprise in his eyes. Protector Qing Hua was not the only one who was shocked by the scene before him. Even he himself was shocked. Of course, the person who was most shocked was neither Qing Hua nor Zifeng. Instead, it was Protector Hong Yun. I underestimated you. Protector Hong Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. She stared at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have something to rely on." She paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. After a while, Protector Hong Yun's words suddenly changed. "However, I'll let you know that you can't be so arrogant and disrespectful just because you have some strength." As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, her red robe fluttered in the air. Whoosh! She seemed to have transformed into a red bolt of lightning as she charged toward Duanling Tian. She looked as though she would not let this matter rest until she taught him a lesson. As a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, although Hong Yun did not unleash her full strength when she attacked, it still pressured Duanling Tian. Protector Hong Yun, unleash your full strength. As Hong Yun charged toward Duanling Tian reminded her to unleash her full strength. How arrogant! Hong Yun, who was halfway to Duanling Tian, was furious when she heard Duanling Tian's words. A layer of frost appeared on her beautiful face. At the same time that her delicate body trembled slightly from anger, waves of increasingly majestic and vast aura also spread out from her body. It was like a stormy sea, wave after wave, as if it would never stop. Qing Hua shook his head. Although Duanling Tian had managed to disperse the invisible energy that swept out from Protector Hong Yun's body, Qing Hua did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Protector Hong Yun. Protector Hong Yun was his junior sister, so he knew very well how strong she was. Hong Yun, the protector of Zoroastrianism, was a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, Hong Yun's ranking on the Supreme Saint leaderboard had not been so high 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Many powerhouses at or above the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the three eminent devils. Many of them were even stronger than Hong Yun. Due to this reason, the Supreme Saint ranking was reshuffled. Many people who were originally at the bottom of the ranking jumped up a few ranks. It was the same for Hong Yun. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian did not continue to warn Hong Yun. Instead, he cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he saw Hong Yun did not intend to unleash her full strength even after hearing his warning. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, it caused ripples to appear in the space where Duan Lingtian was standing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash of lightning, the wave-like ripples twisted into a turbulent whirlpool. Waves of devouring force swept out from within, as though it could devour everything. In just a blink of an eye, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was devoured by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared until it reached its limit before it stopped. Whoosh! Even so, the Sun Saint origin in his body still emitted a powerful aura. Hong Yun's expression changed when she sensed the powerful aura. Her eyes widened. Seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? She could clearly sense it. After Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, the Saint origin in his body had risen to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Lingtian's Saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not much weaker. At the very least, before she cast her assist-type divine ability, her Saint origin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian's Saint origin. Good. Very good. At this moment, Hong Yun no longer said anything about Duan Lingtian's arrogance. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, he was qualified to speak to them as equals. In this case, Duan Lingtian's previous actions could not be considered as arrogant and conceited. Disrespectful? Hong Yun and the other two guardians of the Zoroastrianism only had a higher status compared to Duan Lingtian. The reason they addressed themselves as seniors was because they were stronger than Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed strength that was not inferior to theirs, it was naturally inappropriate for them to address themselves as seniors. Disrespectful? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, they did not think he was disrespectful. After all, he had treated them as equals from the beginning until the end. The reason why they thought Duan Lingtian was disrespectful was because Duan Lingtian was far weaker than them. However, even so, after seeing Duan Lingtian's powerful strength, Hong Yun had no intention of backing down. In fact, she was even a little excited. Hua! In an instant, Hong Yun did not dare to be careless. She immediately cast her assist-type divine ability and increased her Saint Origin Qi. In the end, her Saint Origin Qi was no weaker than Duan Lingtian's. How is this possible? Qinghua and Zifeng came back to their senses and looked at each other. They could see the horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. What Protector Hong Yun could discover, they could also discover. Because of this, they were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Now it seems that the Golden Lion King Siakong Sun, one of the four great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, might really be killed by him. Qinghua said to Zifeng through voice transmission. If he really killed Siakong Sun with 3 strikes, I'm afraid Hong Yun is no match for him. Zifeng replied through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. That's right. Qinghua smiled wryly. While Protector Qinghua and Protector Zifeng were communicating via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yun had already begun to fight. In the beginning, both of them did not use any martial tactics or offensive or defensive divine abilities. They only used their strength to fight. Boom, 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 boom. 2 forces that were comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage collided again and again, causing the void to tremble as a gust of wind swept out. It was earth-shattering. After a series of exchanges, both of them were evenly matched. How's this possible? At some point, The patrolling elder who had left earlier had returned. He had only returned when he heard the commotion. Who would have thought he would witness an unforgettable scene as soon as he returned? Duan Lingtian, a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism sect, was fighting Hong Yun, one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. They were evenly matched. Guardian Hong Yun is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian is actually evenly matched with her? At this moment, the patrolling elder could not help but wonder if he was dreaming. However, the reality before his eyes seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. Everything in front of him was not a dream. It was real. Is it true that Duan Lingtian killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Chapter 2177. After a few rounds of probing, Hong Yun took out her weapon. It was a crimson whip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long whip danced in the air like a ferocious crimson snake. It gave off an inexplicable pressure. Hong Yun channeled the saint origin in her body into the red whip in her hand. Whoosh! A terrifying aura surged out of the red whip. It was as though the crimson snake was unleashing its might. It was obvious the whip in Hong Yun's hand was not an ordinary saint weapon. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon? Duan Lingtian could tell it was 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon when he sensed the terrifying aura from the long whip in Hong Yun's hand. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand as well. Naturally, this sword was not the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. He had obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from the Ground Axe Alliance when he had just arrived in Sin City 3 years ago. Coincidentally, he had bumped into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. If he had come to Sin City at any other time, even if it was just 15 minutes later, he would not have encountered such a good thing. It could be said that he was fated to obtain this 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian first obtained the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword, he had to carefully hide it so no one would discover it. However, now that he had obtained it, he was qualified to possess it. The qualifications referred to the strength that allowed him to protect the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, those who were weaker than him would not dare to provoke him, let alone snatch the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword from him. Those who were stronger than him had 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Naturally, they would not covet the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. When the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed drastically. It was as though he was a completely different person. With this sword in hand, the world was mine. There was nothing more than this. The moment he took out the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, Duan Lingtian poured the boundless saint force of the sun into the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword without reservation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sword whistling could be heard as the tip of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword emitted dazzling sword rays that looked extremely dazzling. Duan Lingtian, take this, Guardian Hong Yun cried out in a delicate voice. She held the long whip in her hand as she charged towards Duan Lingtian in an imposing manner. The long whip in her hand seemed to have come alive at this moment. It looked more and more like a red-crimson drill snake. Protector Hong Yun now regarded Duan Lingtian as her greatest enemy. She no longer dared to regard Duan Lingtian as a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, she did not hold back at all when she made her move. It was as though she would not stop until she defeated Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Protector Hong Yun moved like the wind. Because of her red robe, she looked like a fiery red meteor that lit up the entire sky. Buzz! As for the long whip in her hand, it was like a red snake that had been lying dormant for a long time. It was impossible to guard against it. It's time to end this, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes when he saw Protector Hong Yun charging towards him with the long whip in her hand. In the next moment, another wave of powerful aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sword with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. It was as though he could penetrate and slash through everything. Imperial sword technique. With just a thought, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out of his hand as though it had been given life by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As soon as the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Lingtian's hand disappeared, the sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sword ray appeared in front of Protector Hong Yun before she could reach Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was close to Hong Yun's hand that was holding the long whip. Sword chi surged as it shot out. Waves of extremely sharp aura shocked Protector Hong Yun so much that her body suddenly trembled. When she regained her senses, she discovered it was too late for her to block the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that was moving at a speed that was beyond the 7th form of the Saint's celestial stage. In the blink of an eye, the Red Protector seemed to see the scene of his hand that was holding the long whip being crippled. Watch out! Zifeng and Qing Hua's expressions changed when they regained their senses. They immediately rushed toward Protector Hong Yun in an attempt to save her. Unfortunately, they were too late. Even Protector Zifeng could not save Protector Hong Yun in time. Be merciful when possible. At this critical moment, a majestic voice rang in the air as though it came from all directions. As soon as the voice rang in the air, both Protector Zifeng and Protector Qingxian were pleasantly surprised. It was as if they had found a life-saving straw in an instant. Naturally, it was not the straw that saved them. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated in the air as a translucent wall appeared between Protector Hong Yun and the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. It was this wall that blocked the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. When the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword was about to run out of energy, the wall collapsed. At this moment, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword no longer posed a threat to Protector Hong Yun. For this reason, Duan Lingtian recalled the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword with just a thought. He did not allow it to continue attacking Protector Hong Yun. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism? At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as he looked at the sky nearby. Over there, a figure gradually appeared. When the figure appeared, he revealed his true appearance. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with fiery red flames. His attire is similar to the attire of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, it was only similar. This was because he noticed that the flames embroidered on the white robe of the middle-aged man was something he had never seen before in Zoroastrianism. It was as though it was one of a kind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the flames on the white robe were similar to the flames. Flames were embroidered on his robe. From top to bottom, they seemed to form a long divine dragon that revolved around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Moreover, although the man was tall and burly, his appearance was very proper. He did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. The space between his brows was filled with a sense of majesty, as if it could turn all living things upside down and make all living things submit to him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also guessed the other party's identity. The leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Are you finally willing to come out? Duan Lingtian stared at Tang Xian as he muttered to himself. Back when he was testing the waters with Protector Hong Yun and they were evenly matched, Protector Hong Yun said, Hualao told him that there was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage lurking in the dark, spying on him. At that time, he knew who that person was. In the Zoroastrianism, only sect leader Tang Xian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was no need for him to guess. In order to lure the other party out, Guardian Hong Yun took out her 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and was about to fight him. He also took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword and activated it with all his might. He also performed the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He flew out with his sword as if he was going to cripple Hong Yun. He had done this to force Tang Xian, who was hiding in the dark, to make a move. From the beginning until the end, although Guardian Hong Yun had been rude to him, he knew it was only natural. After all, Guardian Hong Yun did not know his current strength. Thinking about it, if he were Protector Hong Yun, perhaps he would be even more impolite. For this reason, he did not intend to cripple Guardian Hong Yun. He was prepared to recall the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint's sword at any time. He would not allow the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint's sword to cripple Guardian Hong Yun. As it turned out, his plan worked. Tang Xian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, no longer hid in the dark. He walked out and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian stared at Tang Xian was also looking at him. Aren't you worried that if I didn't make a move, you wouldn't be able to retrieve your sword in time? After all, your sword speed was not slow at all. However, I'm curious. How did you find out I was hiding in the dark? Tang Xian asked again when he reached the end of his sentence. Tang Xian's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, shocking Duan Lingtian. He saw through me? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He felt naked in front of Tang Xian. It was as though there were no secrets in front of Tang Xian. Ha! At the same time, Protector Zifeng, Protector Qinghua, and the surviving Protector Hong Yun were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. I didn't expect you to see through me, sect leader. However, even if you didn't make a move earlier, nothing would have happened to Guardian Hong Yun. As for how I found out you were hiding in the dark, it was just a coincidence. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were enlightened. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had only used his sword to force their sect leader to make a move. He did not intend to cripple anyone. You can control the sword as you please. Your attainments in the way of the sword are rarely seen in this world. Chapter 2178. Rarely seen in this world. This was Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism's evaluation of Duan Lingtian's attainment in the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, he cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. It was a sword Dao ultimate technique that was superior to all other sword techniques in the mundane realm. Naturally, he was slightly surprised by Tang Xian's judgment. As expected of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Rarely seen in this world? At the same time, the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism regained their senses. Their faces were filled with shock when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such words. They did not expect their sect leader of Zoroastrianism would use the words rarely seen in this world to praise Duan Lingtian's attainment in the sword Dao. It should be noted that the words rarely seen in this world meant something else. Rarely seen in this world meant that it was rare in this world. However, when they recalled Duan Lingtian's brief sword strike, Zifeng and Qinghua felt relieved. Let alone their sect leader, even they had never seen anyone who had cultivated the sword-wielding technique to such an extent. As for Hong Yun, although she knew Duan Lingtian did not intend to cripple her hand that was holding the saint weapon, she could not help but shudder when she recalled the earlier scene. Fast. Too fast. The sword strike that was as swift as a ghost had arrived in front of her before she could even react. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late for her to block the attack. If the sect leader did not make a move, and if Duan Lingtian did not intend to cripple her hand would have been in grave danger. Duan Lingtian, it seems like the rumors are true. With the strength you displayed earlier and your attainment in the sword Dao, it won't be difficult for you to kill the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian as though Duan Lingtian was a peerless treasure. In fact, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, Duan Lingtian was much stronger than Hong Yun from Zoroastrianism. This could be seen from the battle earlier. If it was a battle to the death, Hong Yun would have died in less than 10 moves. Yes, I killed Xiekong Sun. Duan Lingtian nodded. You really killed Xiekong Sun in 3 moves? Hong Yun could not help but ask when Duan Lingtian admitted that he had killed Xiekong Sun. Her voice was filled with eagerness, as though she wanted to know the answer to her question. Although Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier had almost crippled one of her hands. However, that was because she was not prepared for Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding technique. Otherwise, she would not have been in such a sorry state. Naturally, although she was caught off guard, she was still aware that she was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. She asked this question to confirm if Duan Lingtian had really killed Xie Kongsun with 3 moves. If it was true, it meant Duan Lingtian had not used his full strength when they fought earlier. After all, although she was stronger than Xie Kongsun, she was not much stronger. If I wanted to kill him from the beginning, 1 move would have been enough. Duan Lingtian replied as he glanced at Hong Yun indifferently. You're right, Guardian Hong Yun. The entire place fell silent immediately. Duan Lingtian's indifferent words reverberated in their ears, allowing them to deeply feel the strong confidence in Duan Lingtian's words. It was a confidence that was beyond doubt. He killed Xie Kongsun with 1 move? At that moment, Protector Zifeng, Protector Qinghua, and Protector Hong Yun all realized the same thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the 3 of them, only Zifeng was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Zifeng, if you were to fight Duan Lingtian, would you be confident? Protector Hong Yun secretly took in a breath of cold air. She looked at Protector Zifeng and asked through voice transmission. If he's really able to kill Xie Kongsun with 1 move, I'm no match for him. Zifeng pondered for a moment before he replied through voice transmission. It seems like he hid a lot of his strength when he fought me. Guardian Hong Yun smiled wryly. Little did she know that Duan Lingtian's true strength came from the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, in his possession. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was almost invincible against those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage once he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Good. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, was the first one to regain his senses. He smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After so many years, we finally have a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our Fire Worship Sect. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. They could not help but feel excited when they heard Tang Xian's words. From today onward, Zoroastrianism would have a 4th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This was extremely significant to Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, they realized the new powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above was not as simple as a mere powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. From today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the 4th guardian of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Lingtian. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly announced in front of the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Me, the guardian of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Tang Xian's sudden announcement. He was stunned. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun congratulated Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. In this world where the strong were revered, strength was everything. Duan Lingtian's strength had also obtained their acknowledgement. Thank you, guardians. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and quickly thanked the 3 of them. At the same time, he felt as though he was in a dream. Did he really become a guardian of Zoroastrianism just like that? When he thought about the days when he had just joined Zoroastrianism, it felt like a lifetime ago. The 3 guardians smiled in response to Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then, they tactfully bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tang Xian before they took their leave. When they left, they were filled with a myriad of emotions. They felt as though the world had gone crazy. Not long ago, they had thought that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become someone who was on par with them. He was now the 4th guardian of Zoroastrianism, Lingtian. This was especially true for Qinghua. He was one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism who had interacted with Duan Lingtian a long time ago. To think that I even wanted to take him as my disciple. When Qinghua recalled his naive actions in the past, he felt a burning sensation on his old face. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it right now. After the three guardians left, Tang Xian raised his hand and pricked his finger. Whoosh! As a drop of blood rose into the air, Tang Xian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he had promised to Duan Ling Tian in the announcement he had made earlier. The lightning penalty oath was a promise that no one from Zoroastrianism would lay their hands on the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, in Duan Ling Tian's possession. This was also a promise he had made earlier. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resounded in the sky, bearing witness to Tang Xian's lightning penalty oath. Guardian Ling Tian, with your current strength, you're fully qualified to possess the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. However, since I've made a promise, I'll have to fulfill it. Tang Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Ling Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Guardian Ling Tian, weren't you curious earlier? How did I know you didn't really want to cripple Guardian Hong Yun? Tang Xian asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was indeed curious about this. However, he did not voice his doubts out loud. That's because not only did your sword not have any killing intent, but it also did not have any hostility. This means your battle with Guardian Hong Yun was more like a sparring session. Since it was a sparring session, it's only natural that you wouldn't cripple each other's limbs. Tang Xian explained with a smile. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. At the same time, he was shocked by how meticulous this sect leader of Zoroastrianism was. It seems like even though I've become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, I'll still have to come up with a plan if I want to rescue Kerr and our daughter. Otherwise, if Tang Xian finds out, not only will I be in danger, but Kerr and our daughter will also be in danger. Duan Ling Tian became even more wary of Tang Xian when he saw how meticulous Tang Xian was. In his opinion, the only benefit of becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism was that it would be much easier for him to move around in Zoroastrianism. What he was interested in was the many privileges a guardian of Zoroastrianism would have in Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, a guardian's position was extremely high. It was second only to the sect leader and above the vice-sect leaders, Golden Flame Elders, and Silver Flame Elders. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said to Duan Ling Tian, "In 3 days, I'll personally crown you in the central square of the Saint Island in front of all the elders and disciples in the Saint Land. At that time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism, the Western region, and the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land will know that there's a 4th guardian in Zoroastrianism. The guardian of Zoroastrianism is Duan Ling Tian. He's also the number 1 prodigy in Zoroastrianism and the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land." When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Duan Ling Tian a very high evaluation. The number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In fact, previously, there was only one number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land in the sectless cultivator world. That person was Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, Nye Wu Tian. Chapter 2179. Naturally, only the sectless cultivators acknowledged Pei Si Hai as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The sects in the upper province, including Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, did not acknowledge Pei Si Hai as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was because there was no evidence to prove Pei Si Hai was younger than 100 years old. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. Everyone knew Duan Ling Tian's age. This was because Duan Ling Tian came from the WCI subterranean. There were many legends about Duan Ling Tian in the lower province. When they learned the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared in the lower province, many people from the major forces in the upper province and sectless cultivators in the upper province had left for the lower province. At the same time, they had also investigated Duan Ling Tian, the owner of the Devil Seal tablet, including Duan Ling Tian's age. Their investigation even traced back to the Mortal Continent and the 10 great dynasties at a remote corner of the Mortal Continent, and even the Darkstone Empire, Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crimson Sky Kingdom, Swallow Mountain County, Aurora City, Fresh Breeze Town, and the Li Clan. Duan Ling Tian was born in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For this reason, it was easy to verify Duan Lingtian's age. Not even 50 years old. Duan Lingtian is not even 50 years old. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian and recalled the information he had obtained from the people he had sent to the lower province. Pei Sihai was not even 50 years old, but his strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put aside the fact that Pei Sihai was not even 100 years old, even if he was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Pei Sihai, a sectless cultivator who was not even 100 years old, had reached the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Sorry. Our Zoroastrianism's guardian, Duan Lingtian, is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the age of 50. Being less than 100 years old and being less than 50 years old were two completely different concepts. Sect leader, you flatter me? When Duan Lingtian heard Pei Sihai praising him as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he could not help but feel excited even though he had been through a lot. The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint Land. This was not a title that anyone could obtain. Only the most outstanding person in the Tao Martial Saint Land was qualified to be given this unique title. Because of this, even though Duan Lingtian's heart had been tempered thousands of times along the way, when he heard the title given to him by the hierarch of Zoroastrianism, it was difficult for him to maintain his composure. I'm not exaggerating. It's the truth. Tang Xian said with a smile. His eyes narrowed. The more he looked at Duan Lingtian, the more he liked him. Sect leader, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tang Xian. After Tang Xian nodded in response, he descended from the sky and flew through the clouds toward the Saint Island. He did not forget the reason he returned to Zoroastrianism. He wanted to save Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kerr and their daughter were no longer in the enforcement hall on the Saint Island. Instead, they were in the cultivation place of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would personally monitor them. Naturally, it was not strange that Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, there were only a handful of people in the fire worship sect who knew about this matter. Apart from the people involved, only the hall master of the enforcement hall and a few vice hall masters knew about this. It's a pity that the saint has been defiled by someone from the lower province. Once that person appears and learns about this, he'll definitely be furious. He might even vent his anger on me. The saint's past life doesn't seem to be as simple as that person's cousin. After Duan Lingtian left, Tang Xian muttered to himself. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. The person he was afraid of was the person he spoke of. If this didn't happen, I could have tried to introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. However, I can't even protect myself now, let alone introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. Tang Xian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. The fear in his eyes did not lessen at all. Tang Xian shook his head helplessly before he returned to his cultivation place. Fortunately, no one saw this. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. Who was this person who could make Tang Xian, who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, so fearful? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian and Hong Yun were fighting, the commotion was loud. Even Gan Ruyen, who was hiding in the residence of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, heard the commotion clearly. There's no commotion? However, she discovered that there was no commotion at all. Young master, will he be all right? Kerr's beautiful face tensed up slightly. She was slightly worried. Kerr had also heard the commotion from outside earlier. She vaguely guessed that it was most likely related to her young master. Hence, her heart was hanging in the air due to worry. Don't worry, Gan Ruyen comforted her. The fact that the sect leader has personally asked him to come back shows how important he is. Even so, I'm sure he'll be fine. Although Gan Ruyen said this, she secretly added another sentence in her heart. Naturally, this was under the premise that he did not reveal his identity. When the sect leader had found her and asked who her sister's man was, she had clearly sensed the anger in the sect leader's voice. If the sect leader found out that her sister's man was Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he would at least be skinned alive, right? Yes. Naturally, Kerr was unaware of this. For this reason, she felt slightly relieved when Ganru Yen comforted her. Of course, her desire to reunite with the man she had chosen for her entire life was as strong as ever. She was not the only one who wanted to be reunited with her man. She wanted to reunite with her family as well. This was what she had been dreaming of all these years. When Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and entered the Saint Island, news of him returning to the Zoroastrianism, swaggering into the White Tiger Sanctum, and easily defeating Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had spread from the White Tiger Sanctum to the four symbol sanctums. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or the Black Turtle Sanctum, this news spread like wildfire. After a few years, Duan Lingtian has returned and easily defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? Is this for real? Why does this sound a little exaggerated? I think it's a little exaggerated as well. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum is a Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Golden Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism are powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If this is true, since Duan Lingtian can easily defeat a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, does this mean his strength is at least at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? Heavens! What did senior brother Duan Lingtian go through in these few years? He actually possesses such terrifying strength. A commotion broke out in the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The group of elders and disciples kept talking about Duan Lingtian. As for the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was even livelier. As expected of senior brother Duan Lingtian from our Black Turtle Sanctum. It has only been a few years, but he's already able to defeat a Golden Flame Elder in our sanctum. Based on senior brother Duan Lingtian's progress, apart from Lord Sect Leader, no one in our Zoroastrianism will be able to defeat him in a few years' time. Amazing! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really amazing. That's the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, but he actually defeated him with just a slap. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples learned that Duan Lingtian had returned and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were extremely excited. It was as though the person who defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was not Duan Lingtian, but them. It has only been a few years, and he has already grown so strong? In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Guxiong, the enforcement elder who was close to Duan Lingtian, was stunned when he received the news. When he regained his senses, he could not help but sigh in shock. Do you think the news about Duan Lingtian killing the Golden Lion King, Siekong Sun, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, from Sin City in the central region is true? At this moment, many people in the four symbol sanctums recalled the news that they had heard before. At that time, almost everyone thought that this was unrealistic fake news. However, today, Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a flip of his hand. I think the news might be true, someone said. I still don't think it's true. Although Duan Lingtian managed to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, it only means his strength is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, not only is Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people said. In the end, most people did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to kill Siekong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. They were certain the news was fake. The news of Duan Lingtian defeating the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his hand swept through the four symbol sanctums and began to spread to the Saint Land. In the Saint Land, Duan Lingtian entered the Saint Island and immediately made his way to the enforcement hall. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. Kerr, wait for me. Chapter 2180. Duan Lingtian had gone to the enforcement hall because of Kerr. To be more precise, it was for Kerr and their daughter. If he had the chance, he would immediately bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall so they could leave Zoroastrianism and reunite with their family. Naturally, he did not think it was realistic. Put aside the fact that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could extend his divine consciousness to monitor the enforcement hall at any time. Even if Tang Xian was not monitoring the enforcement hall, the people in the enforcement hall would be able to contact him immediately. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. If Tang Xian intervened, even if he managed to bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall, they would not be able to leave Zoroastrianism. If Kerr and our daughter aren't in any danger for now, I can enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate and break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way to the enforcement hall. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't be afraid of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence as he thought to himself. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, if he unleashed his full strength, not many people below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to withstand a blow from him. If his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength would be even more terrifying with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, even ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to withstand a blow from him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the enforcement hall. However, I'll have to find an excuse to come to the enforcement hall today. I can't let people know I'm here for Kerr and our daughter. Should I say I'm here for Gan Ruyen? That's a good idea. After all, I've come to look for her before. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use Gan Ruyen as an excuse, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. A better excuse. I almost forgot about him. If it's not for his help, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Zoroastrianisms. Since I'm Duan Lingtian have Duan Lingtians of Zoroastrian Celestials. Not to Lingtian Celestial Xian. Zan Xian to sect. It's Luan's the sect. Celestial. Duan Celestial Can's Celestial Tian. The person Duan Lingtian referred to was none other than Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He was also the father of Dong Lin, the Enforcement Hall's elder who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had never met Dong Yuanjin before, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him time and time again. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had long regarded Dong Yuanjin as his mortal enemy. If he had the chance, he would not let Dong Yuanjin go. Golden Crow's Wings. After entering the Enforcement Hall's area, Duan Lingtian did not wait for the Enforcement Hall's patrolling elder to react. He had already mobilized the Sun Saint Origin in his body and cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. From afar, it looked like 2 burning fireballs. After the wings took form, Duan Lingtian flapped his wings. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As a series of muffled noises reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian shot toward the depths of the enforcement hall like an arrow that had left its bow. His speed was not much slower than an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who's that? Who's that? When Duan Lingtian left like a gust of wind, a few patrolling elders arrived at the spot where Duan Lingtian had been. However, they did not discover anything. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the eastern side of the enforcement hall. This was also the forbidden area in the enforcement hall that was mentioned by others when he was on duty a few years ago. It was said that the hall master of the enforcement hall and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall usually cultivated in the forbidden area. The reason this place was called a forbidden area was because ordinary elders and disciples of the enforcement hall were restricted from entering and exiting this place. The enforcement hall had its own rules, and they were not allowed to enter this place for no reason. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, the children and direct disciples of the hall master and vice hall masters of the enforcement hall could enter and leave the forbidden area freely. Nobody would say anything about their entry and exit. After entering the forbidden area of the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. Dong Yuan Jin, come out here. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he shouted. His voice contained rich Sun Saint origin. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice reverberated throughout the entire law enforcement hall's forbidden area. There was a quiet little valley in the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could faintly hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It looked very comfortable. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, the silence in the small valley was broken. The people inside were shocked. Who's that? In the mansion in the small valley, the expression of the enforcement hall's elder, Dong Lin, changed drastically when he heard the explosive shouts from outside. He did not expect someone would be so bold as to ask his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, to get out of here. Moreover, he felt the voice was familiar. It was as though he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the people in the valley were also shocked. Who's that? How dare he cause trouble in the enforcement hall? Based on his voice, he must be Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy. However, Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy is really bold. How dare he trespass in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism and ask Vice Hall Master Dong to get out of here? I'd like to see who's here. The people who were shocked were either the other Vice Hall Masters of the enforcement hall, their children, or direct disciples. When they heard the provocative voice, they could not suppress their curiosity. One by one, they leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. They wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism. After he shouted, Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be waiting leisurely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures began to fly over from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian and formed a circle around him. And these people were basically the children and direct disciples of some law enforcement hall's vice hall master. They came from the forbidden area of the enforcement hall under Duan Lingtian's feet. Huh? Why does this person look so familiar? Look at the exclusive uniform he's wearing. It's obvious he's a true disciple of our Zoroastrianism. However, since when did our fire worship sect have such a person as a true disciple? Not only did he trespass on our enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even threatened to ask Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Why do I find this true disciple so familiar? Don't you think so too? I have the same feeling. The more I look at him, the more familiar he looks. So, I'm not alone. A group of people surrounded Duan Lingtian and pointed at Duan Lingtian. Many of them who found Duan Lingtian familiar frowned as though they were thinking hard about something. I remember now. All of a sudden, an exclamation rang in the air, startling the people in the surroundings. Immediately, the gazes of the surrounding people fell on the person who had cried out in alarm. The person who exclaimed was a young man. When he saw so many people looking at him, he did not wait for them to urge him to speak before he hastily said, He's Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. After a long time, the group of people finally regained their senses. They shifted their attention from the young man to the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism who was hovering in the air not far away. I remember now. He's Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait before. I remember now. He's indeed Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait 3 years ago, but I couldn't recall it earlier. Me too. It's really Duan Lingtian. He's back so soon? It's only been 3 days since the sect leader made the announcement, right? Soon after, the group of people who came to watch also recognized Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has enmity with Vice Hall Master Dong? Many people could not help but have a puzzled expression on their faces when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's shout earlier. I'm not too sure about that. All I know is that Duan Ling Tian and Vice Hall Master Dong's son, Dong Lin, had quite a conflict. Some of the people present on the scene knew what had happened. Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden, a furious shout resonated from below. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure rose into the air and appeared near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He stood in the air, facing off against Duan Ling Tian. It's Elder Dong Lin. Someone recognized the person as soon as he appeared. Dong Lin was the son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. There was almost no one in the Enforcement Hall who did not know him. Duan Ling Tian, don't think that just because Lord Sect Leader made the announcement that you're allowed to return, it's equivalent to obtaining a death exemption token. Chapter 2181. Dong Lin could be considered as an old acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian. It was also because of Dong Lin that the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, viewed Duan Ling Tian as a thorn in his side. He could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as possible. Death exemption golden medallion? Upon hearing Dong Lin's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but glance at Dong Lin for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but Duan Ling Tian, really don't need that thing in front of you. Dong Lin. Whoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Dong Lin in unison. After all, Duan Ling Tian's words were obviously provoking Dong Lin. Of course, they also knew that Duan Ling Tian really did not need the death exemption golden medallion in front of Dong Lin because once they fought, Dong Lin was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. The two of them were on completely different levels. This was a foregone conclusion a few years ago. Based on the comparison of their talents, it was difficult to change this fact. Dong Lin was infuriated when he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words. However, he did not know what to say in response. This was because what Duan Ling Tian said was the truth. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not have the death exemption golden medallion, there was no need to fear him because he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. However, even if this was the truth, he still could not help but feel furious when Duan Ling Tian used this to provoke him. Just as many people were looking at Dong Lin mockingly, causing him to feel ashamed of himself, a voice suddenly rang out. A thunderous voice rang out at the right time. You, Duan Ling Tian, don't need the death exemption golden medallion in front of him. What about me? Accompanying this voice was a middle-aged man who stepped into the air and appeared in front of Dong Lin in the blink of an eye, protecting Dong Lin behind him. It was this middle-aged man who had said those words. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build. He stood in front of Dong Lin like an iron tower, majestic and domineering. Whoosh! When the middle-aged man appeared, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. At the same time, an old man in plain clothes appeared beside Dong Lin. He stood silently behind the middle-aged man like a servant. It's Vice Hall Master Dong. It's said that Elder Yang is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's on par with Vice Hall Master Dong. I also heard my master mention this Elder Yang. He said that this Elder Yang's strength is not below his. Your teacher is Vice Hall Master Jiang? Yes. When the middle-aged man and the old man behind him appeared one after another, the crowd couldn't help but whisper to each other. As they spoke, their identities were exposed. Dong Yuanjin? When Duan Ling Tian heard the crowd's whispers, he looked at the middle-aged man coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as though it could tear anything apart. All this while, he had always followed the principle of not offending others if they didn't offend him. Putting everything else aside, he had a clear conscience about what he had done to Dong Yuanjin's son, Dong Lin. However, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him just to stand up for Dong Lin. How could Dong Lin tolerate this? Duan Ling Tian, you're the boldest true disciple I've ever seen in the history of Zoroastrianism. Although this was Dong Yuanjin's first time meeting Duan Ling Tian, it did not affect his hostility toward Duan Lingtian. You're just a true disciple. Not only did you trespass in the enforcement hall, but you even trespassed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area. After trespassing in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, you even dared to shout at me, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, to come out. Dong Yuanjin emphasized the word scram as he spoke. Although Dong Yuanjin had a calm expression on his face, the crowd could clearly sense the murderous intent that was emanating from his body. It was a murderous intent that was born from extreme anger. They knew that the vice hall master of the enforcement hall was truly enraged. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I don't think there's ever been a true disciple as bold as Duan Lingtian. Not only has there never been a true disciple like him in the history of Zoroastrianism, but I don't think there's a true disciple like him in the history of the other two great sects either. I really don't know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. Not only did he trespass in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even dared to shout at Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Doesn't he know that his crimes are enough for the enforcement hall to punish him for multiple crimes? Even if Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by the sect leader, with all the crimes he has committed, even if he doesn't die this time, I'm afraid he'll lose a layer of skin. I really don't know what he's thinking. The crowd exclaimed at Duan Lingtian's boldness. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. You flatter me. Hearing Dong Yuanjin's sarcastic words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. His response immediately infuriated Dong Yuanjin, and his eyes revealed a ghastly killing intent as if he was about to devour Dong Yuanjin. You flatter him? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian can't tell Vice Hall Master Dong is mocking him? I think he's doing it on purpose. Duan Lingtian's reply caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so stubborn at this time. Doesn't he know that he's in big trouble? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Dong Yuanjin was so angry that he started laughing. He laughed for a while before he finally stopped. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an even colder gaze. Duan Lingtian, believe it or not, even if the sect leader personally invited you back, I can still send you to the enforcement hall's punishment hall today. You'll suffer all kinds of torture and suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Dong Yuanjin's voice became extremely cold. When the surrounding crowd heard his words, they felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. From this, they could sense Dong Yuanjin's anger. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, waiting to see how Duan Lingtian would respond to Dong Yuanjin. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly. His tone was as indifferent as before. Dong Yuanjin's face twisted in anger. Duan Lingtian continued, I remember you asked me something earlier. Now I can give you an answer. I'm sorry, but I don't need the death exemption token in front of your son, Dong Lin. I don't even need it in front of you, Dong Yuanjin. You want me, Duan Lingtian, to be afraid of your threats? I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but you, Dong Yuanjin, are not qualified to do that. Duan Lingtian's words were not only rude, but he also fell out with Dong Yuanjin. You, Dong Yuanjin, are not qualified to do that. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. The crowd was obviously stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. The onlookers were not the only ones who were stunned. Even the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, his son, Dong Lin, and the old man behind him were completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. They could not believe that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. After a while, many of the onlookers regained their senses and spoke in unison. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Duan Lingtian, you're courting death. Dong Lin shouted coldly after he regained his senses. His eyes were fierce. Although Dong Yuanjin did not say anything, his eyes turned cold in an instant, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. It was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water into ice. just as the atmosphere became so tense that it could explode at any time. "Those who humiliate my master, die." As the old man shouted angrily, the old man behind Dong Yuanjin disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 A thunderous voice rang in the air as the old man attacked Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. He did not hold back at all when he attacked Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he attacked Duan Lingtian as soon as he attacked Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to be afraid of Duan Lingtian because the leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited him back. "I'm sorry. If that's all you have, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me." Duan Lingtian's calm voice rang out again. Even in the face of the old man's storm-like attacks, his body was still as immovable as a mountain. When the crowd heard Duan Lingtian's calm words, before they could react, they saw Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before he vanished into thin air before their eyes. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's fist disappeared before their eyes, a thunderous sound rang in their ears. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Duan Lingtian's old man. Elder Yang, the old servant next to Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was not much weaker than Dong Yuanjin. Chapter 2182. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who charged toward Duan Lingtian with lightning speed suddenly exploded into a mist of blood before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian. Bang! At the same time, a thunderous explosion rang in their ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light after all. For this reason, they saw the old man being killed before they heard the explosion. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of rapid inhalation of cold air rang out in a timely manner. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of shock and disbelief in the depths of their eyes. They knew very well who the old man was. He was the old servant of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was killed by Duan Lingtian with just a punch. What did this mean? This meant that a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. No, 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 impossible, impossible. A trembling voice that was filled with shock and disbelief resonated in the air. It was none other than Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall who was stunned for a moment when he saw Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just one punch. When he came back to his senses, he even felt that he was dreaming. He hurriedly reached out and pinched his thigh, then raised his hand and slapped himself in the face with a pa sound. Whether it was the pain in his leg or the pain in his face, they were clearly and mercilessly telling him the truth. He was not dreaming. Everything he saw just now was real. Duan Lingtian had indeed killed Elder Yang, who was not much weaker than his father, with just a punch. Dong Lin's voice was trembling when he spoke. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, no longer had a cold expression on his face. It was replaced with an expression of shock and disbelief. The scene from just now constantly assaulted his eyeballs, his heart, and his soul. This was his first time feeling so shocked. He killed Elder Yang with just a punch. I'm afraid even a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to do that. Dong Yuanjin's body began to tremble when he thought of this. At the same time, fear began to rise in his heart. Once it rose, it could no longer be suppressed. Moreover, it rapidly spread, and in the end, it even affected his soul, causing his soul to tremble. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, apart from the shock and disbelief in his eyes, there was also a hint of dread and fear in them. The strength Duan Lingtian revealed caused him to be terrified, and it was even to the extent that he did not have the slightest intention to go against Duan Lingtian. He was too strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong. Once upon a time, in his eyes, the Duan Lingtian was just a lowly existence that could be trampled upon by him. He didn't even need to personally make a move to toy with the Duan Lingtian and even kill the Duan Lingtian. But today, after a few years, the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed made him realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from enough. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian of a few years ago. Duan Lingtian now had the strength to easily crush Dong Yuanjin. No matter how unwilling he was to accept this reality, he had no choice but to accept it. Because this was reality, a reality that could not be changed. A trace of regret spread in his heart. Of course, it was not that he regretted offending the Duan Lingtian, but that he regretted not killing the Duan Lingtian himself earlier. In his opinion, this was not the case. If he had personally killed the Duan Lingtian a few years ago, it would have been impossible for the Duan Lingtian to leave the Zoroastrianism alive. How terrifying! How terrifying! Yes, how terrifying! He killed a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just one punch. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be so strong, right? In the Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall would be able to kill Elder Yang with just one punch, right? Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall? Although it's still hard to believe, it seems to be the truth. The onlookers could not help but sigh when they regained their senses. Their voices were filled with shock. Just now, the sudden change in the situation before their eyes had left them a little dazed. Initially, they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was beyond their imagination. He killed the old servant by Dong Yuanjin's side with just a punch. Moreover, the old servant was not an ordinary servant. He was a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to, he could become a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, Dong Yuanjin was not weak at all. The old servant next to Dong Yuanjin was not much weaker than him. Since Duan Lingtian could kill the old servant with just one punch, it meant he could kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch as well. Naturally, even if he could not kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch, what about 2 punches? 3 punches? Why are there so many people here? Just as the atmosphere of the scene had once again become strangely silent, a cry of surprise was heard. It was somewhat late, but it still broke the silent atmosphere of the scene. Accompanying him was a swift figure. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the group of people. Vice Hall Master Jiang. Everyone present on the scene recognized the person. He was none other than the other Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin. Vice Hall Master Jiang? When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers in the crowd, he shifted his gaze from the Dong father and son to the person who had just arrived. He asked coldly, "Are you Jiang Qin, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall?" Jiang Qin was the person who had sent his wife and daughter to the Enforcement Hall. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the Enforcement Hall, he had only heard of Jiang Qin, but he had never seen him before. However, he knew Jiang Qin. Among the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall, only one of them had the surname Jiang. Jiang Qin regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's cold voice. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, he noticed that Duan Lingtian looked slightly familiar. When he recalled the news he had just heard, a thought flashed through his mind. The person in the portrait matched perfectly with the person in front of him. Duan Lingtian? Jiang Qin could not help but gasp when he recalled who the person in front of him was. He had just returned from outside, and he had heard about how Duan Lingtian had defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm. He was deeply shocked by this. Although he had never met Duan Lingtian, he had heard of Duan Lingtian more than once. Now, after a few years, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism had become so powerful. Even he couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Could it be that the news from the city of Sin is also true? Did the Golden Lion King, Siakong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, really die in the hands of Duan Lingtian? When he learned that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, this thought had crossed his mind more than once. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Now he only needed to confirm it. Duan Lingtian, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, Jiang Qin noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned cold. Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and emitted a cold aura. His saint origin gathered in his right hand in the blink of an eye. This cold aura was directed at Jiang Qin. Almost as soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the saint origin in his body surged as he prepared himself. Duan Lingtian's right hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the sun saint origin in Duan Lingtian's right hand surged and transformed into a palm print that was as huge as a mountain before it slammed down on Jiang Qin. Wherever the palm print passed, the saint origin that had just risen in Jiang Qin's body was shattered. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Jiang Qin was slammed down by Duan Lingtian's palm. He landed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, causing the entire place to shake violently. When the gigantic palm print that was completely formed by Sun Saint Origin dissipated, everyone present saw Jiang Qin being slammed into the ground by Duan Lingtian. His entire body was embedded in the ground. It was a comical and pathetic sight. The scene that the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum had experienced earlier was also repeated on Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. However, when everyone saw this scene, they were speechless. They only felt a chill run down their spines. This was especially true for Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His eyes were wide open. As a vice hall master of the enforcement hall, he knew Jiang Qin's strength very well. Although Jiang Qin was not as strong as him, he was on par with Old Yang, the old servant next to him. If Duan Lingtian was able to kill Old Yang with a single punch because of luck, Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to think so now. Barf! Jiang Qin, who had climbed up from the human-shaped crater, spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He no longer looked as spirited as before. His face was covered in dirt and he looked wretched. Duan Lingtian. Then he raised his head and glared at Duan Lingtian in the air. He growled, "What are you doing? This is the first time I, Jiang Qin, have seen you. Why did you hurt me?" At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was at a loss, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 2183. Why did I hurt you? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently before he said unhurriedly, "It's nothing. I just don't like you." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Originally, when the group of people present on the scene saw Duan Lingtian had only spoken a few words to Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, before making a move on Jiang Qin, they thought Jiang Qin had offended Duan Lingtian in the past. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would attack Jiang Qin for such a reason. He attacked Vice Hall Master Jiang because he doesn't like him? Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too domineering? Even if he's domineering, he has the strength to back it up. I can see that with Duan Lingtian's current strength. I'm afraid Lord Hall Master is the only one in the enforcement hall who's capable of defeating him. Naturally, it's only a possibility. That's right. Up until now, the strength he has displayed is too terrifying. He killed a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a punch and suppressed another powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a flip of his palm. If there's anyone who's capable of this, I think it's Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Sect Leader of the Zoroastrianism, and the 3 Lords Guardians. Me too. The crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other side, originally, Jiang Qin was still wondering if he had unintentionally offended Duan Lingtian, and that was why Duan Lingtian attacked him without saying a word. If that was the case, he would accept it even if he was injured by Duan Lingtian. After all, he was the one who had offended Duan Lingtian first. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before his body trembled violently. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of dazzling blood. You. Jiang Qin was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Tian and muttered to himself for a long time, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. What could he say? What should he say? Jiang Qin was completely confused. As for taking revenge, he did not have the guts to do so. What a joke! Retaliate? He would be asking for it. He had not killed Duan Tian. He had only heard that Duan Tian had defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum easily. Duan Tian's strength. Duan Tian's attack earlier had made him realize how terrifying Duan Tian's strength was. I'm afraid even Lord Hall Master might not be as strong as him. Moreover, although he injured me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is against the rules to a certain extent. He can ignore the rules with his current strength. Perhaps, even if he kills me today, nothing will happen to him. After all, not only is he a powerhouse whose strength is not inferior to our Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master, he's also a martial arts genius who's not even 50 years old. Such a person means a lot to Zoroastrianism. Even if he kills all the Deputy Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Hierarch and the Guardians might not blame him. As for the others, they don't have the right to blame him. Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Qin's mind in an instant. At this moment, the anger in his heart had completely vanished. This was because he knew that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. He could not do anything to Duan Tian. What? Deputy Hall Master Jiang, do you still have a problem with me? Duan Tian looked at Jiang Qin and asked calmly. Although his tone was calm, it was no different from a bolt from the blue in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he immediately regained his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, No. At this point, did he still dare to have an opinion? If he did, what if Duan Tian killed him in a fit of rage? A bad life is better than a good death. This was Jiang Qin's most direct thought. After his voice fell, Jiang Qin also found that the surrounding group of people looked at him with a somewhat strange gaze. For a moment, he felt extremely humiliated. However, he could only endure it silently. At this moment, Jiang Qin would never have dreamed that Duan Tian would be so ruthless. He did not think that Duan Tian was targeting him because he sent Duan Tian's wife and daughter to the Law Enforcement Hall, causing them to be separated. If he had not acted according to the rules of Zoroastrianism and had no intention of targeting Kerr and her daughter, he would not have survived. That's good. Duan Tian looked at Jiang Qin deeply before he turned his gaze back to Dong Yuanjin. He said calmly, Deputy Hall Master Dong, now is the time to settle the matter between you and me. Duan Tian went straight to the point. Suddenly, the group of people's eyes turned to Dong Yuanjin. From the roar that Duan Tian let out when he first arrived, they could tell that he was here for the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Duan Tian, don't be too arrogant. Before Dong Yuanjin could say anything, his son, Dong Lin, had already jumped out and growled, Don't worry. Although I don't know how you managed to become so powerful in just a few years, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the fire worship sect with just this little bit of strength? Let alone Zoroastrianism. Even the Law Enforcement Hall isn't afraid of you. When Lord Lingying, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, arrives, you'll be in big trouble. When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he brought up Lingying, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, in an attempt to intimidate Duan Tian. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lingying? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Dong Lin's words. A glint flashed in his eyes. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall, he had heard about Lingying, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. He knew Lingying was one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Lingying's cultivation base could break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at any time. That's right. Lord Lingying is a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Dong Lin saw Duan Tian narrowing his eyes, he thought Duan Tian was afraid. He calmed down immediately and said proudly, You're right. So what? At this moment, Duan Tian opened his eyes as a sneer appeared on his face. Put aside the fact that Lingying, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, isn't here. Even if he's here, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to fear. Even if he's here, he won't be able to change the fate of Dong Lin and his son. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You. Dong Yuanjin's eyes widened as his heart trembled. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could disregard the hall master of the law enforcement hall? Dong Yuanjin could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian again and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, I remember that although there were some conflicts between you and my son back then, you didn't escalate the conflict. As for me, I never thought of standing up for him. Could it be that you've come here today to settle old scores? Are you here to escalate the conflict? Many people were moved by Dong Yuanjin's words. Does that mean Duan Lingtian came to our law enforcement hall today because of the small conflict he had with Elder Dong Lin a few years ago? Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a small conflict. Is there a need to be so aggressive? I guess it's because he didn't have the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong a few years ago, so he chose to hide it. Now that he has the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong, it's only natural for him to show up. Humph! If Vice Hall Master Dong wanted to deal with him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? Vice Hall Master Dong must be regretting not dealing with him back then and leaving such a huge threat behind, right? After hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They secretly criticized Duan Lingtian for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. They felt that Duan Lingtian was making a mountain out of a molehill and was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. So what if someone like Duan Lingtian has a high innate talent? His strength may be very strong, but I don't agree with his conduct and character. He's gone too far. If Vice Hall Master Dong really wanted to kill him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? The crowd whispered among themselves, but they were all supporting Dong Yuanjin. This was enough to show that Dong Yuanjin's words were true. Dong Yuanjin's words had successfully changed the public's opinion. He portrayed himself as someone who did not get rid of Duan Lingtian and ended up being harmed instead. He portrayed Duan Lingtian as someone who did not know what was good for him and would repay evil with good. Duan Lingtian did not care about what others thought. Even so, he was still displeased to see the effect of Dong Yuanjin's words. Dong Yuanjin, I didn't expect you to still be struggling at this point. Duan Lingtian looked coldly at Dong Yuanjin and said mockingly, Since you're making yourself sound so pitiful, I'll give you a chance to live. If you grab hold of this chance, I won't kill you and your father today. If you don't blame me, Duan Lingtian, for being merciless. Duan Lingtian's words were loud and clear. What chance? Dong Yuanjin asked. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, his bad feeling came true. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare your life today. Chapter 2184. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare both of your lives today. Duan Lingtian's words echoed in Dong Yuanjin's mind. Swear on the lightning penalty oath? 3 years ago, when Duan Lingtian was still in the fire worship sect, he did not order his men to kill Duan Lingtian. Dong Yuanjin's face turned green when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Swear on my ass. If he swore on the lightning penalty oath, would he not be killed by the lightning penalty? It was fine for him to lie in front of a group of people who did not know what was going on. However, he had to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That was no joke. Now, Dong Yuanjin felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He had said so much in the beginning because he wanted to stand on the moral high ground and arouse others' pity. However, Duan Lingtian had returned him to his original state with just a few words. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had mercilessly destroyed the lie that he had painstakingly made up. What? You don't dare to swear? Duan Lingtian did not intend to let Dong Yuanjin off so easily. He asked mockingly, Vice Hall Master Dong, Are you feeling guilty? Naturally, Dong Yuanjin did not respond to Duan Lingtian's question. What could he say? That everything he had said earlier was a lie? That he had slandered Duan Lingtian? At the same time, Dong Yuanjin realized something. Duan Lingtian had come today to seek revenge. After all, Dong Yuanjin had tried his best to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. It was just that he did not make a move himself. Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Lingtian has requested? Many people in the crowd were confused when they saw Dong Yuanjin keeping quiet. Didn't he say the conflict between Duan Lingtian and his son, Dong Lin, was only a small conflict? Didn't he say he had never thought of standing up for his son? Why is he afraid to swear on the lightning penalty oath at such a critical moment? More and more people were puzzled. Don't tell me you can't see it? He's just spouting nonsense. His purpose is to stand on the moral high ground and make us stand on his side. He wants to use our strength to condemn Duan Lingtian. Some people came back to their senses and became much more clear-headed. They voiced their own judgments. So that's how it is. To think I thought he was telling the truth. As it turns out, he's just using us. Vice Hall Master Dong. You are truly too much to deceive us like this. As it turns out, Vice Hall Master Dong once wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. No wonder Duan Lingtian barged into the enforcement hall and asked Vice Hall Master Dong to get his ass out here. Duan Lingtian's SSS. Duan Lingtian's T after all. He tried to kill me before. Seeing how Dong Yuanjin did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that Duan Lingtian had asked him to swear on, the people present on the scene realized they had been deceived by Dong Yuanjin. They immediately changed their stance and supported Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not care if these people supported him or not. Duan Lingtian had asked Dong Yuanjin to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although he wanted Dong Yuanjin to reveal his true colors in front of everyone, he was more annoyed by Dong Yuanjin's moral high ground. He did not care about the feelings of the bystanders. Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my father swearing on the lightning penalty oath? At this moment, Dong Lin stepped forward and glared at Duan Lingtian as he said haughtily, "You're right." Dong Lin did not seem to understand the situation at all. Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when Dong Lin stepped forward. He hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. His heartbeat quickened for no reason. This was because when Duan Lingtian asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he could sense a hint of impatience in Duan Lingtian's calm voice. It was as though Duan Lingtian's patience had reached its limit. Noisy! As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian frowned and said impatiently in a low voice, "Stop it!" Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand at Dong Lin as soon as he finished speaking. With a simple wave of Duan Lingtian's hand, a vast and majestic energy swept out like a raging WIRM toward Dong Lin at an exaggerated speed. Boom! 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 Wherever the flood dragon passed, thunderous sounds of air exploding could be heard. It was deafening. In just a blink of an eye, the flood dragon was already close to Dong Lin. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Dong Lin. No! Dong Yuanjin came to his senses and let out a sorrowful cry. Then he rushed out to rescue his son. However, when he was halfway there, the WIRM dragon had already swallowed Dong Lin in one gulp. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, and a bloody mist filled the air. The flood dragon seemed to have eaten too much and exploded. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye. As for Dong Lin, he had completely disappeared. It was as though he had never existed in the first place. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air again. It did not stop for a long time. With a wave of his hand, another person was killed. When the group of people looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only fear in their eyes. Fortunately, he didn't kill me. Jiang Qin, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Lingtian killing Dong Lin without saying a word. When he recalled how Duan Lingtian had killed Dong Yuanjin's old servant, Elder Yang, he suddenly realized how lucky he was. Duan Lingtian was a god of death. Duan Lingtian. Dong Yuanjin's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. Killing intent surged out of his body as he said in a low voice, enunciating every syllable that came out of his mouth. His voice was incomparably cold, causing those who heard his voice to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, causing many of the spectators to shudder. Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Yuanjin, preparing to kill him. Swoosh, 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 accompanied by the sound of wind whistling and cranes shrieking. The people present on the scene could only feel a gust of swift wind coming from the depths of the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. It blew so hard that their robes fluttered. At the same time, a vast and majestic aura began to spread out. Most of the people present on the scene were familiar with this majestic aura. It's Lord Hall Master. Many people's eyes lit up. Lord Hall Master has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from being the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin was also at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he could sense the change in Lang Ying's aura from the majestic aura. Compared to before, Lang Ying's aura had also risen by a level. Lang Ying was a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural that his aura had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Jiang Qin could confirm this, Dong Yuanjin, who was also the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall and stronger than Jiang Qin, naturally could sense this as well. Lord Hall Master. In an instant, Dong Yuanjin calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. With my strength, it's impossible for me to defeat Duan Lingtian. I can only rely on Lord Hall Master if I want to seek revenge. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. When Dong Yuanjin sensed Lang Ying's cultivation base had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt as though he was grasping at straws. Lord Hall Master. Not only did Duan Lingtian trespass into the enforcement hall, but he even trespassed into the enforcement hall's forbidden area and killed an elder of the enforcement hall. Lord Hall Master, please uphold justice for the enforcement hall. Dong Yuanjin's shout also contained a rich amount of Saint Qi and spread far and wide. His voice not only spread through the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but it also spread through the entire enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian trespassed into the enforcement hall? Not only did he trespass into the enforcement hall, but he even trespassed into the enforcement hall's forbidden area? He even killed an elder of the enforcement hall? Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too bold? This voice sounds familiar. It sounds like Vice Hall Master Dong's voice. A commotion broke out in the enforcement hall. Although many of them wanted to go to the enforcement hall's forbidden area to join in the fun, they stopped when they thought about the strict rules in the enforcement hall. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian thinks the enforcement hall is the White Tiger Sanctum? Don't tell me he thinks our Lord Hall Master is as weak as the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? That's possible. Humph! Lord Hall Master is not someone the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can compare to. If Lord Hall Master makes a move, he'll be able to defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum as well. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the enforcement hall. Based on the words of the enforcement hall's elders and disciples, it was obvious they were confident in their hall master. In the enforcement hall's forbidden area. Do you think your hall master Lang Ying will be able to save your life? Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Yuanjin with a mocking smile on his face. If that's the case, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you now. When Hall Master Lang Ying arrives, I'll kill you in front of him. He wanted Dong Yuanjin to know what despair was. Dong Yuanjin felt uneasy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How arrogant! As soon as Dong Yuanjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, a furious voice rang in the air from the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. Chapter 2185. How arrogant! At the same time, another figure appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Although the figure was quite a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still tell it was an old man. In just a blink of an eye, the old man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The old man looked very unkempt. His clothes were untidy, and he looked like an old beggar. However, when the old man who looked like an old beggar appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene was filled with respect. "Lord Hall Master!" Many Dao venerables cried out in unison. They clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the unkempt old man. The old man was none other than the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying. "Congratulations, Lord Hall Master. You've successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the heaven-defying form. From now on, you'll live as long as heaven and earth." Jiang Qin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, took the initiative to congratulate Lang Ying. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice when he congratulated Lang Ying. There was finally a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Enforcement Hall. "Congratulations, Lord Hall Master." Dong Yuanjin, who was also a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and another Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who had come early in the morning to watch the show, also congratulated Lang Ying after Jiang Qin spoke first. Since Jiang Qin had discovered that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form, it was only natural that the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall had discovered it as well. The few Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall congratulated Lang Ying for breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. An uproar broke out among the people present on the scene. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the heaven-defying form. "Lord Hall Master has broken through?" Since the Vice Hall Masters have congratulated the Hall Master, this matter should be true. Lord Hall Master's breakthrough means there's a 5th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Zoroastrianism. The Enforcement Hall finally has a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. After whispering to each other for a while, the people present all congratulated the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying, for making a breakthrough in his cultivation. The gazes with which the group looked at Lang Ying became even more respectful. A powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the heaven-defying form, would not only possess extraordinary strength, but they would also have an endless lifespan. They would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Facing everyone's congratulations, Icehawk nodded and smiled in response. "Jiang Qin, why are you in such a sorry state?" Lang Ying asked with a frown when he saw Jiang Qin was in a wretched state. He was even more disheveled than him. Before Jiang Qin could reply, Dong Yuanjin had already said to Lang Ying, "Lord Hall Master, Vice Hall Master Jiang was injured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, my son, Dong Lin, an elder of the Enforcement Hall, was also killed by Duan Lingtian. He died without a complete corpse." Dong Yuanjin's tone was filled with endless anger as he spoke. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, as if they were filled with blood. Dong Lin was his only son. Dong Yuanjin had put in a lot of effort into Dong Lin. However, all his efforts were in vain because Dong Lin was killed by Duan Lingtian. To be able to injure Vice Hall Master Jiang to such a state, it seems like Duan Lingtian must have had a fortuitous encounter in recent years. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to become so strong in such a short time. Lang Ying thought to himself when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. "You're the true disciple, Duan Lingtian?" When Lang Ying's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, the smile on his face had disappeared. It was replaced by a cold expression as though he was unapproachable. "You're the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying?" Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lang Ying's question. Instead, he mimicked Lang Ying's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Ying's expression darkened. "How dare you?" Dong Yuanjin, who was standing nearby, was the first to step forward. He glared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted, "Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Enforcement Hall just because you're stronger than Vice Hall Master Jiang?" A true disciple like you has no right to be so presumptuous in front of the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lord Lang Ying. When Dong Yuanjin saw Lang Ying, the uneasiness that rose in his heart because of Duan Lingtian disappeared. In his opinion, Lang Ying was not weak at all. With the current strength of the hall master of the enforcement hall, he could easily crush Duan Lingtian. Even though Dong Yuanjin was shouting hysterically, he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. No matter how loudly he shouted, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? Lang Ying's expression darkened when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. He said coldly to Duan Lingtian, according to the sect's rules, killing a fellow disciple is punishable by death. Duan Lingtian, since you've entered the enforcement hall today, don't even think about leaving alive. Lang Ying's words left no room for doubt. Based on his words, it was as though he intended to kill Duan Lingtian. Lord Hall Master. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master of the enforcement hall looked at Lang Ying and reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by Lord Sect Leader 3 days ago. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to execute him before we obtain Lord Sect Leader's permission. Lord Sect Leader personally issued a declaration 3 days ago? What declaration? Lang Ying was unaware of this since he had been in closed-door cultivation recently. However, after the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall explained through voice transmission, Lang Ying finally understood what had happened. He suddenly realized something. Indeed, it would not be appropriate for them to execute Duan Lingtian before they obtained Lord Sect Leader's permission from Zoroastrianism. Lord Sect Leader must have issued such a declaration because he wants to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession when the Devil clans invade the Upper Province. If I execute Duan Lingtian, the Devil Seal Tablet that Duan Lingtian hid outside might be sealed. That would ruin Lord Sect Leader's plan. Lang Ying made up his mind when he thought of this. He could punish Duan Lingtian, but he could not execute Duan Lingtian. Hall Master Lang Ying, we'll have to see if you're capable of keeping me here, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face when he heard Lang Ying's words. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, seriously. Lang Ying was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage now. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and said coldly, Dong Yuanjin, I've already told you. Dong Yuanjin, I told you just now that I'll kill you in front of Hall Master Lang Ying, whom you see as your savior. Before that happens, I'll show you what despair is. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder and colder when he reached the end of his sentence. Lord Hall Master, Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. First, he killed an elder of the Enforcement Hall, and now he wants to kill me, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Lang Ying and complain. Meanwhile, Lang Ying was also infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. He was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Arrogant, arrogant, Lang Ying muttered to himself. Then, he glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, since Lord Sect Leader personally invited you back, I'll spare your life today. However, you won't be able to escape punishment even if you don't die. Today, you'll be punished by the Enforcement Hall. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As soon as Lang Ying spoke, Duan Lingtian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Swoosh! As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's sword that had appeared in his hand at some point left his hand. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. The fleeting sword light swept across the sky like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Crack! Stop! A voice that sounded like something was being cut off rang in the air almost at the same time. The voice entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. When everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, they saw Dong Yuanjin's arm had been cut off. One of Dong Yuanjin's arms had bing severed by Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. Blood was still spurting out of his severed arm. Duan Ling Tian's sword was so fast that Lang Ying only managed to react when Dong Yuanjin's arm was cut off. Needless to say, the others were stunned as well. As for Dong Yuanjin, he was so stunned that he forgot about the pain in his arm. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and yet Duan Ling Tian had cut off Dong Yuanjin's arm? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, Lang Ying seemed to be slow to react. Duan Ling Tian's strength? Could it be that he's comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Chapter 2186. From the beginning, Dong Yuanjin's understanding of Duan Ling Tian's strength was only at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was on par with the hall master of the enforcement hall. When he discovered that the hall master of the enforcement hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he instinctively thought the hall master of the enforcement hall could easily suppress Duan Ling Tian. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been wrong from the beginning. Duan Ling Tian's strength was not just at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Ling Tian's strength was only at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he sever Duan Ling Tian's arm under the watchful eyes of the enforcement hall's hall master? Even the hall master of the law enforcement hall did not have time to react. Hall master! In the blink of an eye, Dong Yuanjin only had time to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. He didn't even dare to reach out to catch his falling arm as he immediately flew away. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he stood behind the hall master of the enforcement hall, Icy Eagle. To him, the hall leader of the law enforcement hall, Lang Ying, was his last hope. If Hall Master Lang Ying couldn't protect him, then he would definitely die today. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lang Ying, suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with extreme anger. Immediately afterwards, a vast amount of Saint Qi burst out from Lang Ying's body like a bolt of lightning, exuding a terrifying aura that set off a storm, causing the robes of everyone present to flap wildly. Some of the weaker cultivators were blown away by the gusts of wind and retreated far away. This is the strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? When the people who had retreated looked at the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lang Ying, again, other than shock, there was only respect in their eyes. The hall master is angry. At the same time, they could clearly sense the change in Lang Ying's emotions. Lang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian with an increasingly cold gaze. Duan Ling Tian had actually dared to chop off the arm of one of his deputy hall masters right under his nose. This had completely infuriated him. Even though Duan Ling Tian's sword was very strong, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of it. If it was before today, facing Duan Ling Tian who could display that sword move, he might not dare to act rashly out of fear. Today, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the various divine abilities that he had mastered, he was confident that he was stronger than Hong Yun, one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. He was confident he could easily deal with ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for why he didn't react in time just now, it was because he was caught off guard. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to attack without any warning. By the time he regained his senses and wanted to save Dong Yuanjin, it was already too late. Whoosh! With a shout, Lang Ying moved as well. Boom! As soon as he moved, it was as if he was breaking the earth, causing an earth-shattering bang to resound from the void, causing those who heard the sound to feel deafened. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to flow out of their ears. On the other side, when Lang Ying made his move, his figure flew out with the help of his movement divine ability. He also cast his assist-type divine ability immediately, allowing his saint origin to further improve in a short time. In the end, His saint origin was not far from the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the saint celestial stage. Apart from that, a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in his hand. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The long spear shook and the body of the spear immediately began to tremble violently. The frequency was so fast that it caused waves of buzzing sounds to be emitted in the air. A destructive aura spread in the air. 1,000 inscriptions, saint weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was certain the 7-foot-long spear in Lang Ying's hand was 1,000 inscriptions, saint weapon. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you managed to become as strong as a powerhouse at the 7th form of the saint celestial stage in just a few years, if you think you can do as you please in the enforcement hall with just that little bit of strength, you're gravely mistaken. Lang Ying's cold words entered the ears of the people in the surroundings. Many of them felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base felt as though winter had arrived. Lang Ying's words were accompanied by his swift movements and the 1,000 inscriptions saint spear in his hand that looked like a swimming dragon. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint spear shot out like a furious dragon with its mouth wide open as it pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Lingtian. The furious dragon swept across the sky, shattering the earth and shocking the heavens. It was as if the heavens and earth had lost their color at this moment. No wonder he's so confident. The hall master of the enforcement hall is definitely stronger than Guardian Hong Yun. The reason for this is because the various divine abilities that he has mastered are much stronger than the various divine abilities that Guardian Hong Yun has mastered. He might not be a match for Guardian Hong Yun before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, now that he has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm sure Guardian Hong Yun won't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian finally realized where Lang Ying's confidence came from when he saw Lang Ying making his move. He compared Hong Yun, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had defeated, to Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall. He discovered Lang Ying was much stronger than Hong Yun. At the very least, the current frigid eagle was slightly stronger than Protector Hong Yun. No wonder he dares to make a move on me even though he has just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after I displayed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and severed one of Dong Yuanjin's arms. As it turns out, his confidence comes from the various divine abilities he has mastered. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage depended on the various divine abilities he had mastered. If one had powerful divine abilities and powerful martial tactics, one would be able to unleash greater strength. If one were to compare the various divine abilities to a foundation, Lang Ying's foundation was shockingly solid. No wonder he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, is indeed extraordinary. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As Lang Ying charged forward, the 1,000 inscriptions saint's spear in his hand began to spin like the impact drill on earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Moreover, it was spinning faster and faster. Wherever it passed, the void would emit a piercing buzzing sound. Lang Ying was like a god of spears as he charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed one thought after another. Lang Ying's offensive martial tactic is not far from the peak of ordinary martial tactics in the mundane realms. Coupled with his offensive divine ability, I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take his attack head-on. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed further into slits. A sharp light flashed between his eyes like a swimming dragon, as if it would never know fatigue. The hall master is getting serious. At the same time, the expressions of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, including Jiang Qin, turned solemn. They could see their hall master was going all out. In the past, they would have been told. To think that their hall master of the enforcement hall would go all out against a personal disciple. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen. But now the truth was right before their eyes. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it. Lord Hallmaster Dong Yuanjin, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, who was standing behind Lang Ying, looked at the scene before him with a hopeful expression. He prayed that his hall master would be able to defeat and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Lang Ying won this battle. However, if Duan Lingtian won, he would be doomed eternally. I hate this. Why didn't I kill him myself back then? At this moment, Dong Yuanjin's heart was filled with regret. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was merely an ant in his eyes. At that time, he even felt that killing Duan Lingtian was an insult to his hands. However, the person who was like an ant in his eyes now possessed a strength that could completely suppress him. If the heavens gave him another chance to go back to a few years ago, he would definitely not hesitate to pay any price to personally kill Duan Lingtian so as to avoid future troubles. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall. He hoped that Lang Ying would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Hall Master Lang Ying, your attack is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded abruptly and clearly entered into everyone's ears. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am not one of those who would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian blurted out these two sentences in a split second. Chapter 2187. Heaven Flying Immortal. As soon as Duan Lingtian's son's Saint Origin that had been raised to its limit by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, surged into the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, his figure flashed again as he cast the sword offensive divine ability he had not mastered for a long time. One had to know that Duan Lingtian had never used this ability even when he was fighting one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Hong Yun. From this, it can be seen that the pressure that the hall master of the enforcement hall, Icy Eagle, gave him was far greater than the pressure that Hong Yun gave him. Otherwise, there was no need for him to cast this divine ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was holding the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword, created several clones that looked exactly like him. In just a blink of an eye, the few Duan Lingtian that appeared out of thin air stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian's doppelgangers appeared, they didn't split up and stayed together. Judging from their postures, they had no intention of splitting up. Imperial Sword Technique. The moment the doppelgangers appeared, Duan Lingtian used the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, to control the sword with the heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body and his clones shot out toward the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Spear in Lang Ying's hand that was charging toward him like a raging dragon. When the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Swords flew out, they lined up neatly in a straight line. They looked like a few well-arranged soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the first 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Spear collided. Chi, chi, chi. In the beginning, when the two forces collided, it did not cause too much of a commotion. It only emitted a series of rapid friction sounds as the first wave of almost silent confrontation was carried out. The next moment, all of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from nowhere. It was deafening, causing the hearts of everyone present to involuntarily pause. Boom! 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 After that earth-shattering explosion, a series of earth-shattering explosions followed, and they didn't stop for a long time. It was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword and Lang Ying's 1,000 inscriptions Saint Spear clashing fiercely. Two majestic forces collided and exploded, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Even space seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Waves of rolling airwaves swept out. Gusts of wild wind also began to wreak havoc in all directions. In the end, It was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 inscriptions, Saint's Sword, that was defeated by Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions, Saint's Spear. After being defeated, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword shattered and disappeared without a trace. It was only a clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type divine ability. Once it was cast, not only would Duan Ling Tian create a clone, but even the sword in his hand would create a clone as well. Naturally, the clone's power was not as strong as the sword's main body. When Duan Lingtian's first clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword exhausted a portion of the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear, whoosh, whoosh, another 2 sword cries reverberated in the air. The other 2 clones of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword charged out as well, exhausting the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear. There's no need to use the 4th clone of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword anymore. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword at the back of the neat formation suddenly sped up and overtook the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword in front of it as it charged toward Eagle. This 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword was its main body. Whoosh! As soon as the main body of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword appeared, the sword cries only lasted for a brief moment. The moment the sword ray touched the raging energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear, Eagle's expression changed drastically as he panicked. How can it be so strong? This was because Eagle was shocked to discover that the sword ray was stronger than before. Compared to the previous 2 streaks of sword light, the sword light that was rushing over was not just a little bit stronger. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, Lung Ying discovered that the flash of sword light had destroyed the vast power contained in his 1,000 inscription Saint's Spear like it was breaking a twig. His saint origin gushed out of his body and poured into the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear in his hand. Even so, it did not have much of an effect. Duan Ling Tian had completely gained the upper hand in his attack. He took advantage of the situation and destroyed Eagle's counterattack. Boom! 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 Another deafening explosion reverberated in the air. The void seemed to tremble violently as though it would collapse at any time. Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword seemed to contain invincible energy as it destroyed the energy in Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear. With a clang, the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear was sent flying. The moment the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear left Lung Ying's hand, the web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand cracked open, revealing a hideous crack. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Barf! Eagle's body trembled violently as his face turned pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear was sent flying, the energy that entered his body from the spear had injured his internal organs, causing him to suffer severe internal injuries. Golden crow's wings. As soon as Lung Ying spat out blood, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from Duan Ling Tian's back. Duan Ling Tian activated the wings and flew toward Lung Ying at a ridiculous speed. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lung Ying. Bang! As Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain landed on Eagle's chest, sending him flying before he could even catch his breath. Eagle instantly flew out in a wretched manner like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Along the way, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood that was so red that it was almost black. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and retrieved the 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Sword that flew away after sending Eagle's 1,000 inscriptions Saint's Spear flying. Then, he put it away in his spatial ring. In the next moment, he calmly hovered in the air as he looked at Lung Ying, who had just barely managed to regain his footing after flying a distance away. Hall Master Lung Ying, do you still want to stop me from killing Dong Yuanjin? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice without waiting for Lung Ying's response. He said in a deep voice, "Let me make this clear. If you make a move again, I won't show you any mercy." Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard his words, causing their hearts to tremble. How terrifying! How could Duan Ling Tian's strength be so strong? Even our hall master who has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage isn't a match for him. What fortuitous encounter did he have during these few years? Don't tell me the rumor about him killing the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? He killed the Golden Lion King with 3 strikes. It seems like he only used 3 strikes to defeat Lord Hall Master. Everyone regained their senses one after another. When they looked at Duan Tian again, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Those who were whispering among themselves were even more cautious. It was as though they were afraid of angering Duan Tian if they were too loud. How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Tian defeating the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lung Ying, with his own eyes. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Tian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Tian to be so strong. Even Hall Master Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was no match for Duan Tian after he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Tian. At the same time, Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, whose face was as pale as a sheet, finally managed to catch his breath. When he heard Duan Tian's words, he looked at Duan Tian and said in a deep voice, I admit I'm not as strong as you. However, do you think you can do whatever you want in Zoroastrianism with your strength? There are rules in Zoroastrianism. Aren't you afraid Lord Sect Leader will punish you for doing this? Lung Ying mentioned the sect leader of Zoroastrianism who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Trying to escape? As soon as Lung Ying finished speaking, Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, tried to flee. Duan Tian did not even have time to respond to Lung Ying. Duan Tian immediately flapped his golden crow's wings that he did not have time to retract. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he blocked Dong Yuanjin's path of escape. Dong Yuanjin was so shocked that he came to a halt. His expression changed drastically when Duan Tian said indifferently, Didn't you see the hall master of the enforcement hall as your savior? What do you think now? Moreover, I've said that I'll kill Dong Yuanjin in front of hall master Lang Ying. Before Duan Tian could finish his sentence, Dong Yuanjin had already fallen to his knees in the air. His body was trembling as he cried out, Duan Tian, please spare me. Please spare me. You've already killed my unfilial son. There's no enmity between us. Let's just forget about it. What do you think? I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, lowered his head in despair when he was faced with the threat of death. He even knelt in front of Duan Tian, whom he had previously regarded as an ant, and begged for mercy. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to survive. Shame. He's a disgrace to the enforcement hall. Chapter 2188. There's no enmity between us? Duan Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. You ordered someone to kill me, and you're saying there's no enmity between us? Or perhaps you think it's because of your son, Dong Lin, so there's no enmity between us? Yes. Dong Yuanjin hurriedly nodded in response. Dong Yuanjin, if you had the courage to die standing, I might have respected you. But now, Duan Tian said indifferently. Before he could finish speaking, he made his move again. Whoosh! As Duan Tian raised his hand, the vast Sun Saint origin in his body surged into his hand. As he raised his hand, it transformed into a palm seal that shot toward Dong Yuanjin. No! By the time Dong Yuanjin regained his senses, Duan Tian's palm seal was already inches away from him. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm seal landed on his body. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Duan Tian killed Dong Yuanjin with just a palm strike. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Although everyone present was mentally prepared for this scene, They were still shocked when they saw it. They could not help but tremble in fear when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with just a flip of his palm. Dong Yuanjin was the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His status was comparable to a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. His son, Dong Lin, could not compare to him at all. However, Duan Lingtian had killed someone like that just like that. Duan Lingtian, I'll personally look for Lord Sect Leader and ask him to seek justice for the enforcement hall. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had killed Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. As you wish. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Frigid Eagle's words, he shrugged nonchalantly, as though he wasn't afraid that Frigid Eagle would complain to the leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, he wasn't afraid at all. Humph! Lang Ying snorted coldly when he saw this. He took to the air and flew towards the Saint Island, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Behind the clouds was the cultivation ground of the leader of Zoroastrianism, Jiang Qin. After Lang Ying left, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again landed on Jiang Qin. He called out Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Qin was so scared that his body trembled. His face turned pale in an instant. His first thought was that the malefic star didn't like him and wanted to attack him. He could only pray in his heart. He hoped that this fiend would go easy on him. He was already prepared to be tortured. However, in the next moment he realized he was wrong. The malefic star didn't dislike him and wanted to torture him. I want to see Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Jiang Qin. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Gan Ruyen? Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He instinctively asked, You know Gan Ruyen? She's my friend. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Jiang Qin deeply. Jiang Qin was stunned. He felt as though he was struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian was friends with Gan Ruyen? He vaguely realized something was amiss. The reason Duan Lingtian taught him a lesson earlier was most likely not because he didn't like him. It was because of his actions that caused Gan Ruyen to be imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Jiang Qin was the one who dealt with the matter impartially. However, it was understandable that Duan Lingtian stood up for his friend. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw Jiang Qin was stunned and did not say anything for a long time. Duan Lingtian's voice instantly woke Jiang Qin up. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, Gan Ruyan's matter is a little complicated. However, she was taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader not long ago. Taken away by the sect leader? Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, What happened? After witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with his own eyes, Jiang Qin knew it would only take a few minutes for Duan Lingtian to kill him. For this reason, he did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's question and hastily replied, I heard the saint girl ask the sect leader to take her away. As for the other details, I don't know. Saint girl? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Which saint girl? He thought Jiang Qin was referring to his wife, Kerr. However, when he thought about it, he felt that was not right. After all, Kerr was also in the law enforcement hall. Moreover, based on Jiang Qin's words, Gan Ruyan's departure was requested by the saint girl. Although Jiang Qin's wife, Kerr, was once the saint of Zoroastrianism, she was now a sinner. It was impossible for her to request anything from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even if she did, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not pay any attention to her. Jiang Qin, be careful with your words. When the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall saw Jiang Qin publicly announcing the saintess in front of everyone, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice as his expression changed. After all, only a handful of people in the Zoroastrianism knew about the saint girl being taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Although the sect leader did not warn them not to spread the news, they were not allowed to do so. However, even if the sect leader did not warn them, it was still inconvenient for them to publicize the matter. Everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew that the saint girl who had been missing for many years was a sinner. She was imprisoned in the law enforcement hall and was waiting for the sect leader to sentence her after he came out of his closed-door cultivation. Although the sect leader had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he did not sentence the saint girl. Not only did he not sentence the saint girl, but he also did not sentence her. Not only that, but he even took the saint girl away from the law enforcement hall. If news of this spread out, it would definitely affect the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. After all, there would definitely be people who would secretly say that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had abused his power for personal gain and took the lead in ignoring the rules of the sect. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism could completely ignore the rules of the sect due to his position in the Zoroastrianism, if news of this spread out, the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would definitely be affected. As one of the three great sects in the Tao Martial Saint Land and one of the top three forces in the Tao Martial Saint Land, the sect of Zoroastrianism valued its reputation very much. I can't believe I forgot about this. When Jiang Qin heard the reminder from the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, horror dawned on him immediately. Earlier, when he faced Duan Ling Tian, there was only fear left in his heart. Due to this reason, he did not think about anything else when he heard Duan Lingtian's question and answered honestly. Now that he heard the reminder from the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he realized he had acted rashly. Saint girl? Which saint girl? Due to this reason, he did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw Jiang Qin did not answer him. It shocked Jiang Qin so much that his heart skipped a beat. He instantly wanted to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to explain. However, before Jiang Qin could send a voice transmission, he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall who warned him. Since you don't want him to say it, you'll have to say it. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall with a piercing gaze. At the same time, a vast and powerful killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. The vice hall master of the law enforcement hall did not even dream that his warning to Jiang Qin would bring about such an unexpected calamity. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent words, when he felt the killing intent that enveloped him, and when he thought of Duan Ling Tian's previous actions, in the end, he gave in. Saint girl. She's referring to the missing saint girl of Zoroastrianism. She's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gon Ruyen away from our law enforcement hall. Naturally, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall did not say it out loud. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Kerr. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall's words. He said in a deep voice, "Don't try to lie to me. As far as I know, the saint girl is also imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Are you telling me she's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gon Ruyen away from the law enforcement hall? I'm not lying to you, and I don't dare to lie to you." The vice hall master of the law enforcement hall hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. The saint girl is no longer in our law enforcement hall. As time passed, Duan Lingtian learned about the whereabouts of Kerr and her mother from the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. They're actually at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Gon Ruyen is there as well. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. His wife and daughter, whom he wanted to see even in his dreams, were actually at the place he had just been to. Naturally, he could not say that he had been there. He could only say that he had been there for a while. That place was none other than the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In the sky above the Saint Island, there was an island hidden behind the clouds. If that's the case, they must have heard me talking to the sect leader of fire worship sect earlier? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian learned that Kerr and her mother were not in the law enforcement hall and were at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction Snow Eagle, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, had left. Duan Lingtian flew through the clouds and arrived at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He happened to see Snow Eagle complaining to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism loudly. Chapter 2189. Lord Sect Leader, please uphold justice for the enforcement hall. Lung Ying enunciated each and every word as he looked at the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated. His voice was laced with anger. Naturally, his anger was not directed at the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Instead, it was directed at Duan Lingtian, who had killed Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. As soon as Lung Ying finished speaking, he noticed Duan Lingtian had followed him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sneer, "Duan Lingtian, didn't you say that I could do whatever I wanted? What's wrong? Are you afraid now?" When Lung Ying saw Duan Lingtian following him, he thought Duan Lingtian was worried that he would complain to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. "Don't flatter yourself." Duan Lingtian glanced at Lung Ying indifferently. "I'm here for something else." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lung Ying's expression darkened. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the air as Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, appeared before Duan Lingtian and Lung Ying. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air like a ghost. "Lord Sect Leader." Lung Ying bowed respectfully when he saw Tang Xian. "Sect Leader." On the other hand, Duan Lingtian merely nodded at Tang Xian and greeted him casually. Compared to Tang Xian's servile attitude, Duan Lingtian was much more casual. Initially, Lung Ying thought Duan Lingtian was going to be in trouble when he saw Duan Lingtian being so rude to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He could not help but gloat at Duan Lingtian's misfortune. However, when he saw Tang Xian nodding at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner and was not angered by Duan Lingtian's rudeness, he was dumbfounded. As far as he knew, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism didn't seem to be that easy to talk to, right? Could it be that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had changed after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Hall Master Lung, congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Tang Xian nodded at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner before he looked at Lung Ying and said, "According to the rules passed down by Zoroastrianism since ancient times, all Zoroastrians who have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be promoted to Guardian. From this moment onwards, Hall Master Leng, you are not only the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, but also the 5th Guardian of the Zoroastrianism," Tang Xian announced when he reached the end of his sentence. Lung Ying was slightly excited when he heard Tang Xian's words. After all, he had worked so hard all this time for the sake of becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. A guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect was second only to one person in Zoroastrianism. This had always been Lung Ying's goal. For this reason, he was extremely excited when Tang Xian announced that he would become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. However, when he heard the latter part of Tang Xian's sentence, he could not help but be stunned. Fifth Guardian? Icehawk stared at Tang Xian in shock, unable to react in time. As far as he knew, there were only 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was only natural for him to become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. However, if he became a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect, shouldn't he be the 4th guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect? Tang Xian seemed to have noticed Lung Ying's confusion. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced him to Lung Ying. "Before you, the Zoroastrianism sect has already produced a 4th guardian. He's none other than Ling Tian. Initially, I planned to announce to the Zoroastrianism sect that we have a 4th guardian in 3 days. However, it seems like not only will we have a 4th guardian, but we'll also have a 5th guardian in 3 days. At that time, not only the Zoroastrianism sect, but the entire western region and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will know that we have 2 guardians." The smile on Tang Xian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood. "Guardian, Ling Tian." Lung Ying's eyes widened when he heard Tang Xian's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him, it made sense for him to become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. The reason he did not react in the beginning was because he had regarded Duan Lingtian as a true disciple since the beginning. Although Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him, he did not expect that a true disciple could become a guardian as long as they met the conditions. Yes. Tang Xian nodded before he said, Hall Master Lung, I've learned about what happened in the enforcement hall through my divine consciousness. Guardian Lingtian is only seeking revenge, so it's understandable. After all, it was the Dong clan's father and son who tried to kill him. Let's put this matter to rest. What do you think, Hall Master Lung? Tang Xian glanced at Icehawk as he spoke. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard Tang Xian's words. As expected, the leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was constantly extending his divine sense to cover the entire Zoroastrianism. Since the sect leader has said so, Lung Ying will naturally obey. After learning that Duan Lingtian had become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, Frigid Eagle knew that his complaint was in vain. As a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he had a certain degree of immunity in Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian had a grudge against the Dong father and son. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have any enmity with the Dong family's father and son, and killed them for no reason with his identity as a guardian, he could still turn today's matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing. For Zoroastrianism, the importance of a guardian was not something that the father and son of the Dong family could compare to. For people like the father and son of the Dong family, it was insignificant even if there were 4 or 8 of them. However, the loss of a guardian was equivalent to a serious blow to Zoroastrianism. Guardian Lingtian, Hall Master Lang, both of you are the pillars of Zoroastrianism. I'll make the decision for today's matter. Both of you will let this matter rest. What do you think? At some point, Tang Xian's gaze had shifted between Duan Lingtian and Lang Ying. Although his voice sounded calm, there was no room for doubt. Duan Lingtian and Icehawk could not help but feel chills running down their spines. Sect leader, you're overthinking things. I have no intention of instigating enmity with Hall Master Lung. Duan Lingtian replied. In fact, he had no intention of instigating enmity with Icehawk. The reason he had a conflict with Icehawk earlier was because Icehawk had interfered in the conflict between him and the father and son of the Dong family. Now that the father and son of the Dong family were dead, he could not be bothered with Icehawk as long as he did not provoke him. Don't worry, sect leader. I know what I'm doing. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Ying did not dare to hesitate as well. After Icehawk finished speaking, he bade farewell to Tang Xian and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was unwilling to befriend Duan Lingtian, even if he did not incur enmity with Duan Lingtian. His actions were more like a form of silent defiance. Tang Xian frowned when he saw this. In the end, he did not make a move. He could understand Icehawk's feelings. Perhaps Icehawk could coexist peacefully with Duan Lingtian now. However, it would take some time for him to get along with Duan Lingtian. Some things could not be rushed. Guardian Lingtian, you told Hall Master Lang earlier that you were looking for me? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he went straight to the point and said, Sect leader, I'm friends with Gan Ruyen. Guardian Qing was direct disciple. I heard that she's currently in your cultivation place. May I know if you can allow her to come out and catch up with me? Guardian Lingtian, this is only a small matter. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when Tang Xian reached this part of his sentence. A smile appeared on his face. However, Guardian Lingtian, I'm afraid you've come at a bad time. Recently, Ruyen has been in closed-door cultivation. Moreover, it's a closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid she won't be coming out anytime soon. For this reason, Guardian Lingtian, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while before you can catch up with her. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Tang Xian's words. The light in his eyes dimmed, and the smile on his face froze. He did not expect Tang Xian to say something like that. Closed-door cultivation? Naturally, he did not believe it. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? However, what could he do even if he did not believe it? At this moment, if he were to be too rash and advance rashly, then it would undoubtedly be counterproductive. Closed-door cultivation? If that's the case, I'll catch up with her after she comes out of closed-door cultivation. Duan Lingtian tried his best to calm himself down when he spoke again. Since he could not meet Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian felt helpless even though he knew his wife and daughter were in the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. It seems like I'll have to think of another way. To avoid arousing Tang Xian's suspicion, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tang Xian before he turned around and left without looking back. Could it be my misperception? Tang Xian could not help but frown slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian's behavior. It seems like it was just my imagination. The reason I had such an impression is because he's also from the WCI subterranean and Gan Ruyen knows him. Earlier, when Tang Xian had used his divine consciousness to cover the entire Zoroastrianism, he had learned that Duan Lingtian had gone to the law enforcement hall to look for Gan Ruyen. He thought of the daughter of the saint of Zoroastrianism and a man from the lower province. When he first met Duan Lingtian, he noticed Duan Lingtian resembled the daughter of the saint of Zoroastrianism. Initially, he did not think much of it. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian had gone to the law enforcement hall to look for Gan Ruyen, a thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 2190. Naturally, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, only suspected Duan Lingtian. Everything was too much of a coincidence. When Duan Lingtian left without any hesitation, even Tang Xian wondered if he was mistaken. I hope you're not. Otherwise, Tang Xian muttered to himself. A frightening cold light flashed across Tang Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself. The coldness was like a blade that could destroy anything. If Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism, he could force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to verify his suspicions. However, Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. He was a guardian of Zoroastrianism. As a guardian, Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Even if Tang Xian suspected Duan Lingtian and was more powerful than Duan Lingtian, he could not force Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After all, he was not even sure if his suspicions were correct. It would be fine if he was right. However, if he was wrong, he would disappoint Guardian Lingtian of Zoroastrianism. In fact, Zoroastrianism might even lose this guardian in the future. Moreover, they would lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that could restrain the Devil clans. The Devil clans were about to descend. If the Zoroastrianism lost the Devil Seal tablet, it would be equivalent to losing an arm. If it was not necessary, Tang Xian would not allow this to happen. For this reason, Tang Xian would not force Duan Lingtian, who was already a guardian of the fire worship sect, to swear on the lightning penalty oath for something that did not exist before he was completely confident. There's still a long way to go. If he's really the wild man that the saint met in the lower province, he'll reveal himself sooner or later. Tang Xian muttered to himself before he disappeared from where he was and returned to his place of cultivation. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Now that he had left, he was thinking of a way to save Ku'er and his daughter as soon as possible. He was afraid that something would happen if he delayed. After leaving the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence as a true disciple. Everything was familiar to him. The only difference was that his strength and identity had undergone a tremendous change in the past few years. A few years ago, he did not think he would be so powerful. A few years later, he would possess such strength and become a guardian with a lofty position in the fire worship sect. In the next 3 days, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's return, Duan Lingtian's actions in the White Tiger Sanctum, and Duan Lingtian's actions in the enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism after a few years. As soon as he returned, he trespassed in the White Tiger Sanctum. When he was stopped by the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, He easily defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After that, Duan Lingtian trespassed in the enforcement hall. First, he killed Elder Dong Lin of the enforcement hall. Then, he killed Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, in front of hall master Lang Ying. Most importantly, Lang Ying's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once such explosive news spread, it naturally caused a huge commotion. As far as I know, Hall Master Lang Ying of our enforcement hall has mastered many divine abilities and techniques. Even Guardian Hong Yun said that she might not be a match for Hall Master Lang Ying once he breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. I remember Guardian Hong Yun saying that as well. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. He defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, it's not impossible for him to kill Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. In terms of strength, Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is slightly weaker than Guardian Hong Yun of Zoroastrianism. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes, it's only natural that he'll be able to kill Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. News of Zoroastrianism spread from top to bottom. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. I can't believe there's such a person among the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. He's a monster. That's right. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there hasn't been such a powerful true disciple before, right? There is an age limit for true disciples, and senior Duan Lingtian hasn't exceeded that limit yet. He's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age. Even if Pei Si Hai, the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land, broke through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before the age of 100, he's nothing compared to senior brother Lingtian. Right? Humph! Senior brother Duan Lingtian from our Zoroastrianism is the true number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. At some point, someone had compared Pei Si Hai, the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land, to Duan Lingtian. However, he discovered that, even if Pei Si Hai's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was not even 100 years old, it was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not even 50 years old, but his cultivation base was already comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could Pei Si Hai compare to him? There was no comparison at all. The number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. For a time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism regarded Duan Lingtian as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. The number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land? In the cultivation place of Sanctum leader Lu Tai in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Bu Hong was so angry that he almost fainted when he learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be so powerful. The true disciple who had destroyed his innate spiritual root in the past actually possessed such a terrifying strength when he returned. Hong from today onward, you'd better forget about the enmity between you and him. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble. Even Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had no choice but to lower his head in front of Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Duan Lingtian could suppress the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, let alone someone like him whose strength was only on par with the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he was already stronger than Lu Tai. He would only be stronger in the future. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's actions in the enforcement hall made Lu Tai realize that Duan Lingtian was not a merciful person. If he and Bu Hong continued to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian, they would most likely end up like the Dong clan's father and son. I understand, Master, Bu Hong said as he lowered his head. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that he was filled with resentment. In his eyes, there was still a strong sense of unwillingness and sternness. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 days later, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, appeared in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, it shocked everyone on the Saint Island. A group of Saint Land disciples swarmed into the central square like a swarm of bees. After all, this was the first time the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect had made an appearance after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Lord Sect Leader! Lord Sect Leader! The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square was extremely excited when they saw Tang Xian. At the same time, many people noticed two people following behind Tang Xian. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized them. It's Hall Master Lang Ying and Senior Brother Duan Lingtian from the Enforcement Hall. The two people standing behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, were none other than Duan Lingtian and Lang Ying. Silence. After Tang Xian spoke, the huge central square immediately turned completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Amidst the silence, Tang Xian went straight to the point and made an announcement. I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, hereby announce that from today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader will have two new guardians. They will be Guardian Ling Tian and Guardian Lang Ying. Tang Xian's words made it clear to all the Zoroastrianism disciples and high-ranking officials present on the scene. From today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader would no longer have 3 guardians. There would be 5 new guardians. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, he passed the identity tokens that belonged to the Zoroastrianism guardians to Duan Lingtian and Lang Ying. When the two of them were crowned, an uproar broke out among the crowd. The entire place was in an uproar. Many of the people present on the scene were mentally prepared for this. However, they could not help but feel excited when they witnessed this grand occasion. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect, led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, also stepped forward to greet and congratulate Duan Lingtian. Greetings, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. Greetings, Guardian Lingtian. Congratulations, Guardian Lingtian. There were many familiar faces among the people who congratulated Duan Lingtian. For example, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders Guoxiong and Tung Shan, the Palace of Death's custodian Ye Zue, and some of the Enforcement Hall's elders were standing at the back to congratulate him. The reason they were standing at the back was because their positions were too low compared to the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect who were standing at the front. Apart from the 2 vice-sect leaders, the rest of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders were all Golden Flame Elders. This included Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, and Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum whom Duan Lingtian had defeated 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian nodded calmly when he heard the greetings and congratulations from the group of people. Although he had a calm expression on his face, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. These people in front of him were people he had to look up to in the past. Chapter 2191. In fact, at this time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who felt as if a lifetime had passed. A group of Zoroastrianism leaders who bowed to Duan Lingtian while congratulating him for becoming a guardian, whether or not they had met Duan Lingtian in the past, they all felt as if they were in another world. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian was only a true disciple in Zoroastrianism. No matter how outstanding he was still only a true disciple. Who would have thought? Only a few years had passed, and the true disciple of the past had already become so powerful. He had even become the protector of the Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the status of the protector was second only to the supreme leader. Could be said that he was below only one person and above all others. Elder Guoxiong, the promise I made back then is still valid. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. Duan Lingtian said to Guoxiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, through voice transmission. Back then, when he asked Guoxiong to help him send Zhu Luqi away, he had promised Guoxiong that he would repay the favor in the future. Thank you, Lingtian. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Guoxiong was a little flattered and quickly thanked him with a slightly excited tone. After all, the current Duan Lingtian was no longer the ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism. Right now, Duan Lingtian was a figure of Zoroastrianism, second only to one and above all. He knew very well in his heart. The promise Duan Lingtian made to him was a priceless treasure. After the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Duan Lingtian, they looked at the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Lang Ying, and bowed to him as well. From the order in which they bowed and congratulated him, it could be seen that, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian's status was undoubtedly higher. The reason for this was naturally because they had heard that Duan Lingtian had defeated Icehawk with 3 strikes 3 days ago. They knew very well that Duan Lingtian was far stronger than Icehawk. This was a world where the strong were respected, so it was understandable for them to do so. At the very least, Frigid Eagle did not show any dissatisfaction. In this regard, he was very self-aware. Senior brother Lu Yun, senior brother Lu Mu, long time no see. While the disciples of Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Lang Ying, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto 2 people among the disciples of the Holy Land. Lu Yun, Lu Mu. The 2 of them were also his few friends in Zoroastrianism. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, they could not help but feel emotional. They were so emotional that they were at a loss for words. Junior brother Lingtian did not forget about them. I'll look for both of you for a drink later. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun were so emotional that they were at a loss for words, Duan Lingtian sent them another voice transmission. Now that he had dealt with the Dong clan's father and son, coupled with his current status in Zoroastrianism, he no longer had to worry about anyone venting their anger on the Lu brothers because of him. For this reason, they no longer had to pretend that they were no longer friends. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was still a threat, even if he were to vent his anger on the sect leader of Zoroastrianism for rescuing Kerr and her daughter, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not lower himself to deal with the Lu brothers. No matter what, the Lu brothers were still disciples of Zoroastrianism. On this day, news of the addition of 2 new guardians to the Zoroastrianism spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the western region. Duan Lingtian, a guardian of the Saint sect? It said that one must have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to become a guardian of the Saint sect. Lang Ying, the hall master of the Saint sect's enforcement hall, only became a guardian because he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. I heard that Duan Lingtian defeated Lang Ying in 3 strikes not long ago. Heavens! It has only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. Duan Lingtian must have really killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun, with 3 strikes. In the western region, one could hear people exclaiming about Duan Lingtian everywhere. Naturally, there were other voices as well. For example, there were voices praising Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of the Saint sect is wise. He personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return, so that the Saint sect would have another guardian. Moreover, he's so strong that he's not any weaker than Guardian Zifeng, the leader of the Saint sect's 3 great guardians. That's right. Lord sect leader of the Saint sect is really wise. When everyone was doubting the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xiekong Sun, he personally announced that he would invite Duan Lingtian to return. He's really wise. Not only is the sect leader of the Saint sect wise, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Under the leadership of him and the 5 guardians, the Saint sect will definitely reach new heights. It's not impossible for it to surpass the other 2 great sects. As the news of Zoroastrianism spread, the entire western region was in an uproar. This news shook the entire western region, and at the same time, it also began to spread outside. The central, southern, and northern regions were the first to fall. Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism? I heard that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, personally announced that he would return. I'm afraid the news of the Supreme Saint ranking has just spread to the western region. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, actually invited Duan Lingtian to return when everyone doubted Duan Lingtian's strength? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, is really wise, right? Wise? I don't think so. I think he invited Duan Lingtian back because of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Why do you say that? Didn't he say he's willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he won't let anyone, including himself, lay their hands on the Devil Seal tablet? It's true that he won't let anyone lay their hands on it. However, once the Devil clans invade, I'm sure he'll be able to borrow the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, right? With the Devil Seal tablet, Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings when the Devil clans invade in the future. Compared to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian's strength in the Western region, the news of the Supreme Saint ranking had spread far and wide. People in other places had already confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, they were not surprised by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed in Zoroastrianism. However, they were surprised that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited Duan Lingtian back. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had also returned to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, the new Supreme Saint ranking had also spread to the Western region. The person who was originally ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was killed by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes in Sin City. Many people who were present at the scene can testify that if Duan Lingtian did not intentionally spare Xie Kongsun might not even be able to withstand 1 strike from Duan Lingtian. After killing Xie Kongsun, Duan Lingtian replaced him and became the powerhouse who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the new Supreme Saint rankings information regarding the 18th place. The Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was really killed by Duan Lingtian. Even the new Supreme Saint ranking has sorted out this matter. Can't be fake, Yi Futian said. Humph. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, let alone being ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he can easily enter the top 15 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Indeed, after all, there's news that Duan Lingtian's strength is not only stronger than Guardian Lingying from the Saint sect, but he's also stronger than Guardian Hongyun from the Saint sect. Guardian Hongyun is ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. When the new Supreme Saint ranking was spread to the Western region, there were many similar discussions in the Western region. The Western region was in an uproar again. Based on Guardian Lingtian's achievements at such a young age, he can be considered as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. That's right. Even Pei Si Hai, who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land, can't compare to Guardian Lingtian at all. Guardian Lingtian is the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. As time passed, not only did the people in the Western region acknowledge Duan Lingtian as the #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land, but even people from other places also agreed with this statement. After all, they were 100% certain about Duan Lingtian's background. He's not even 50 years old, and he's already so accomplished. Guardian Lingtian from the Zoroastrianism can be considered as a peerless monster. In the history of the Tao Martial Saint land, I don't think there's anyone as monstrous as him, right? Even the Sword Saint from back then seemed to be slightly inferior to him when compared to his achievements at such a young age. The Zoroastrianism is in luck this time. They found a treasure. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Since Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism, it's only natural that our Zhuangzi Buddhism won't let the matter of him killing Xie Kongsun, the Karmapa of our Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. If our Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't pursue this matter, the world might think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is afraid of the Zoroastrianism. We must avenge the Golden Lion King. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was not calm as well. Although they had confirmed that one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian, they did not know where Duan Lingtian was. Due to this reason, There was no way they could seek revenge. Now that they found out that Duan Lingtian had returned to Zoroastrianism and had even become a guardian of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2192. When the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism began to make a ruckus, things got out of hand. In the end, it even alerted the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect was a skinny old man dressed in black. He stood there like a dried corpse draped in black. He gave off an eerie vibe. In particular, the black clothes he was wearing were embroidered with extremely terrifying skulls, which gave people an inexplicable pressure. In any case, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not look like a normal person at all. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked for the two remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He said to the two Karmapa, "Karmapa, if we don't resolve this matter, I'm afraid the elders and disciples won't agree to it. Moreover, they're right. Now that Duan Lingtian has returned to Zoroastrianism, if Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't do anything, not only will it disappoint the elders and disciples, but it'll also become a laughingstock." When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. From this, one could see how much the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism hated Duan Lingtian. In fact, it was understandable. After all, Siakong Sun, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, was one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was one of the pillars of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 3 years ago, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, had died in the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. Due to this, the Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost a great general. Wei Suo's death was due to greed. Even if the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism regretted allowing Wei Suo to enter that place, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, the death of Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was different. He was killed by someone. Furthermore, that person had a name and a surname. Furthermore, he knew all the details about that person. Duan Lingtian was one of the lucky ones who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder, Siakong Sun Buddhism. After that, he came to the upper province and joined Zoroastrianism. After he joined Zoroastrianism, he created many legends and legends. It did not take him long before he became a prodigy. After that, Duan Lingtian left the fire worship sect and killed Xiezong to take back the Devil Seal Tablet. Then, there was the matter of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials from the Devil clans. The trap that killed many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land seemed to have benefited Duan Lingtian. In just 3 years, Duan Lingtian had become extremely powerful. He even killed Siakong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Without waiting for the two Karmapa to respond, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism continued. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian must have many secrets as well. For example, how did he survive the trap left behind by the three eminent devils? His strength, how did he obtain such an exaggerated increase in a short span of 3 years? Is his increase in strength due to the trap left behind by the three eminent devils? If it's related, we can try to pry this secret out of his mouth. If his experience that can be called a fortuitous encounter can be replicated, our strength might be greatly improved because of this. When the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect reached the end of his sentence, a hint of greed could be heard in his voice. The eyes of the two remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, brightened when they heard his words. The Violet Dragon King was a woman. She was the only woman among the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was the leader of the four great Karmapa and the current leader of the two great Karmapa. She was wearing a purple robe. Although it was not the skin-tight type, it was still difficult to conceal her graceful figure. Her beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could faintly guess that her face under the veil must be peerlessly beautiful from her pair of delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was unapproachable. The White Tiger King was a muscular young man. He was also the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength was second only to the Violet Dragon King among the 4 great Karmapa. Naturally, many people in Zhuangzi Buddhism felt that the Violet Dragon King's strength was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. In fact, the White Tiger King was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. The reason why he let the Amethyst Dragon King win so many times was because he was deliberately letting the Amethyst Dragon King win. It was not a secret in the Black Kshetra sect that he liked the Violet Dragon King. He had been in love with her for many years. The White Tiger King was a handsome and cheerful young man. He was dressed in a loose white robe. His eyebrows were straight, and he exuded a majestic aura. He stood there like a crouching tiger. He exuded a strong sense of deterrence. Sect leader, our Zhuangzi Buddhism can't swallow this humiliation. Whether it's to prevent the elders and disciples from being disappointed, or to prevent outsiders from saying that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is inferior to Zoroastrianism, or to prevent the Duan Ling Tian from revealing the secret. The Violet Dragon King was the first to express her opinion. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of her eyes when she expressed her opinion. Indeed, the White Tiger King expressed his agreement with the Violet Dragon King. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not care about the White Tiger King's opinion. When the Violet Dragon King expressed her opinion, he already knew the outcome of his visit to the 2 Karmapa. This was because the White Tiger King had always followed the Violet Dragon King's lead. Since both Karmapa agree to go to Zoroastrianism and question the Duan Ling Tian, why don't both Karmapa come with me to visit the Supreme Elder? The Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King and said in a slightly hurried tone. And this was also his ultimate goal. He wanted to go with the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ask him to personally go to Zoroastrianism to question the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. They needed the Supreme Elder's help because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had recently broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Supreme Elder was the only one who could stop him. If the Supreme Elder did not accompany them to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would not be able to achieve anything. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism knew this very well. All right, the Violet Dragon King nodded. Then, she and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism went to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She knew very well. If they wanted to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would need the Supreme Elder's help. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would not be able to do anything. The White Tiger King, naturally, followed closely behind the Violet Dragon King when he saw the Violet Dragon King making her move. Zhuangzi Buddhism was different from Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the sect leader was the most respected person. In Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader did not have much of a presence. At the very least, he did not have much of a presence in front of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was because the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only ranked 4th in Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King were both at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was even more powerful. He was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength was only inferior to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Since the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism had personally made a move, it was only natural that they managed to invite the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to help them. Soon after, a group of people flew out of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate and headed west at an extremely fast speed. Their destination was Zoroastrianism in the western region. The group of powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism made their way out in a grandiose manner. Their target was the Zoroastrianism and the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this as the person involved. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically because of a piece of news that he'd just obtained. Si Ling will be executed in 3 months? Duan Ling Tian had just heard the news that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had announced to the public. Tang Xian and Ker's daughter, Duan Si Ling, would be executed in 3 months. 3 months. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Duan Ling Tian was so anxious that his expression was so dark that it looked like it could drip water. Even if he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 months. If he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be impossible for him to rescue Ker and their daughter using the most direct method. I have to think of a way. I have to rescue Ker and our daughter within 3 months. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely depressed. He was on the verge of going crazy. His daughter, whom he had never met, was going to be executed in 3 months' time. Until now, he had not thought of a way to save her. As a father, he was useless. He was too useless. Duan Ling Tian wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so he left his residence and made his way to the Saint Island aimlessly. Whoosh! At this moment, a person flew over from the Saint Island and met Duan Ling Tian face to face. Chapter 2193. The woman who was approaching Duan Ling Tian was none other than Wen Yan, the other direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum. She was also the one who reported Gan Ru Yen. It was precisely because of her report that Ku and her mother were discovered by the people from the law enforcement hall and were even imprisoned. Later on, Duan Ling Tian came to Zoroastrianism and learned that Ker and her daughter were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of her report. Due to this reason, he taught her a lesson and formed an enmity between them. Her senior brother, Bu Hong, had stood up for her and had his innate spiritual root crippled by Duan Ling Tian. Her master did not even have the time to stand up for her 2 direct disciples when Duan Ling Tian had already left the fire worship sect. When Duan Ling Tian returned, her master no longer had the chance to avenge his 2 direct disciples. This was because when Duan Ling Tian returned, he was already strong enough to make her master bow down to him. Duan Ling Tian. When Yan's complexion turned pale when she saw the young man who was getting closer and closer to her. Her delicate body began to tremble violently due to fear. The young man was dressed in purple. He did not wear the uniform of a Zoroastrianism elder or disciple. Due to this reason, he was particularly eye-catching. However, when Yan's attention was not on the young man's casual attire, but his face. Although she had only seen his face once in a portrait, it had left a deep impression on her. Now that she saw him again, it was as though she had seen a ghost. Duan Ling Tian returned to Zoroastrianism after Lord Sect Leader personally announced his return. With his strength, he became a guardian of Zoroastrianism. After Duan Ling Tian returned to Zoroastrianism, he defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum and the hall master of the enforcement hall. He even defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum after he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, and his son, Dong Lin, were killed by Duan Ling Tian. Dong Yuanjin was killed in front of the hall master of the enforcement hall. Wen Yan had learned about this from the Saint Island after she came out of closed-door cultivation. She had been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time, so she was unaware of what had happened after Duan Ling Tian had escaped from the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Her understanding of Duan Ling Tian was still the same as it was a few years ago. She did not expect that she would be in closed-door cultivation. She only went into seclusion for a while, and when she came out again, the outside world had already changed. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had grown to a point where even her master, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, was no match for him. She had completely given up on the thought of taking revenge on Duan Ling Tian that she had been hiding in the depths of her heart. She was no longer on the same level as Duan Ling Tian. She was no longer qualified to be Duan Lingtian's enemy. However, Wen Yan would never have dreamed that she would be so unlucky. She had just returned from the Saint Island when she bumped into Duan Lingtian. When she thought about how terrifying Duan Lingtian was, she felt as though her legs were filled with lead. She could not move at all. Wen Yan. Duan Lingtian noticed Wen Yan at the same time. He didn't expect to run into the woman who had reported Gan Ruyen in the past when he was just out for a walk. When he thought about how Kerr and her daughter were imprisoned by the law enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately turned cold, causing Wen Yan to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face turned pale from fright, and her body trembled even more violently. Suddenly, humph! With a cold snort, the Sun Saint Qi in Duan Lingtian's body surged as a powerful aura burst out of his body and swept towards Wen Yan. Immediately, Wen Yan was suppressed by this aura, and her body trembled even more violently. At the same time, her face became even paler, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Almost at the same time she vomited blood, Wen Yan also knelt down in the void, trembling as she kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and begged for mercy. Protector Lingtian, spare me, spare me. She knew very well in her heart. Even if Duan Lingtian killed her, it would be a trivial matter, and no one would pursue the matter. Although she was a true disciple of Zoroastrianism, she was not worth mentioning in front of Duan Lingtian, the protector of Zoroastrianism. In terms of importance in Zoroastrianism, even 100 of her could not be compared to one Duan Lingtian. Faced with Wen Yan's kowtowing and begging for mercy, Duan Lingtian could not help but look disgusted. In the end, he did not kill her. He moved his body, stepped into the void, and passed by Wen Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yan like a gust of wind, Wen Yan's heart was in her mouth, and she was extremely nervous. If Duan Lingtian struck her, she would be crippled even if she did not die. She only sighed in relief when Duan Lingtian passed by her and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, she felt a chill run down her spine. She was so frightened that she broke out in cold sweat. I'll take your innate talent as a punishment for you. This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he passed by Wen Yan. As it turned out, when Duan Lingtian passed by Wen Yan, he had used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and his spiritual energy to instantly remove Wen Yan's innate spiritual root from her soul and devour it. This was a technique that Duan Lingtian had mastered after his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heavenly soul form, and his soul had undergone a major transformation. Currently, he could take away the innate spiritual root of someone whose soul was weaker than him. Moreover, he would not be discovered by his opponent at all. Wen Yan was only a martial cultivator at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was a huge gap between her soul and his. With his current soul, he could silently devour the soul of someone below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, this would consume a lot of his spiritual energy. For example, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy when he devoured Wen Yan's innate spiritual root. If he had used violence to take Wen Yan's innate spiritual root, he would not have needed to consume so much spiritual energy since he did not need it at all. Naturally, Wen Yan was unaware of this. It's a good thing he didn't make a move on me. Otherwise, I would have died. After Duan Lingtian left, Wen Yan heaved a long sigh of relief. She looked as though she had just survived a disaster. However, a hint of viciousness could be seen in the depth of her eyes. It was as though she wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Naturally, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes as well. He's going to execute the saint girl's daughter in 3 months? That little girl is really pitiful. She didn't do anything wrong, but she has to pay with her life. She can only blame herself for not being born into a good family. I hope she'll be born into a good family in her next life. Lord Sect Leader is really strange. Isn't the saint girl the one who committed the crime? Why hasn't he announced the saint girl's punishment yet? Why did he announce the execution of the saint girl's daughter? After entering the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian could hear many similar discussions from afar. She was born into the wrong family? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination. Si Ling, I won't let anything happen to you. Never. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was snowing heavily again. Snowflakes fell like feathers, making the snow-capped mountain look as though it was covered in a layer of white. Through the snow-capped mountain, one could vaguely see two graceful figures standing at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. Although the snow was falling heavily, it seemed to be repelled by an invisible force when it got close to the two figures. It was difficult to touch their clothes, let alone their bodies. These were two peerless beauties. Their temperaments were extraordinary, and each of them was unique in their own way. The two of them stood side by side at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. It was as though everything around them paled in comparison to them. Sister Tian Wu, Brother Ling Tian is so powerful. He actually killed one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xiekong Sun. Xiekong Sun was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the women had a mischievous expression on her face. Two cute dimples could be seen on her cheeks. It was so adorable that one could not help but want to hug her cheeks and take a bite out of them. Initially, I thought I'd be able to surpass Brother Ling Tian after my strength was raised by the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. However, it seems like I was dreaming. The woman sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. What's wrong? Xuanai, do you really want to surpass Elder Brother Duan so badly? The other woman in fiery red clothes could not help but look at the woman beside her and ask with a smile when she heard the words of the woman beside her. Of course not. The woman called Xuanai shook her head and said solemnly, In my heart, Brother Ling Tian has always been the strongest. Even the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, is not a match for him. Upon hearing this, the other woman couldn't help but be startled. Then, an even wider smile appeared on her face. Sister Tian Wu, why are you smiling? The woman in front asked with a frown. Nothing. I'm just thinking that if Elder Brother Duan finds out about your current innate talent and strength, he'll definitely be shocked. The other woman shook her head and smiled as she changed the topic. There were some things that she could not say since she had made a promise to someone. Based on the way the two women addressed each other, it was obvious who they were. They were none other than Han Xuanai and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 2194. On the mountainside of the snow-capped peak, a loud and clear voice rang out, with a hint of excitement in it. Nangong Chun, Nangong Yi, both of you have heard about Duan Lingtian, right? A young man with a slightly sturdy body flew over from the distance and arrived in front of the other two young men in just a blink of an eye. The other two young men looked exactly the same. It was obvious that they were twins. After the sturdy young man finished speaking, he did not wait for the twins to speak before he continued to say, Let me tell you, that's my junior brother Ling Tian. The more the sturdy young man spoke, the more excited he became. It was as though he was afraid others would not know he knew Duan Lingtian. This sturdy young man was none other than Gu Li, who had come to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Duan Lingtian. Not only did Gu Li come to the upper province with Duan Lingtian, but they had even joined the sect of Zoroastrianism. However, due to the inheritance of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, he left the sect of Zoroastrianism. He was so lucky to have become the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Initially, I thought I'd be stronger than junior brother Ling Tian since I managed to obtain the inheritance from the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, and my fate was changed by the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. I didn't expect him to surpass me again. Gu Li thought to himself when he heard the news about Duan Lingtian becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism, ranking 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and being widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, he was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. He even went to look for the Nangong brothers, the successors of the seven absolute sect's Didymus progeny, and told them he knew Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of flaunting in his words. He was bragging that he knew Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism who was widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Tao martial Saint Land. You know Duan Lingtian too? However, Gu Li would never have dreamt that his boastful words would receive such a response. You know Duan Lingtian too? Nangong Yi's words echoed in Gu Li's ears, causing Gu Li to be dumbfounded. You don't know junior brother Lingtian, do you? Gu Li looked at Nangong Yi and then at Nangong Chen. He was dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Of course, Nangong Yi replied immediately. Both of us have known Duan Lingtian since we were on the mortal continent in the Debussy subterranean. We even know all of his friends and family. However, I don't think I've ever heard him mention you. Gu Li. Nangong Yi looked at Gu Li skeptically before he asked solemnly, Gu Li, don't tell me you're bragging? I've never heard Duan Lingtian mention you before. Gu Li was stunned when he heard Nangong Yi's words. He was so angry that his face turned red. Nangong Yi said he was bragging? Bragging. Just as Gu Li was about to say something with a flushed face, Nangong Chen finally opened his mouth and said, as if his words were as precious as gold. Gu Li was so angry that he almost threw up blood. I'm the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the seven absolute sect. Is there a need for me to brag? Gu Li asked with a red face. That's not necessarily true. Nangong Yi shook his head and continued to look at Gu Li skeptically. It was as though he was certain Gu Li was bragging. Nangong Chen nodded as well. Suddenly, Gu Li felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. At the same time, he tried to explain himself. He wanted to prove that he was not bragging. After Gu Li had spoken for a long time, all right, I'll stop teasing you. Nangong Yi interrupted Gu Li and laughed heartily. In the end, it seemed as though he was about to cry. It was obvious that he had been holding back his laughter for a long time. Huh? Upon seeing this, Gu Li was confused. He did not know what Nangong Yi meant. Gu Li, although we haven't met before, I've heard about you. I know you're from the lower province's mystical sky mansion, and you're Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Moreover, you've spent some time in the Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud platform. Nangong Yi said with a smile. However, not long after we arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, you left the lower province with Duan Lingtian and came to the upper province. For this reason, we haven't had the chance to meet. Previously, after Duan Lingtian had brought them to the Azure Cloud Mansion from Windfall Nation, they had left the Azure Cloud Mansion and came to the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. So all of you are the family and friends that junior brother Lingtian brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion from afar before he left the upper province. I only heard from junior brother Lingtian that he brought a group of family and friends to the Azure Cloud Mansion, but I didn't know all of you were among them. Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, realization dawned on Gu Li. At the same time, he glared at Nangong Yi. Then why did you say you've never heard of me? Are you kidding me? I'm just kidding, just kidding. Nangong Yi smiled. Nangong Chen, it's fine if your brother is just kidding, but I really can't tell that even someone as serious as you is so shameless. Gu Li glared at Nangong Chen. You're too stupid. Nangong Chen continued to be a man of few words. However, when these 3 words entered Gu Li's ears, it caused blood to rush to Gu Li's head. He said angrily, Nangong Chen, are you trying to pick a fight? Are you trying to fight me, Gu Li? If you want to fight, let's fight. Nangong Chen refused to back down. Coincidentally, our Didymus progeny wants to change positions as well. We'll replace your Kratos progeny and become the new 3 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect. It was rare for Nangong Chen to speak so much. However, these words rendered Gu Li speechless. Nangong Chen, can you be a little more shameless? I want to fight you one-on-one. Do you understand? What does this have to do with your Didymus progeny? Gu Li, naturally, understood the meaning behind Nangong Chen's words. Nangong Chen intended to fight him together with Nangong Yi. Both Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, if both of them attacked him together, he knew he was no match for them. I think it's a good idea. I also think the 3 absolutes sounds better than the 6 absolutes. Nangong Yi, who was standing at the side, also nodded solemnly. Shameless! Gu Li cursed and left in a huff. Perhaps he might be able to fight Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi in the future. However, for now he was still lacking. Regarding this, he was well aware of his own limits. If he lost the 3 absolutes in a fit of anger, not only would the ancestors of the Kratos progeny who were already buried in the ground be angered to death, but those who had ascended to the Devata realms would also be angered to death. After Gu Li left, Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi looked at each other and could not help but laugh. A hint of yearning could be seen in Nangong Yi's eyes. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian's deeds, I also want to leave the northern region and make a name for myself with my current strength. I didn't think half a year was long before, but now I feel like it's too long. I don't know why Senior Uncle Prophet said that we can only leave after half a year. He said that he wanted us to consolidate our cultivation and cultivate our minds, but why do I feel that he purposely picked an auspicious date for us? When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but complain, "What an old faker! Huh? Why do I feel cold all of a sudden?" In the next moment, Nangong Yi felt as though the air around him had suddenly turned cold. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cave. He was stunned. Although he was in the middle of a snowy peak, the cold was nothing to him. However, the coldness he felt now did not seem to be the coldness of ordinary weather. He raised his head to look at Nangong Chun to see if Nangong Chun felt the same. However, he noticed that Nangong Chun was trying to signal him with his eyes while looking behind him. He seemed a little flustered. At that moment, he subconsciously turned around to look as well, with just a glance. He saw the graceful and beautiful figure in the distance, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood in the air nearby. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. She, who had an outstanding temperament, caused everything around her to seem to be overshadowed, and at the same time, she also made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. The woman had long hair that reached her waist that fell to her back like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. Although her face was covered by a white veil, her face was flawless. But looking at the other half of her face that was flawless, as if it had been carefully sculpted, it was not hard to imagine that under the white veil, there must be a peerless beauty. She stood there and did not deliberately move, but she was like an ice goddess. She invisibly emitted waves of cold aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop a few degrees. I hope there won't be a next time. A moment later, the white-clothed woman spoke. A very pleasant voice came from under the veil on her face, but it also gave off an ethereal and cold feeling. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in white drifted away. As soon as she left, the temperature in the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the Nangong brothers finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's said that the successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is not good at fighting. Why do I have a feeling that the tradition of the Prophet progeny is going to be broken in this generation? Nangong Yi asked through voice transmission as he looked at Nangong Chun. She's very strong. She's not any weaker than the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Nangong Chun replied through voice transmission. His tone was solemn. The feeling she gives me is even more dangerous than the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Perhaps it's because the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny is an old friend. Chapter 2195. A group of uninvited guests from the east had arrived in the western region today. After the group of uninvited guests entered the western region, they headed in the same direction without looking back. That direction was where the Zoroastrianism base was located. There were 6 people in the group. Among them, the person leading the group was a very old man. It was as if he had 1 foot in the coffin. The old man was dressed in a spacious gray robe. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard. The reason he looked like he had one foot in the coffin was because he looked too old. The skin on his face, hands, and other parts of his skin that were exposed were not only full of wrinkles, but there were also many dark spots. If he was an ordinary old man, he would be nearing the end of his lifespan. However, it was precisely this extremely aged old man who seemed to have half a foot in his coffin that flew like a ghost. In fact, other than the red-clothed woman and the white-robed young man who were following closely behind him, the remaining 3 people were being carried by him as he flew. Moreover, with 3 people in tow, his speed was still very fast. It was ridiculously fast. The group of 7 entered the western region at an exaggerated speed and headed toward the Zoroastrianism base. It did not take long for them to arrive at the Zoroastrianism base. When they arrived at the Zoroastrianism base, the group of people led by the old man stopped in their tracks. Zoroastrianism. Looking at the Zoroastrianism base in front of him, a cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then the old man said in a clear voice, "Lang Qianjin of Zhuangzi Buddhism, together with the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the 2 vice sect leaders, are here to visit the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian." Although the old man's voice was not loud, it seemed to contain magic. Once it was heard, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism base. Whether it was the people from the 4 symbol sanctums or the inner circle of Zoroastrianism, everyone heard his voice and heard what he said clearly. Lang Qianjin? This name sounds familiar. Inside the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, one of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elders frowned. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before, but he could not recall where. Is there a need for it to sound familiar? This person said that he came with the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Purple Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. This means that his position in Zhuangzi Buddhism is higher than these 3, and in Zhuangzi Buddhism, there is only one person who has a higher position than these 3. As the other Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder spoke, a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect him to come personally. He must have brought people to Zoroastrianism to avenge one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King Siakong Sun. This time, I'm afraid that Guardian Lingtian is doomed. His voice began to tremble as he spoke. You're saying he's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder narrowed his eyes in shock. After this reminder, he remembered something else. I remember now. Isn't Lang Qianjin the name of the powerhouse who's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? He's the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder's expression changed drastically when he recalled this. My goodness, he actually came personally. Moreover, the Purple Dragon King, the White Tiger King, and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism are with him. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, 2 powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, and 1 powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. This lineup is the strongest lineup in Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Originally, Zhuangzi Buddhism had 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. They were the Golden Lion King and the Green Bat King, who were one of the 4 Shakyamuni of Zhuangzi Buddhism, along with the Purple Dragon King and the White Tiger King. However, the Green Bat King died 3 years ago. As for the Golden Lion King, he was killed by Guardian Lingtian not long ago. This time, all the powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial Stage or above from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. With such a powerful lineup, even Lord Sect Leader might not be able to protect Guardian Lingtian, right? At this moment, apart from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, even the other 3 sanctums of the 4 symbol sanctums and the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism were shocked by the arrival of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Lang Qianjin was not just the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was widely acknowledged as the 2nd strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land, second only to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was obvious such a person had come to Zoroastrianism to denounce them. Many of the ordinary Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were anxious. Lord Sect Leader and Lord Guardians won't fight with the powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? With their strength, it won't be a joke if they fight. Not only will our Zoroastrianism be affected, but will also be affected. That's right. The battle between powerhouses at that level will be earth-shattering. Even if we're far away, I'm afraid we'll be affected as well. Now, we can only hope they won't fight. Unless our Zoroastrianism is willing to hand over Guardian Ling Tian, it's very likely they'll fight. Since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally come, it's enough to show how determined the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism are. Guardian Ling Tian killed the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Golden Lion King is a pillar in Zhuangzi Buddhism. It's fine if Guardian Ling Tian didn't return to our Zoroastrianism, but now that he's back, the Zhuangzi Buddhism definitely won't let this matter go. When the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism arrived, before they could even enter the Zoroastrianism's base, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin's words caused an earth-shattering earthquake in the Zoroastrianism. From this, one could see how powerful Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was. Visit me? When Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, spoke to the entire Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian naturally heard it as well. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Guardian Ling Tian, the sect leader has asked me to summon you. After a while, Duan Ling Tian heard a woman's voice from outside. He was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than the only female guardian among the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Hong Yun. Guardian Hong Yun. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had already flown out of his cultivation place. It was also his residence as a true disciple in the past. Now, although the place where he would cultivate as a protector was under construction, it had yet to be completed. It was easy to set up an island in the sky, but it would take some time to build a mansion on it even with the help of the Saint Lan's elite disciples. Guardian Ling Tian, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism have come with ill intentions. I'm afraid this matter will be a little tricky. Guardian Hong Yun sighed when she saw Duan Ling Tian coming out. I can see that. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How could he not see that? Even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, who was ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking, was here. How could this matter not be tricky? Don't worry. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He might not be afraid of Lang Qianjin from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Guardian Hong Yun comforted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded again before he soared into the sky with Hong Yun to look for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. When Duan Ling Tian arrived, he discovered Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was not the only one present. Even the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were present. They were Zifeng, Qinghua, and Leng Ying. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian nodded and greeted Tang Xian. Then, he glanced at Zifeng and the other 2 guardians and nodded politely as a form of greeting. They were already used to Duan Ling Tian's casual attitude, so they did not show any emotions. Moreover, given the current situation of Zoroastrianism, they could not be bothered with formalities. Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, looked at Duan Ling Tian and said bluntly, The 4 guardians and I plan to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. I wonder if you're coming with us? I respect your decision. Since they've come knocking on my door, how can I run away? Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Even Leng Ying, who had a grudge with Duan Ling Tian, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gentler gaze. Duan Ling Tian's choice caused them to admire him. If that's the case, let's meet them. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. He took the lead and flew toward the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If he did not handle this matter well, not only would he, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, but the entire Zoroastrianism would be humiliated as well. Let's go. When Duan Ling Tian and the others saw Tang Xian taking the lead, they, naturally, followed closely behind him. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were preparing to meet the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, There were a few people in Zoroastrianism who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. I hope the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism will be tougher. It'll be even better if Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, personally kills Duan Lingtian. This is great news, since Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has personally made a move. I'm sure he won't give up until he achieves his goal. Guardian Lingtian. He's going to be a dead guardian soon. Dai, Duan Lingtian. Bu Hong and Wen Yen, the two direct disciples of the sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, were among those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. Chapter 2196. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Lingtian and the other 4 Zoroastrianism guardians walked side by side. They followed closely behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, as they made their way out of the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. Soon after, they left the Zoroastrianism sect's encampment. At the same time, a few figures appeared in the distant void within his line of sight. As they approached, the figures that were originally like small black dots began to grow larger and larger. In the end, they turned into a group of 6 people. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in gray. He looked very old, as though he had 1 foot in his coffin. He's Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. While Duan Lingtian was observing Lang Qianjin, Lang Qianjin's eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, landed on Duan Lingtian after he glanced at the others. He felt as though he had nowhere to hide. "You're Duan Lingtian?" At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Although the voice sounded old, it was strong and powerful. This voice was similar to the one that had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism sect. It was none other than Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, voice transmission. "Lang Qianjin," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission when he heard Lang Qianjin's question. "Humph." As soon as Duan Lingtian asked the question, Lang Qianjin's cold snort rang in Duan Lingtian's ears like a clap of thunder. "Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect?" A hint of anger could be heard in Lang Qianjin's voice, as though he was trying to intimidate Duan Lingtian. However, was Duan Lingtian someone he could intimidate just because he wanted to? "No matter how courageous I am, I'm not as shameless as you, Lang Qianjin. You snatched my super saint weapons, and you still have the audacity to shout in my ears?" Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission, not to be outdone. His tone was filled with a hint of mockery. Duan Lingtian remembered when he had left the pseudo-realm, the devil sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had announced the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism declared the Buddhism by Duan ancient. When Duan Lingtian first heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Put aside the fact that he did not possess the 2 super saint weapons, he had not even met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. How could he have snatched the super saint weapons away? "You!" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Lang Qianjin's old face turned pale. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. Lang Qianjin had made the announcement to create a false impression that Duan Lingtian's super saint weapons were in his hands. Naturally, he had done this to distract people from looking at Duan Lingtian's super saint weapons. This way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the super saint weapons away from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, meant to mock him. Previously, this matter had caused him to be mocked by many people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They mocked him for making a false announcement to deceive people even though he was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How despicable! Now that Duan Lingtian had mentioned this matter, it was no doubt he was rubbing salt in the wound. He was infuriated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the other 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism had followed the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to where Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were. Elder Lang, it's an honor for the Zoroastrianism to come all the way here. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, greeted Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, with a smile on his face. Humph! Lang Qianjin snorted coldly in response to Tang Xian's greeting. He said bluntly, "Sect leader Tang, I'm sure you can guess the purpose of our visit. Today, we're here to kill the person who killed the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, I hope you'll hand him over, sect leader Tang." Lang Qianjin said bluntly. His tone was slightly impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Tang Xian to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Tang Xian and the four guardians of the fire worship sect frowned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism not a little too impatient? Tang Xian, in particular, had met the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism before. However, he had never seen such an impatient side of him. Duan Lingtian was the only one who was not surprised by Lang Qianjin's reaction. This was because Lang Qianjin was so impatient because he was angered by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. While Tang Xian and the others were frowning, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, to the people behind him. More accurately, his gaze landed on three of them. This purple-clad woman must be the leader of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King. Duan Lingtian looked at the only woman in the group behind Lang Qianjin. She was also the most eye-catching person in the group behind Lang Qianjin. The woman was dressed in purple, and half of her face was covered by a purple veil. However, through the other half of her beautiful face, one could imagine that the other half of her face behind the veil was also very beautiful. The Violet Dragon King is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was previously ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. 3 years ago, the Sectless Cultivator who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent Devil Celestials. She's now ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. The information about the Violet Dragon King on the Supreme Saint ranking appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. This white-clad young man must be the last remaining Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the White Tiger King. He's also a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is ranked 11th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from the Violet Dragon King to the white-clad young man who was standing near her. The white-robed young man was tall and sturdy. He looked very powerful. He stood there like a giant tower made of iron. There were 3 people standing behind Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The other 2 people were standing behind him. For this reason, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to identify the 3 people in front of him based on their attire. As for the skinny black-clad old man, he must be the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was not that Duan Lingtian was looking down on him. It was just that compared to the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the 2 Karmapa, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was insignificant. After all, he was not as strong as the 3 people in front of him. Elder Lang, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, narrowed his eyes when he saw Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, going straight to the point. He said coldly, "Since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush. You want me to hand Ling Tian over to you? Impossible. Impossible." Tang Xian's words were firm and firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Hand Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder? How was that possible? Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, which was extremely important to the Zoroastrianism when the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Tang Xian did not dare to hand Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder due to Duan Lingtian's mysterious identity. He still suspected that Duan Lingtian might be the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. All he needed was an opportunity to confirm if Duan Lingtian was the man who had defiled the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism. If he was the saint girl, Duan Lingtian would definitely be killed by the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism if he handed Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder now. In the future, when the godlike powerhouse descended again and discovered that the person who had defiled the saint girl had been killed, he would be the one who handed Duan Lingtian over to the Supreme Elder. He would definitely vent his anger on the powerhouse and would not be able to escape death. This was because he knew very well. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would die in the hands of the powerhouse. Although that powerhouse said the saint lady is his cousin's reincarnation, when he mentioned his cousin, there was a strong desire to possess her in the depths of his eyes. Tang Xian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. For this reason, before he could confirm if Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, not only would he not hand Duan Lingtian over, but he also did not dare to do so. If Duan Lingtian was not the one who had defiled the saint girl, he would only lose the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Lingtian was the one who had defiled the saint girl, the Devil Seal Tablet would not be the only thing he would lose. Tang Xian and the people from the Zoroastrianism behind him would definitely be reduced to ashes by the powerhouse's wrath. It's not long before that powerhouse returns to our mundane realm, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Tang Xian shuddered when he recalled the powerhouse's words before he left. As it turned out, time was running out before the powerhouse returned to their mundane realm. In just a blink of an eye, almost 100 years had passed. Impossible? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was horrified when he heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. His eyes flashed coldly. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism standing behind Lang Qianjin were horrified when they heard Tang Xian's domineering reply. Tang Xian, it seems like you're very confident after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2197. Lang Qianjin, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, said coldly. Everyone felt as though winter had arrived. In the past, I could only rely on my movement divine ability to escape from you, Elder Lang. Now I'd like to have a fight with you and see the gap between me and you. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said calmly when he saw Lang Qianjin's angry and fierce gaze. His words also conveyed the same meaning. He was not afraid of fighting Lang Qianjin. In the past, when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had fought Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he could only flee each time since he was no match for Lang Qianjin. With the movement divine ability that the godlike powerhouse had taught him, even if his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to stop him. A few years ago, he had relied on this divine ability to deter the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect from attacking Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would have been destroyed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect since they did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to rely on. This, Tang Xian's domineering attitude shocked the two great Karmapa, the sect leader, and the two vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 5 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, including Duan Lingtian, were stunned. They did not expect the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be so direct and domineering as to challenge the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to a battle. Could he not be more tactful? They did not expect Tang Xian to be so direct and domineering. The reason Tang Xian was so direct and domineering was because of the godlike powerhouse he had met a few decades ago. Before he confirmed Duan Lingtian was not the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. He did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. If he confirmed Duan Lingtian was the man and he died, the godlike powerhouse would not be able to kill Duan Lingtian when he returned to the mundane realm. With that powerhouse's strength, not only would he die in a fit of rage, but the fire worship sect would also be implicated. For this reason, Tang Xian did not hesitate to challenge Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. He was not afraid of Lang Qianjin when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Not to mention now, Tang Xian's Xian S. Xian was a Xian's Tian, the supreme elder of Xian. In the past, he could only run for his life whenever he encountered Lang Qianjin. However, now he was strong enough to fight Lang Qianjin. Naturally, if it was not for the godlike powerhouse, he would not have been so direct and domineering even if he wanted to fight Lang Qianjin. The reason he was so direct and domineering was because he was afraid of the godlike powerhouse. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was shocked by Tang Xian's domineering attitude. The other members of Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but think to themselves, if Duan Lingtian was not the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would Tang Xian be so protective of Duan Lingtian? Although the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was precious, it was not enough for Tang Xian to fall out with Duan Lingtian. Apart from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism, the other 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism, apart from Duan Lingtian, shared the same thought. However, there was one thing they were certain of. Duan Lingtian was not related to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism at all. Isn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism a little too protective of me? Moreover, he seems to be a little too protective of me. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian himself was shocked by this unexpected favor. At the same time, he was stunned as well. What did he do to deserve the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to fall out with Lang Qianjin, the second strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint Land? For him. Good. After Lang Qianjin regained his senses, he repeated the word good a few times. It was obvious he was enraged by Tang Xian's words. However, since Tang Xian was willing to fall out with him, there was no way Lang Qianjin would fall out with him. In the past, Tang Xian would have been fine. However, Tang Xian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage just like him. Although Tang Xian was not as strong as him, the difference in strength was not too great. On top of that, Tang Xian was undefeatable with his peculiar movement divine ability. Lang Qianjin would not be able to gain any advantage if he fought Tang Xian. For this reason, he did not want to fight Tang Xian unless it was absolutely necessary. Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. Then, he said to Tang Xian in a deep voice, Tang Xian, I know you value Duan Lingtian's Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. It's very likely that the Devil Seal Tablet isn't with him. He might have hidden it somewhere else. However, if you're willing to hand over Duan Lingtian to me, I, Lang Qianjin, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to make you a promise. In the future, no matter who obtains the Devil Seal Tablet, I'll do my best to obtain it for you and hand it over to you. If the Devil Seal Tablet is with him, I'll immediately hand it over to you after I kill him. Based on Lang Qianjin's words, it was obvious he thought Tang Xian was protecting Duan Lingtian because of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. If that was the case, he did not want the Devil Seal Tablet. He was even willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to give the Devil Seal Tablet to Tang Xian. All he wanted was Duan Lingtian's life. By saying so, Lang Qianjin was, to a certain extent, making a concession and finding a way out for himself. Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is afraid? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Initially, he thought Lang Qianjin would fight the sect leader of Zoroastrianism out of anger. He did not expect Lang Qianjin would take the initiative to compromise. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. A battle between powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was bound to be earth-shattering. Coupled with the divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had mastered that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land, he would not be defeated even if he fought with Lang Qianjin. It was normal for Lang Qianjin to be afraid. Although the others could understand why Lang Qianjin would compromise, they were still shocked. As soon as Lang Qianjin finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Tang Xian. Lang Qianjin had compromised. Would Tang Xian accept it? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian began to waver. He was not sure if Tang Xian would compromise or not. If he was in Tang Xian's shoes, he might have chosen to compromise as well. However, Tang Xian's response to Lang Qianjin stunned everyone, including Duan Lingtian. It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian has the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. I won't hand him over to you today. These were Tang Xian's words. Although his tone was flat, there was no room for doubt in his tone. The entire place fell silent immediately. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Tang Xian's words. He looked at Tang Xian with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. After all, it was rare for Tang Xian to go this far for him. Even someone with a heart of stone would be moved by Tang Xian's actions, right? Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not know what Tang Xian was thinking. Otherwise, he would be worried instead of being touched. This was because Tang Xian had begun to suspect that he was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province. Tang Xian. After a moment of silence, Lang Qianjin finally regained his senses and roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Lang Qianjin's roar contained rich saint origin. As soon as it spread out, it swept through the entire Zoroastrianism's base. The White Tiger Sanctum was the first to bear the brunt of it. Tang Xian. Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin's roar reached the White Tiger Sanctum, it continued to reverberate in the White Tiger Sanctum. When Lang Qianjin's saint origin exploded, most of the disciples with a lower cultivation base in the White Tiger Sanctum bled from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. What's going on? Isn't that the voice of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He seems very angry. Don't tell me he's going to fight Lord Sect Leader? Heavens! So this is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking? Although he's outside the Zoroastrianism's base, he managed to cause many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some of them even fainted. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. As expected, a wave of panic swept through the White Tiger Sanctum. As for the other places, although it was not as tragic as the White Tiger Sanctum, most of them could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they heard Lang Qianjin's roar. Junior brother Ling Tian. The Lu brothers had unknowingly gathered together. When they heard the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism's roar, they became even more worried about Duan Lingtian. That's right, supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, you must kill Duan Lingtian. When Yen clenched her fists in her residence as she muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes, Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape this time. In the Sanctum Leader's residence in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Bu Hong had a delighted expression on his face. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed. Outside the Zoroastrianism's base. Is Duan Lingtian really the illegitimate son of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Chapter 2198. Even the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect looked at Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this moment, they realized the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was acting strangely. Is it because of Ling Tian's innate talent that the sect leader doesn't want to give up on him? They could not help but think to themselves. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, even in the known history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, it was unprecedented. It had reached a stage that was shocking to hear. However, in the blink of an eye, they rejected this possibility. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements at such a young age were mostly due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. They speculated. That trap was also a treasure trove, but most of the people who entered it were killed by the traps. Only those who were lucky would be able to avoid being killed by the trap and obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the treasure vault. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian's achievements were extraordinary. Although Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to his innate talent, It was mostly due to the treasure vault left behind by the three eminent devils. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it would be difficult for him to improve. After all, his innate talent was not that heaven-defying. This could be seen from the innate spiritual root he obtained from the Zoroastrianism sect a few years ago. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect were still in a state of shock and confusion. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air. It was earth-shattering. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave swept out from where Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, was standing. A mushroom-shaped shockwave appeared and swept out in all directions. Apart from Lang Qianjin and Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, everyone present was sent flying. Even the few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage present on the scene were sent flying by the shockwave from Lang Qianjin's attack since they were unprepared. As for the others, they were even worse off. On the other hand, because of Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian activated his divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, in time to strengthen his saint origin and cast his defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Although he was still sent flying, he was not as wretched as those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That Lang Qianjin can't hold back anymore? Duan Lingtian was sent flying. After barely managing to stabilize his body, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He could tell. Lang Qianjin couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to attack. Tang Xian, since you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Lang Qianjin's figure gradually disappeared as soon as he shouted. His speed was so fast that he left behind an afterimage. Bang! Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, he heard another earth-shattering explosion. It was not difficult for him to guess that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had already fought with Lang Qianjin. Along with this earth-shattering explosion, an even more vast and majestic wave of air swept over. An even more exaggerated mushroom-shaped cloud appeared in the sky where Tang Xian was standing. Accompanying the mushroom cloud was an even more powerful and terrifying shockwave. Although the people present, including Duan Lingtian, were prepared, they were still pushed back by the shockwave. The two Zhuangzi Buddhism vice-sect leaders, whose cultivation bases were only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were sent flying by the shockwave even though they were prepared. Not only that, but they also threw up mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying. It was obvious they were severely injured as well. The power of this shockwave was more than just a little stronger than the previous shockwave. As the shockwave continued to spread in all directions, the White Tiger Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, was also affected. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Even though it had consumed a lot of energy along the way, it still managed to kill many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with low cultivation bases when the shockwave swept out. These White Tiger Sanctum's disciples did not even have time to react before they were killed by the shockwave. Although some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with higher cultivation bases managed to survive, they were still injured. Blood gushed out of their mouths and dyed half of the White Tiger Sanctum red. For a time, the White Tiger Sanctum had turned into a living hell. Did Hierarch His Excellency fight with Zhuangzi Buddhism's Grand Elder? The aftershock of a battle between two powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is able to kill so many disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the source of the aftershock is. Many White Tiger Sanctum elders in the White Tiger Sanctum felt their hearts tighten. At the same time, they sighed with fear. The other members of the Zoroastrianism camp also realized that their leader, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, were fighting. What ability does that Duan Lingtian have to make Lord Hierarch take action for him? When Yan and her senior brother, Bu Hong, had grave expressions on their faces when they realized Tang Xian had already made his move. Initially, they thought Tang Xian was the strongest among them. Both Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Both of them were at the peak of the Tao martial saint land. Naturally, they would not make a move easily. After all, once they made a move, it would be difficult for them to hold back. Moreover, one of them might even die. Any normal human being would treasure their own lives. Powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage were the most important. The ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to a higher realm. If one died at this moment, it would mean one would not be able to ascend to a higher realm. It would be a lifelong regret. For this reason, powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would rarely fight unless they were sworn enemies. For this reason, when Yan and Buhong could not figure out why Tang Xian had made his move. What's so special about Duan Lingtian? What's so special about him? Why is Lord Hierarch taking action for him? Lord Hierarch has made his move. Junior brother Lingtian should be considered to have passed this stage. The Lu brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Mu, sighed in relief when they realized the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made his move. At the same time, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken by sect leader Tang Xian's move. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, when the terrifying shockwave swept out and killed many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, seemed to have sensed the shockwave as well. With a flash, he left behind an afterimage. After the afterimage disappeared, Duan Lingtian and the others lost sight of Tang Xian. Hermf, Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, snorted coldly and disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others' eyes. Is sect leader trying to lure Lang Qianjin away? At this moment, Duan Lingtian figured out Tang Xian's plan. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian thought of this, another earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian could clearly see that Lu Xian's eyes were shining brightly. A cloud of mist thousands of meters away disappeared into thin air, as if it had been swallowed by something in an instant. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw another mushroom cloud. Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were fighting again. They're fighting over there in just a blink of an eye. A moment later, the shockwave caused by the appearance of the mushroom cloud also spread out. The shockwave spread to Duan Lingtian and the others in just a blink of an eye. Of course, due to the large distance between them, the remnants of that power were much weaker than before. Even the two vice sect leaders of the Black Kshetra sect were not caught in the crossfire. The White Tiger Sanctum had fallen again. Although the remnant might of this power was much weaker than the remnant might of the previous power, it still managed to injure many of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples when it swept through the entire White Tiger Sanctum. It also caused the other elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum to tremble with fear. Outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they saw Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin leaving the Zoroastrianism's estate, the 5 Zoroastrianism's guardians, including Duan Lingtian, and the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism naturally followed the commotion. However, after following him a few times, the sounds they heard were getting softer and softer. Based on this, they could tell Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin were getting further and further away from them. In the end, there was no commotion at all. They had lost track of Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. Is this the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he lost sight of Tang Xian and Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he realized how terrifying a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was. Hualao, thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Hualao when he regained his senses. After all, it was because of Elder Hua's reminder that he was able to prepare himself in time before the shockwave caused by Lang Qianjin's explosive power swept over him. This allowed him to not be as miserable as the others. Hualao? In the past, whenever Duan Lingtian looked for Hualao to thank him, Hualao would respond. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond this time. He found it strange. However, when 3 sharp gazes swept over him, he immediately shifted his attention away from the fact that Elder Hua had ignored him. The 3 pairs of sharp eyes belonged to the 2 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, inside the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Chapter 2199. Naturally, Huolao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not have the time to respond to Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that a mysterious figure had appeared out of nowhere. A tall figure that looked like a ghost entered the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda silently, without being noticed by the current owner of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian. "You? Who are you?" Huolao's eyes widened when he saw the tall figure that appeared out of thin air. It was as though he had seen a ghost. The tall figure was a young man dressed in a long, blood-red robe. He was tall and sturdy. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome but pale. There was a sword-shaped mark between his brows. The sword-shaped mark was blood-red in color. It looked like a small, blood-red sword that was imprinted between his eyebrows. It emitted a terrifying aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. The young man in crimson clothes stood there. Streaks of crimson sword shadows revolved around him without any pattern. These sword silhouettes exuded a bloodthirsty and destructive aura. It made him look like a sword god who had walked out from the depths of hell. The blood-red young man did not move at all. He did not activate any energy on purpose, but he gave Huolao an oppressive feeling. After all, Huolao's strength had already recovered to the point where it was comparable to a celestial. He was much stronger than eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Elder Hu felt fear from the bottom of his heart when he faced the red-clad young man in front of him. Huolao was on the verge of breaking down from the pressure the blood-red young man was exerting on him. "If I'm not mistaken," the blood-red young man said slowly, "this celestial pagoda must be the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda in the Jade Emperor Heaven, right?" "Jade Emperor Heaven? Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda?" Upon hearing the blood-red young man's words, Huolao's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. In his heart, waves of shock were also set off. Who was this blood-red young man? Not only did he recognize the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, but he even knew it was from the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the colossal world, among the countless mundane realms, there were 81 Devata realms like the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the blood-red young man knew where the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda came from. How could he not be shocked? He must be a powerhouse from a Devata realm. At this moment, Huolao could guess who the blood-red young man was. The other party was either from the Jade Emperor Heaven or from another Devata realm and knew about the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was a top celestial supreme treasure, it was not one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although it was one of the top celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was nothing in the Devata realms. For this reason, the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was well known in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, not everyone in the Devata realms knew about it. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is said to contain the seven treasures. The Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda are divided into 7 levels. The first level is the three-legged golden crow. The second level is the Jasper Celestial Sword. The third level is the Astonishing God Halberd. The fourth level is the Universe Ruler. And the fifth level is... While Elder Hu's heart was in turmoil, the blood-red clothed young man continued speaking. As he spoke, he listed out the 7 treasures in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the three-legged golden crow in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Am I right?" As soon as the blood-red young man finished speaking, he looked at Huolao. Although his eyes were calm, Huolao could not help but feel intimidated. "Yes, my lord." After taking a deep breath, Huolao mustered up the courage to speak. His voice was filled with dread and reverence when he spoke. This was because he discovered that the blood-red young man was much stronger than him. He discovered the blood-red young man was much stronger than him when he was at his peak. Moreover, the blood-red young man's aura seemed to be suppressing him. It was as though the blood-red young man was his nemesis. "I think I've encountered a similar aura somewhere before. However, the aura at that time was not as strong as the one he's emitting." With this thought in mind, Elder Hua could not help but rack his brains. A moment later, a thought flashed through his mind, and he finally recalled it. When Hualao looked at the blood-red young man again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Hualao's voice trembled when he spoke again. My lord, you're a deity. It seems like you've guessed my origin." Before Hualao could finish speaking, the blood-red young man interrupted him. There was a hint of surprise in the blood-red young man's calm voice. It was apparent that he did not expect Elder Hua to be able to guess his origin. "That's right. I'm the soul of the Devata artifact," the blood-red young man said bluntly. "Devata artifact. Soul of the Devata artifact." Although Hualao had his suspicions, his heart could not help but tremble violently when he heard the blood-red young man's confirmation. At this moment, some of the questions in his heart were answered. As it turned out, he was still puzzled. How did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without the permission of the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Why did the blood-red young man enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner? Why did the scarlet-robed young man give him a sense of suppression? Now he finally understood. The blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, an acquired artifact soul that could suppress all celestial supreme treasures. For this reason, as the acquired artifact soul of a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was normal for the blood-red young man to suppress him. It was even easier for the blood-red young man to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact, there was no way the blood-red young man could enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda without alerting the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It would be easy for the blood-red young man to remove the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda from the owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After all, the blood-red young man was the innate artifact soul of a Devata artifact. A Devata artifact was above all celestial supreme treasures in the Devata realms. It was strong enough to suppress all celestial supreme treasures. There's only one Devata artifact in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's in the hands of the Gautama Buddha. Back then, when Monkey Sun wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the Gautama Buddha relied on the Devata artifact to suppress him. Elder Hua was well aware of what had happened in the Jade Emperor Heaven back then. In terms of strength, Sun Wukong stood at the pinnacle of the Jade Emperor Heaven. The celestial supreme treasure in his hand, the Rui Jingu Bang, was one of the best celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. With his cultivation base and a celestial supreme treasure like the Rui Jingu Bang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Jade Emperor Heaven as long as the Gautama Buddha did not make a move. The Devata artifact in the hands of the Gautama Buddha is called the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal. Back then, the soul of the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal was ordered by the Gautama Buddha to look for Dipamkara, the first owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At that time, I sensed his aura in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His aura was similar to the red-clad young man's aura. However, the red-clad young man's aura was much stronger than the red-clad young man's aura. In other words, the red-clad young man's Devata artifact soul is much stronger and more terrifying than the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gautama Buddha's possession. Hualao shuddered when he thought about this. It should be noted that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight against the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal's soul imprint, let alone the soul of a Devata artifact that was much stronger than the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal. My lord, may I know how to address you? With great difficulty, Elder Hua calmed his rapid breathing. He looked at the scarlet-clothed young man again and asked in a trembling voice. Elder Hua asked this question because he knew that in the Devata realms, the innate artifact souls of Devata artifacts did not only have their own consciousness, but they could also take human form and have their own name. For example, the soul imprint of the 10,000 Buddhas Celestial Imprisoning Seal, a Devata artifact, possessed by the Gautama Buddha in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Not only was it famous in the Jade Emperor Heaven, but it was also famous in the Devata realms. Kuang Ling, in the face of Elder Hua's humble and respectful inquiry, The blood-red-clothed young man raised his head proudly and replied with an indifferent tone. Kuang Ling, Kuang Ling, Kuang Ling, the sword soul, Kuang Ling. After pondering for a moment, Elder Hua's body suddenly trembled. Then, his face and eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Sword soul Kuang Ling. The name sounded familiar at first. However, when he thought about it carefully, he recalled the meaning behind the name. Sword soul Kuang Ling. Isn't that the name of the innate soul of the Devata artifact in the solitary destructive heaven? That Devata artifact is called the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. It's the strongest sword-type Devata artifact in the Devata realms. Chapter 2200. A Devata artifact was a Devata artifact. It could give birth to a soul on its own. Since the soul was born from the Devata artifact, it was called the innate artifact soul. Celestial supreme treasures were celestial artifacts, but they did not have the ability to give birth to a soul. They could only seal a living being in the celestial artifact and turn it into the artifact soul. For example, Hualao was sealed in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and became the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. On the other hand, a celestial artifact soul like Hualao was called an acquired artifact soul. Although an acquired artifact soul was not a celestial artifact, it could not leave the celestial artifact unless the owner of the celestial artifact was willing to sever its connection with the celestial artifact. On the other hand, an innate artifact soul was born from the Devata artifact, but it could leave the Devata artifact as it pleased. Although the two were similar, they were not on the same level at all. When the latter met the former, they could suppress the former to a certain extent. For example, when Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, faced Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the divine artifact, the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, he would feel an inexplicable fear from the bottom of his soul even though Kuang Ling did nothing. Why your Lord Kuang Ling from the solitary destructive heaven? When Elder Hua recalled the origin of Sword Soul Kuang Ling, he took a deep breath. When he looked at Sword Soul Kuang Ling again, the fear and dread in his eyes had deepened. It seems like you've heard of me. The young man dressed in red, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, said indifferently. How could I not know that you're the number one divine sword in the Devata realm? Hualao smiled wryly. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword was the number one divine sword in the Devata realm. Who in the Devata realm did not know about it? The number one divine sword in the Devata realms? Kuang Ling narrowed his eyes when he heard Hualao's words. He shook his head and said, It seems like you've left the Devata realm for quite some time. A few years ago, the sword soul of the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword was on par with me. From then on, there was no longer the number one divine sword in the Devata realm. There are only two divine swords in the Devata realm. As he spoke, Kuang Ling's tone was filled with emotion. He used to be the strongest divine sword in the Devata realms. But now, another divine sword had caught up to him and was on par with him. Furthermore, the other party's potential was even greater than his. If he didn't make any breakthroughs, he would be overtaken sooner or later. Yan Huang Shenyuan sword? Elder Hua turned pale with fright when he heard Kuang Ling's words. Could the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword be the Shenyuan sword from the Jade Emperor Heaven's Gongsun Shenyuan? However, the Shenyuan sword was only an immortal weapon, wasn't it? How did it become an immortal weapon? If I'm not mistaken, Gongsun Shenyuan and his Yan Huang Shenyuan sword came from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Kuang Ling continued to speak. Yes. Hearing Kuang Ling's words, Elder Hua regained his senses and quickly nodded. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Kuang Ling was the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword. The Yan Huang Shenyuan sword was the Shenyuan sword he knew. Hualao did not expect something so big would happen while he was away from the Devata realms. Not only had the Shenyuan sword become a Devata artifact, but it was also on par with the number one divine sword in the Devata realms, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Both were known as the two divine swords in the Devata realms. Are you curious as to why I would appear in this small mundane plane? Kuang Ling asked. Hualao nodded. Indeed, he was curious about this. The solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword used to be the #1 divine sword in the Devata realms. Although the Yan Huang Shenyuan sword had caught up to it, it was still powerful. The owner of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword and the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword were famous powerhouses in the Devata realms. How could he not be curious about the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm? Naturally, he was not surprised by the appearance of such a powerhouse in this mundane realm. Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was so powerful that he could easily break through the void and travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. I'm here for your current master, Kuang Ling said. Kuang Ling nodded. Hiss! Hualao inhaled sharply as soon as Kuang Ling finished speaking. He instinctively extended his divine consciousness out of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and looked at the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was his current master, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. At this moment, he and the other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism were facing off against the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The group led by the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Duan Lingtian. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn at this moment. The atmosphere was tense as though a battle would break out at any moment between the Zoroastrianism and the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as 2 figures appeared behind Duan Lingtian and the others from the Zoroastrianism's group. 5 guardians. We're here to help you. The 2 figures were none other than the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked at the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group. The 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's group remained calm when they saw the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism. On the other hand, the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief. If the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect did not appear, it meant they would have to face the 5 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect who were powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They shuddered when they thought about it. They were in a dilemma. They sighed in relief when the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders appeared. As for the 2 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, they did not think much of the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect at all. With the strength of the vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders, they would not be able to interfere in a battle between powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he saw the situation. It was as though he would not even bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Put aside the fact that Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was not here. Even if Lang Qianjin was here, Duan Lingtian would still dare to show himself. Since Duan Lingtian had shown himself, it meant he was prepared for the worst. The leader of Zoroastrianism pushed him out and handed him over to Zhuangzi Buddhism. While he was preparing for the worst, he had also thought of a way to deal with it. Everything revolved around the greed of Zhuangzi Buddhism Grand Elder Lang Qianjin. From the false statement that Lang Qianjin had made to the outside world, it could be seen that he was very interested in the super god weapon. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew Lang Qianjin did not care about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. This could be seen from his promise to Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He was more interested in the super saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Compared to the Devil Seal Tablet, which was a super saint weapon with a lot of restrictions, Lang Qianjin and the others would definitely want an offensive-type super saint weapon like the Traceless Sword. If Tang Xian pushes me out and hands me over to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, I'll lure him into the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda using the greed of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Once he's lured into the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hualao will definitely be able to kill him. As long as I kill him, I won't have to be afraid of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This was the plan Duan Lingtian had prepared for a long time ago. When he found out Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was leading a group of people against him, he had already prepared this plan. He had gone to great lengths to lure Lang Qianjin into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He believed with Lang Qianjin's greed, even if he was suspicious, he would not be able to resist the temptation of a celestial supreme treasure like the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Even if Lang Qianjin was cautious and did not dare to enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he would not be willing to kill Duan Lingtian before he entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had already calculated every step of the way. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was fearless when he came out with the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the four guardians of Zoroastrianism. If Lang Qianjin was here, he might have been a little afraid. However, now that Lang Qianjin was not here, he had to face the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that he had the Zoroastrianism powerhouses by his side. Even if he was alone, what did Duan Lingtian have to fear? Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Qinghua, Guardian Hongyun, Guardian Lang Ying. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the four guardians apart from Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold. Today, it's a feud between the Zhuangzi Buddhism and Duan Lingtian. I hope the four guardians won't interfere. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of the four guardians. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism spoke as though he was certain the people from the Zoroastrianism would be defeated. Ha 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 ha. Lang Ying could not help but laugh when he heard the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know where the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. The others were shocked as well. Did the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism really think he could defeat all of them? Although the Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage who were stronger than Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had two powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chapter 2201. Although Duan Lingtian had rarely made a move since he had returned to the fire worship sect, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was still quite high. However, he had defeated Lang Ying, the hall master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, who was also the current guardian of Zoroastrianism, with just 3 strikes. Although Lang Ying had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was not weak at all due to the divine abilities he had mastered. Even Guardian Hong Yun admitted she was no match for him. Moreover, even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not dare to say he could defeat Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. For this reason, after Duan Lingtian defeated Lang Ying with just 3 strikes, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest of the 5 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Even Zifeng, the former leader of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, did not object to this. For this reason, Lang Ying could not help but laugh when he heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's words. He wondered where sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism got his confidence from. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Duan Lingtian looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and asked mockingly, "Based on your words, you think you can defeat us now that our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here? What a joke!" Before sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism could reply, Hong Yun scoffed. "Our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is not here, but don't forget that the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism is not here as well." Although Zifeng, Qinghua, and Lang Ying did not say anything, they looked at sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism burst into laughter again. The sudden and wanton laughter caused Duan Lingtian and the rest to involuntarily frown. Was the leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism crazy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While the head of the Zhuangzi Buddhism family was laughing loudly, many figures came from the direction of the Zoroastrianism camp. They were the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism family. These higher-ups were either Golden Flame Elders or Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Tai, the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, were among them. As for the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism, none of them had come. Even if they had come, it would have been useless. They could only serve as cannon fodder. Even if Lu Tai, Lu Qing, and the others came, they could only watch from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. If they rashly went up, they could only be reduced to cannon fodder. What's the situation now? Why is the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism laughing so loudly? Could something have happened to Lord Sect Leader? I don't think so. If something had happened to Lord Sect Leader, how could Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, not be here? Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin have disappeared. Lord Sect Leader must have lured them away, right? I think so. After all, if a fight between powerhouses of their level gets too close to the Zoroastrianism camp, the outer disciples of the Zoroastrianism four-symbol sanctums would be the ones in trouble. The group of Golden Flame Elders and Vice Hall Masters of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves. They could vaguely guess the reason why the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism were not here. The strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying. Earlier, when Lord Sect Leader and Lang Qianjin fought, just the aftershock of their strength alone killed many of our White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had a grave expression on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly wronged. Whether it was the fact that many of his White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were killed by the aftershock of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage or the time when he was beaten up by Duan Lingtian, it was all because of the White Tiger Sanctum's location. The White Tiger Sanctum was located in the east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. It was close to the central region. Duan Lingtian had to pass through the White Tiger Sanctum to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate after returning from the central region. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had come from the central region to the western region. They had arrived outside the Zoroastrianism's estate and were the closest to the White Tiger Sanctum. Due to this reason, Lu Qing was filled with mixed feelings. He wished he could move to another location with the other three sanctums. All of a sudden, a voice transmission rang in the ears of the group of Zoroastrianism's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall. They had received the same voice transmission from one of the vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. The content of the voice transmission was nothing more than an update on the current situation. It's just as we've guessed. Lord Sect Leader has indeed lured Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, away. The eyes of many high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials lit up when they heard the vice sect leader's words. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism wants the four guardians to stay out of Guardian Ling Tian's matter? Otherwise, how can he guarantee the safety of the four guardians? Does he really think he can defeat the five guardians of Zoroastrianism with just a few of them? What a joke! Put aside the fact that Guardian Zifeng of Zoroastrianism is a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Guardian Zifeng. Where does he get his confidence from? Overconfidence is arrogance. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect is the leader of a sect. How could he be so arrogant? How pathetic! When the high-ranking Zoroastrianism officials learned about the current situation and heard sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's laughter, they could not help but sneer. After a while, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finally stopped laughing. For guardians, I'll give all of you one last chance. Now hand over Duan Lingtian. If you can't bear to do this to your own people, you can turn around and return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. After sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism stopped laughing, his eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I'll give all of you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't make a decision after 10 breaths, don't blame me, Zhuangzi Buddhism, for being merciless. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect said coldly. His tone was threatening. Humph! As soon as sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Zifeng, the leader of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism, scoffed coldly. His elegant and handsome face also seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. let alone 10 breaths. Even if you give us more time, we won't give up on Ling Tian. Zifeng said coldly. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Leng Ying moved closer to Zifeng to express his support for Zifeng. He did not forget to speak to sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others coldly. Although Qinghua and Hong Yun did not say anything, their attitude could be seen from the way they moved closer to Zifeng. They did not want to give up on Duan Lingtian. Sect leader of Zoroastrianism had already made it clear. Zoroastrianism would never give up on Duan Lingtian. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, sect leader of Zoroastrianism was willing to fight against the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that the current situation was not in their favor, even if it was, they would not go against the sect leader of fire worship sect's wish to protect Duan Lingtian. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Leng Ying's strong and decisive words were heard by the Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall in the distance. They felt their blood boiling. Leng Ying is right. There's no coward in Zoroastrianism. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Do they really think they can defeat us? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism continued to mock sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Good. Good. Very good. On the other hand, sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was so angry that his face turned pale when he heard the words of the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism. As his furious words rang out, a jade slip appeared in his hand. Crack! In just a blink of an eye, he crushed the jade slip. A stream of light soared into the sky and exploded high up in the sky. It was like a signal flare, sending a signal to someone. They have more people. The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but frown when they saw this. Even Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes in a timely manner. They're here. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the east. The sky was filled with clouds, but it was calm. He could not see anything. After Duan Ling Tian looked in the direction of the clouds, Zifeng, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, lifted his head and looked in the direction of the clouds. He seemed to have noticed something as well. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind the clouds. The people from Zoroastrianism could not help but look in the direction of the sound as well. Whoosh! When the group of people looked over, the clouds suddenly swayed. Soon after, a ghost-like figure descended from the sky. His speed was ridiculously fast. The high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism who were standing in the distance, including the Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, could not see the figure clearly. The two vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism who were at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heavenly Eye form, could only vaguely see the figure. It was a skinny figure. They could not see the other party's appearance or characteristics. A powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage? It seems like he's not an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of Zifeng, Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Leng Ying changed slightly. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they realized the other party was not an ordinary person. He has a helper? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the other party. Whoosh! Soon after, the other party appeared. Hao Shuang. Protector Zifeng's expression changed drastically when he saw the figure and face of the person who had just arrived. Chapter 2202. Hao Shuang was a young man with a thin body. He had long snow-white hair and a pair of snow-white eyebrows, but his skin was as tender as a baby's. Could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition, there seemed to be a smile on his handsome and delicate face at all times. Apart from being ranked fifth on the Supreme Saint ranking, Hao Shuang was also a sectless cultivator. He was the strongest sectless cultivator after Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Tao Martial Saint land. Before Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, He was only the second strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Ever since Tang Xian had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang had replaced Tang Xian as the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, the expression of Zifeng, the former leader of the three guardians of the fire worship sect, changed drastically when he recognized Duan Ling Tian. His heart sank. He had never expected that Hao Shuang would appear here. Moreover, Hao Shuang was the helper sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism had found. Hao Shuang. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the people from the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Zifeng's exclamation. Their expressions changed when they saw Hao Shuang. Qinghua, Hong Yun, and Lang Ying, in particular, had a grave expression on their faces. Previously, they thought Hao Shuang was confident in his strength. Compared to them, Zhuangzi Buddhism did not have an advantage. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence was nothing more than a joke to them. However, they finally knew where the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect's confidence came from. As it turned out, he had found a helper. Moreover, it was a sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest person under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Such a person was almost invincible under the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. As long as a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage did not make a move, nobody in the Tao Martial Saint Land was a match for him. If they were evenly matched with the people from the Black Kshetra sect earlier, they would not be able to defeat them. But now they were much weaker than him. Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator, ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? At the same time, the Golden Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, who were standing in the distance, had a horrified expression on their faces when they found out about Hao Shuang's identity. Ever since Lord Sect Leader had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, Hao Shuang has become the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. I can't believe Zhuangzi Buddhism managed to invite him here. Damn it! Now that he's here, our advantage is gone. From the looks of it, sect leader Zhuangzi Buddhism wasn't being arrogant at all. Instead, he had planned this all along. He knew that we had no chance of winning once Hao Shuang showed up. What should we do now? If Hao Shuang really helps Zhuangzi Buddhism, the five guardians won't be a match for him at all. As for us, we'll only be cannon fodder at that time. The Golden Flame Elder and the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall had a horrified expression on their faces as they discussed in hushed voices. Hao Shuang's appearance had not only surprised the four great guardians of Zoroastrianism, but it had also caught them by surprise. Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian was the only one who was calm among the people from Zoroastrianism. After learning about Hao Shuang's identity, Duan Ling Tian studied Hao Shuang curiously. A powerhouse who's ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on his strength, he must have broken through to the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Unlike the people from Zoroastrianism, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism were filled with vitality. Brother Hao, you're here. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism smiled when he saw Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang was the trump card of the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had expected this, they had come prepared. Now that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had left, it meant they could no longer rely on powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining people from Zhuangzi Buddhism and the people from Zoroastrianism were in a stalemate. At this moment, they needed a powerhouse who could break the stalemate. Hao Shuang was the most suitable candidate. After all, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Apart from powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Mr. Hao Shuang. The two great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, greeted Hao Shuang warmly when they saw him. Although they were powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Hao Shuang, they knew their limits. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for Hao Shuang. Lord Hao Shuang. The two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism bowed respectfully at Hao Shuang. Yes. Hao Shuang nodded indifferently when he heard the greetings from the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He swept his gaze across the people from Zoroastrianism before it landed on Duan Lingtian. He locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. You're Duan Lingtian? The new guardian of Zoroastrianism? The #1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land? Hao Shuang asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't dare to call myself the strongest prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, I think I'm slightly stronger than trash like Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. He did not hesitate to mock the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Since they had come looking for him and were determined to kill him, there was no reason for him to be courteous. Duan Lingtian. As expected, Duan Lingtian's words infuriated the people from Black Kshetra sect. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. You have a glib tongue. I wonder if you're as powerful as the rumors say you are. Hao Shuang's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. What? Do you want to try? Duan Lingtian's tone remained indifferent as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes, I want to try. Hao Shuang nodded. Then you have to think about it carefully. There are some things that once you try, there's no turning back. It's just like how there's no turning back once you release the arrow. Duan Lingtian enunciated each and every word clearly. There was no lack of threat in his words. Are you that confident? Hao Shuang opened his eyes abruptly. A cold light shot out from his eyes like a sharp blade that could destroy everything in its path. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism could not help but sneer. Duan Lingtian, do you think you'll be able to scare Brother Hao with just this little trick of yours? What a joke! The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was the first to scoff. When Master Hao Shuang was roaming the Tao Martial Saint land, I'm afraid you, Duan Lingtian, weren't even born yet. Do you think you can play tricks on Master Hao Shuang? The White Tiger King of Zhuangzi Buddhism sneered. Although the Violet Dragon King and the two vice sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism remained silent, their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Hao Shuang were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Mr. Hao Shuang, Zifeng, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, looked at Hao Shuang and said solemnly, I wonder what benefits did Zhuangzi Buddhism promise you? If you're willing to stay out of this, Zoroastrianism is willing to give you double the benefits. Although Zifeng admitted he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian, he did not have high hopes for the battle between Duan Lingtian and Hao Shuang. After all, Hao Shuang was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect had fought with Hao Shuang. According to their sect leader, if it was not for the fact that he had mastered the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint land, he might not have been a match for Hao Shuang. From this, it could be seen that Hao Shuang's strength had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had said Hao Shuang would be the next powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Guardian Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, did not have high hopes for someone like Hao Shuang. For this reason, he planned to lure Hao Shuang with benefits. He did not want Hao Shuang to change sides, he only wanted Hao Shuang to stay out of this. Humph! Upon hearing Zifeng's words, Hao Shuang glanced at him coldly. Guardian Zifeng, do you think I, Hao Shuang, am a two-faced villain? Zifeng was stunned when he heard Hao Shuang's words. Today, no matter what you or the Zoroastrianism promised me, I'm destined to stand on the side of Zhuangzi Buddhism and help Zhuangzi Buddhism. I, Hao Shuang, am a reputable person in the Tao Martial Saint land. I won't let the Zoroastrianism ruin my reputation. Hao Shuang's words made his stance clear. Guardian Zifeng, don't waste your energy. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at Zifeng mockingly. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame us for not showing mercy now. Humph! I don't believe you have the guts to kill us. If you kill us, our sect leader will personally come to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and annihilate the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Leng Ying looked at the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said, with our sect leader's current strength, even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism won't be able to stop him if he wants to kill the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he could easily escape from the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism with the help of the number 1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Let alone now, if he wanted to, he could annihilate the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism under the watch of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Chapter 2203. The eyes of the people from the Zoroastrianism lit up when they heard Frigid Eagle's words. Humph! The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism snorted coldly. His expression darkened immediately. Naturally, he knew what Frigid Eagle was talking about. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism. He only wanted to teach them a painful lesson. He did not have the guts to kill the guardians of the Zoroastrianism. It was fine if it was just Duan Lingtian. After all, they had a legitimate reason to attack. Even if they were killed, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not dare to act rashly. If he did, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would be able to break into the Zoroastrianism and kill them. However, if he killed the guardians of the Zoroastrianism, it would be equivalent to cutting off all the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. It would definitely enrage the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At that time, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would definitely avenge them at all costs. Just as Frigid Eagle had said, if the Zoroastrianism decided to attack the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would not be able to stop them. At that time, the people of the Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. For this reason, he had never thought of killing the other guardians of the Zoroastrianism other than Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian, he would not kill him unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to bring Duan Lingtian back to the Zhuangzi Buddhism because he wanted to find out how Duan Lingtian's strength improved so much in the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. As long as they could force this secret out of him, the cultivation of the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism would definitely improve tremendously. Even if there were no secrets, they still had to kill Duan Lingtian. This was to prevent the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land from saying that Zhuangzi Buddhism was inferior to Zoroastrianism, and that they did not dare to seek revenge from Zoroastrianism. Protector Leng Ying, you're right. We don't dare to kill you, but do you dare to kill us? The White Tiger King looked at Frigid Eagle and sneered. The only reason we are here today is Duan Lingtian. If you insist on staying, although we don't dare to kill you, we can't avoid making you suffer some physical pain. You can't blame us. Our sect master has already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it properly. The sneer on the White Tiger King's face deepened when he reached the end of his sentence. If Mr. Hao wasn't here, we might be evenly matched. Now that Mr. Hao is here to deal with Duan Lingtian, the strongest among all of you, I'd like to see how the rest of you are going to deal with us. The White Tiger King sneered. Based on his words, it was clear he was confident he could defeat the people from the Zoroastrianism. Before the people from the Black Kshetra sect came, they had already assessed Duan Lingtian's strength since he was now a guardian of the fire worship sect. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that Duan Lingtian was the strongest among the 5 great protectors of Zoroastrianism. This was because not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism with 3 strikes, but he had also defeated Leng Ying, the hall master of the Zoroastrianism Enforcement Hall, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had also evaluated Leng Ying's strength. Once Leng Ying had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength was on par with Qinghua from the Zoroastrianism. He was stronger than Hong Yun from the Zoroastrianism and was in no way inferior to the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Such a person was defeated by Duan Lingtian with 3 strikes. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King did not dare to say they could defeat Lang Ying, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, in 3 strikes. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect made a bold guess about Duan Lingtian's strength. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, who were in no way inferior to the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, might be evenly matched or even stronger. For this reason, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect decided to seek outside help. In the end, they found Hao Shuang, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In their opinion, Hao Shuang was not weak at all. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was no match for Hao Shuang. Hao Shuang alone was enough to defeat Duan Lingtian. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect finished speaking, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, other than Duan Lingtian, were horrified. As it turned out, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect had planned this from the beginning. Their target was only Lingtian. However, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect intended to severely injure the remaining people from the Zoroastrianism sect and teach them a painful lesson. Hao Shuang! Zifeng glared at Hao Shuang fiercely. This time, he did not try to tempt Hao Shuang. Instead, he threatened, "Guardian Lingtian of our Zoroastrianism sect is under the protection of our sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For him, our sect leader of Zoroastrianism is willing to fight the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. You better think this through. If you help the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect leader kidnap or kill Guardian Lingtian today, you'll definitely offend our sect leader. If our sect leader is furious, it won't be difficult for him to kill you. If the soft approach did not work, he would use the hard approach." Zifeng's attitude was unprecedentedly unyielding. Hao Shuang's expression darkened when he heard Zifeng's threat. "That's right." Lang Ying chimed in. "Hao Shuang, you better think this through. Back then, our sect leader's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was already stronger than you. Now that his cultivation base has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, killing you would be as easy as killing a chicken. Unless you find a place to hide and not come out. Otherwise, once you appear and are targeted by him, you will definitely die." Lang Ying's words sounded like a warning to Hao Shuang. But the truth was, he was threatening Hao Shuang as well. Humph! At this moment, sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism scoffed and said disdainfully, "Guardian Zifeng, Guardian Lang Ying, both of you might not know this, but our Supreme Elder has promised Brother Hao that he'll protect him until he breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, Brother Hao's cultivation base is only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's confident he'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 10 years. When Brother Hao breaks through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if he's not as fast as your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to protect himself." When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Zifeng and Lang Ying's expressions changed when they heard the Zoroastrianism's words. Hao Shuang is about to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The expressions of the other people from the Zoroastrianism changed drastically as well. When they looked at Hao Shuang again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. If sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was telling the truth, Hao Shuang would definitely be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If that was the case, Hao Shuang could be considered as a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Humph! As long as I break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, why would I be afraid of your sect leader of the Zoroastrianism? When sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism finished speaking, Hao Shuang glanced at Zifeng and Lang Ying coldly. "Perhaps, I'm not as strong as him, but it won't be difficult for me to stay alive. If he dares to hurt me, as long as he doesn't kill me, I'll still be able to take revenge on your Zoroastrianism. I'd like to see if he dares to make a move on me before he's confident he'll be able to kill me." Hao Shuang's words were loud and clear. At the same time, he exuded great confidence. However, the expressions of the people from the Zoroastrianism darkened. The atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence for a short period of time. Hee. All of a sudden, a chuckle sounded in the air and broke the silence. This voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. They saw the person who had chuckled was none other than Duan Lingtian. "What are you laughing at?" Hao Shuang asked sternly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "I'm not laughing at anything." Duan Lingtian calmly stopped laughing. He glanced at Hao Shuang indifferently and changed the topic. "Does this mean you're the reason I'm captured or killed by the Zhuangzi Buddhism today? Hao Shuang, are you planning to make a move on me?" Duan Lingtian asked two questions in succession. "Why? Are you afraid?" Hao Shuang sneered. "Afraid?" Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was extremely brilliant. As he smiled, his robe began to flutter. A moment later, scales began to appear on his hands. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were dragon scales. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's robe was torn apart by his half-dragon body. He had transformed into a human-shaped dragon monster. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that while his hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws, there were also 9 claws on each of his hands. He was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Based on the changes in Duan Lingtian's body, one could tell that he was under great pressure. Duan Lingtian felt an unprecedented pressure from Hao Shuang. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It should be noted that he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he killed Xia Kongshuan, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or defeated Lang Ying. Although transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior did not mean that his strength would increase tremendously, it was still much stronger than before. Since he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, one could see how much he valued Hao Shuang. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2204. Although the people present on the scene had heard that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they had not seen Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior with their own eyes. Now that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they could not help but feel shocked. This is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Many of the fire worship sect's golden flame elders inhaled sharply as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. It's said that a 9-clawed dragon warrior's body is comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. His defense is extremely strong, and his explosive strength is far beyond an ordinary martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian's strength has undoubtedly increased after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like he doesn't dare to hold back when facing a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. He's going all out. However, even then, does he have a chance of winning? I don't think so. After all, Hao Shuang is the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Guardian Lingtian has transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I don't think he's a match for Hao Shuang. I think so as well. Although the Fire Worship Sect's Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were eager for a miracle to happen, hoping that Guardian Lingtian would be able to defeat or even kill Hao Shuang, they did not expect a miracle to happen. However, when they thought about how terrifying Hao Shuang was, they had no choice but to be realistic. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens for them to defeat Hao Shuang. The 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism and the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. Hao Shuang. Suddenly, Guardian Lang Ying from Zoroastrianism looked at Hao Shuang and said, "You better think this through. If you dare to touch Guardian Lingtian today, not only will you offend Zoroastrianism, but you'll also offend the dragons." Dragons. When Lang Ying saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he immediately thought of using the dragons to threaten Hao Shuang. Humph. However, when Hao Shuang heard Lang Ying's words, he scoffed and said disdainfully, "I'm not even afraid of offending the Fire Worship Sect. Why would I be afraid of offending the dragon clan that has already fallen? Currently, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Could be said that the sun had set in the west. For a rogue cultivator like Hao Shuang, he was naturally not afraid of the current dragons. Lang Ying was stunned when he heard this. On the other hand, when Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others saw Duan Lingtian transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, fear appeared in their eyes when they thought of the dragons. Hao Shuang was a rogue cultivator and had no attachments. But Zhuangzi Buddhism was different. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had families and businesses. Once the dragons took revenge, they would suffer heavy losses. However, when they thought about how they had a good reason to target Duan Lingtian, they felt relieved. They had come here to seek revenge for the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. So what if the dragons were here? Could they stop Zhuangzi Buddhism from seeking revenge for the Golden Lion King? Duan Lingtian, it seems like you're really confident in your strength. Hao Shuang narrowed his eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes. Waves of killing intent rose from his body. I'd like to see where you're getting your confidence from in front of me. Hao Shuang. As murderous intent surged from his body, Hao Shuang sneered and pushed his Saint Qi to the limit. When Shang Yuan broke out of his body, it caused the space around him to fluctuate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of rolling air waves set off a vast gale that wreaked havoc in all directions. At the same time, one could see how Shuang's body had grown bigger. How Shuang's skinny body swelled up in an instant, turning from a skinny young man into a muscular young man. His long white hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. It looked like white pythons. His white eyebrows were raised, setting off his slightly twisted face, revealing his current mood. He was furious. He was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He dared to say, apart from powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the Dao Martial Saint Land could compete with him. Yet today, not only had a little brat that wasn't even 50 years old dared to act without the slightest scruple in front of him. He'd even disregarded his strength and wanted to play a fool before him. How could he not be furious? Brother Hao is getting serious. The eyes of the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism lit up like 2 stars in the night sky when he sensed Hao Shuang's terrifying aura surging out of his body. I just hope Mr. Hao won't kill this Duan Lingtian in a fit of anger. After all, we still have to try to pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils from the devil clans. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism thought to themselves. Guardian Ling Tian from Zoroastrianism, the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Today, in front of Lord Hao Shuang, he will be no different from a chicken or dog, unable to withstand a single blow. The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were excited. They were confident in Hao Shuang. Unlike the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the people from the Zoroastrianism were in low spirits. Guardian Zifeng, I'm afraid Guardian Lingtian isn't a match for Hao Shuang. Should we help him? Protector Lang Ying looked at Protector Zifeng and said with bright eyes. Although he had some conflicts with Duan Lingtian in the past, those were internal conflicts. However, he did not disregard Duan Lingtian because of their past conflicts. Instead, he supported Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was also because the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had supported Duan Lingtian since the beginning. I want to help him as well. However, do you think we have a chance to help him? I'm sure if we make a move, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism will make a move as well. Zifeng smiled bitterly as he looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism warily. He was no match for either the Violet Dragon King or the White Tiger King. Currently, Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism was being targeted by Hao Shuang. As long as the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism made a move, they might be able to suppress the remaining four guardians. As for the others, the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two vice-sect leaders would be able to suppress them easily. When Lang Ying heard this, he instinctively turned to look at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he realized something. The sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism were paying attention to Hao Shuang and Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism. It was as though they were watching them all the time. Immediately, Lang Ying's expression turned ugly. As for Qinghua, Protector Hong Yun, and the other high-ranking members of the Zoroastrianism, their expressions darkened as well. Where did I get my confidence from? When Duan Ling Tian heard Hao Shuang's words and saw the saint origin in Hao Shuang's body surging, he could not help but smile indifferently. He then looked at Hao Shuang coldly. When his gaze turned cold, Duan Ling Tian's aura changed in an instant. It was as though he was a completely different person. If one were to say that he was like an elegant scholar just a moment ago, now he was more like a bloodthirsty warrior. As his gaze turned cold, waves of monstrous battle intent rose from his body. It made him look like a god of war. Moreover, a turbulent vortex appeared out of thin air with his body as the center. Elementary devouring tactic. In a flash, Duan Ling Tian used this divine ability to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to the maximum. When the Sun Saint origin spread out from his body again, the surrounding void shook. A series of crisp, crackling sounds rang in the air as though the surrounding void was shattering. Hao Shuang, let's decide the outcome of this battle with one move. What do you think? After the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was raised to its limit, he felt as though his blood was boiling. He looked at Hao Shuang with a piercing gaze before he shouted, "Let's go!" Deciding the outcome of this battle with one move. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Hao Shuang was stunned. The people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism group were stunned. The people from the Zoroastrianism group were stunned as well. After a while, Hao Shuang was the first to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he could not help but sneer. "I really don't know where you get your courage from. How dare you say that we'll decide the outcome of this battle with one move?" "What? You don't dare?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I don't dare?" When Hao Shuang heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he was stunned at first. Then he could not help but burst out laughing. After a while, he stopped laughing and looked at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. "What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as his voice fell, the Saint Qi around Hao Shuang's body swelled as he also displayed one of his assist-type divine abilities, pushing his Saint Qi to the limit. Naturally, the boost from his assist-type divine ability was not as great as the boost from Duan Ling Tian's Saint origin. Although his improvement was not as good as Duan Ling Tian, his foundation was far better than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. To a certain extent, he could be considered a quasi-powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now that he had cast his assist-type divine ability, his Saint origin had been raised to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! At the same time, Hao Shuang raised his hand and a 6-foot-long rod appeared in his hand. Initially, there was nothing special about the long rod. However, as Hao Shuang poured his Saint Qi into it, it seemed to come to life in an instant and began exuding a terrifying aura. This is the Dharma Rod. Chapter 2205. The 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand was engraved with obscure patterns. From afar, it gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. Up close, it gave off an ancient feeling. However, as Hao Shuang's Saint origin flowed into the 6-foot-long staff, voila! In just an instant, The patterns on the rod seemed to have come to life in an instant, blooming with a golden light that set off the rod as if it had turned into a scorching sun, dazzling and dazzling. A vast and majestic aura swept out from the 6-feet-long rod that was covered in a golden glow, causing most of the people present to feel their hearts palpitate. This is the Dharma staff. When Zifeng from the fire worship sect cried out in surprise, everyone regained their senses. All of them turned to look at the 6-foot-long rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was glowing with a golden light. For a moment, the 6-foot-long staff in Hao Shuang's hand became the focus of everyone's attention. Dharma staff? Why does it sound so familiar? A golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism frowned and fell into deep thought. However, as soon as he fell into deep thought, he was interrupted by another golden flame elder from the fire worship sect. Isn't the Dharma rod one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Moreover, it's an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. Although the Dharma staff is not as offensive as the super saint weapon, the traceless sword, it's far more powerful than an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Moreover, it can be used for defense. This defense is extremely strong. I didn't expect the Dharma staff to be in Hao Shuang's hands. It's over. It's over. Protector Ling Tian doesn't have much chance of winning. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma staff, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. One move to determine the outcome? I really don't know where Protector Ling Tian gets his confidence from. Now that Hao Shuang has taken out the Dharma staff, even if he uses all his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to block Hao Shuang's attack, right? Since it's one move to determine the outcome, Hao Shuang won't hold back. Protector Ling Tian's life will be in danger if he attacks with the staff. The group of Zoroastrianism Golden Flame Elders and the Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall shook their heads. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was dead meat. It wasn't that they were trying to boost the morale of others and diminish the morale of their own people. It was just that they couldn't see any hope and could only accept their fate. One move to determine the outcome? The other 4 guardians of the Zoroastrianism and the 2 vice sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism also smiled bitterly when they regained their senses. In the depths of their eyes, there was a deep sense of helplessness. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. Just now, when Duan Lingtian said that he was going to fight Hao Shuang with one move, they were also shocked. If it was a normal fight, Hao Shuang might not have taken Duan Lingtian's life directly. But if it was a battle to determine the outcome of the battle, Hao Shuang would definitely not hold back in order to play it safe. At that time, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian would be doomed if he really decided the outcome with a single move. Only a few people could not help but have a trace of desire in their hearts when they saw how confident Duan Lingtian was. They longed to see a miracle happen. However, when Hao Shuang took out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, the desire in these people's hearts was mercilessly crushed. Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. If there were no powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody would be a match for him. Now, he had taken out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. At this moment, only despair remained in the hearts of the people from the Zoroastrianism. Unlike the people from the Zoroastrianism, the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism were shocked when they saw Hao Shuang taking out the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Lord Hao Shuang is going to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Lingtian? The 2 vice sect leaders of the Zhuangzi Buddhism were dumbfounded. Brother Hao, don't you think you're exaggerating? Is there a need to use the super saint weapon in the battle with Duan Lingtian? I want to capture him temporarily and take him away to interrogate him about the secrets of the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils. The vice sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism was shocked when he saw the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, in Hao Shuang's hand. He did not want Hao Shuang to kill Duan Lingtian if it was not necessary. Mr. Hao Shuang. At this moment, the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism also sent Hao Shuang voice transmissions. They were worried Hao Shuang would kill Duan Lingtian with just one move. You don't have to worry about that. Hao Shuang replied in a timely manner. Since it's decided in one move, Duan Ling Tian will definitely use his full strength and concentrate all his strength into one attack. I'll use all my strength to defeat his attack. However, after defeating his attack, I'll stop in time and spare his life. After all, if I can pry the secret of the independent space left behind by the three eminent celestials out of him, it'll only be beneficial to me. Hao Shuang's words calmed the vice-sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King. Dharma Rod? A super saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he saw Hao Shuang taking out a super saint weapon. This was slightly beyond his expectations. He had heard of the Dharma Rod before and knew it was an offensive and defensive super saint weapon. In terms of offense, although it was not the best among the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it was still much stronger than a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet and 1,000 Inscriptions saint weapon. Ha! Hao Shuang saw Duan Lingtian's frown and smiled smugly. Duan Lingtian, are you surprised I have a super saint weapon as well? Moreover, it's even more useful than your Devil Seal Tablet. I'm a little surprised. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal. However, the Sun Saint origin in his body continued to surge. If I, Hao Shuang, were a devil cultivator, Duan Lingtian would have a chance to kill me with the Devil Seal Tablet. Unfortunately, I'm not a devil cultivator. Hao Shuang smiled smugly. His words were filled with sarcasm. The Devil Seal Tablet was effective against devil cultivators, but it was useless against Hao Shuang. You talk too much. Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Hao Shuang's sarcastic words. Then, he said bluntly, after 3 breaths, we'll decide the victor with one move. As you wish. Hao Shuang's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Saint origin surged from his body as the Dharma Rod in his hand shone brightly. He was preparing to launch his strongest attack after 3 breaths. On the other hand, with a raise of Duan Lingtian's hand, a plain and simple sword appeared in his hand. This sword was none other than the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Jasper Celestial Sword. In the past, when I used you to defeat my enemies, I had to be secretive about it. As the Sun Saint origin in his body surged out and entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword and muttered to himself, "Today, I'll show everyone the brilliance of your Celestial Supreme Treasure. I'll show them that Super Saint weapons are nothing in front of a Celestial Supreme Treasure like you." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed brilliantly. This beam of light seemed to be able to overshadow everything around it, and it was clearly seen by everyone present. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he no longer planned to use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, he did not conceal it because he did not want to waste his Sun Saint origin elsewhere. After all, his opponent was Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, Hao Shuang had a super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. If he made a mistake, he would definitely die. For this reason, he had to pour all his Sun Saint origin into the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to unleash his most powerful sword attack. This sword strike was related to his life and everything about him. He had to be cautious. He did not have the time to think about the consequences of exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, he only wanted to unleash his most powerful sword attack to fight with Hao Shuang. They wanted to see if his most powerful sword attack was stronger than Hao Shuang, who was the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian first took out the Jasper Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, in his hand, its simple appearance did not attract any attention. Whoosh! However, when the Sun Saint origin in his body surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the simple Jasper Celestial Sword shone brightly. Initially, it was a golden light that was similar to the color of the Sun Saint origin. However, it soon turned red. Soon after, various colors of light flashed. In the end, the multicolored lights merged into one and transformed into a condensed and dusky energy that twirled around the Jasper Celestial Sword. Among them, Tiny bolts of gray lightning were pulsating rhythmically, like tiny gray snakes slithering around the Jasper celestial sword. At the same time, a sharp and destructive aura swept out from the Jasper celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Many people present on the scene felt chills running up their spines. Their hearts skipped a beat as they narrowed their eyes. Before they had the time to react, 3 breaths of time had already quietly passed. Ha! When the time was up, Hao Shuang let out a thunderous roar that was deafening to the ears. Bang! The air trembled as Hao Shuang used the force to fly toward Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2206. In fact, Hao Shuang had also noticed the destructive aura surging out of Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword. However, he did not have the time to feel how terrifying the aura was. This was because the 3 breaths were up. As for his power, it was already fully charged. It was time to make his move. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous noises reverberated in the air. Hao Shuang wielded the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, as he charged forward. In just a blink of an eye, he had covered more than half of the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Roar! Hao Shuang let out a beast-like roar as the saint origin in his body skyrocketed. His entire body began to swell strangely. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. Hao Shuang, who had transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, looked like a King Kong. His muscles bulged, and most of his robe was torn apart. His head of snow-white hair stood on end, like sharp needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, the golden glow on the Dharma Rod in Hao Shuang's hand grew even brighter. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a sky-propping pillar that exuded a terrifying aura. The rolling energy in it seemed to be earth-shattering. In an instant, the void around Hao Shuang trembled. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The energy in Hao Shuang's body and the Dharma Rod's energy caused a clear and ear-piercing sound of friction to appear in the air. Duan Lingtian, take this! Hao Shuang, who seemed to have transformed into a King Kong, suddenly roared and took a step forward. When his foot landed, it was as if a huge mountain had collapsed. When his foot landed, ripples appeared in the void and rapidly spread out in all directions. It was as if a huge rock had been smashed into a calm lake without any warning, causing waves of ripples to appear. At the same time, the 3-meter-tall Hao Shuang's Saint Qi skyrocketed. It was as if he had transformed into a deity. He suddenly raised the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon in his hand, and smashed it at the purple figure standing in the void in front of him. The purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! Hao Shuang's cudgel strike not only contained a powerful offensive divine ability, but also the profundity of the cudgel martial arts. It looked simple, as if it was just a casual wave, but in reality, it was an attack that he had unleashed with all his might. Hao Shuang's attack not only contained his full strength, but it also contained the full power of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. As soon as it was thrown out, it was earth-shattering. Wherever the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Rod, passed, the void would tremble. It was like a thin piece of paper being baptized by the wind, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The rod that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens was accompanied by waves of terrifying destructive aura as it smashed toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the staff that descended from the sky gave Duan Lingtian a feeling as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as though he would be mercilessly smashed into a meat patty if he was slightly careless. Boom! 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 Like a bolt of lightning descending, the rod strike that shook the heavens tore through the sky and descended towards Duan Lingtian, and it gave rise to waves of explosive sounds that were like exploding thunder as it approached menacingly. And at this most critical moment, in a flash of lightning, Duan Lingtian finally made his move. Sword-wielding art. Faced with Hao Shuang's attack, Duan Lingtian's celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, finally flew out of his hand after devouring Hao Shuang's son, Saint Origin. Swoosh! A short-lived sword cry rang in the air as a sword ray flashed in the air. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his body had been emptied. He was on the verge of collapsing. After recovering a little bit of his saint origin, he barely managed to stabilize himself. However, his face turned pale in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Duan Ling Tian. Most of the people present on the scene were looking at the Dharma rod in Hao Shuang's hand that was descending like a thunderbolt. This was the only thing they could do. This was because they could not catch a trace of the extraordinary-looking sword that had left Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was as though the sword had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a short-lived sword cry by their ears. How fast! Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, such as Zifeng from the Zoroastrianism, the Azure Dragon King, and the White Tiger King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, managed to catch a glimpse of the sword ray. At this moment, although they barely managed to catch a glimpse of the sword light, they did not have the time to express their shock and astonishment. This was because everything happened in a split second. How's this possible? When the Jasper Celestial Sword flew out of Duan Ling Tian's hand, it transformed into a sword ray that appeared in front of Hao Shuang's eyes. Horror and disbelief could be seen in his eyes. The reason he reacted this way was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. That speed was much faster than the speed at which he was attacking at the moment. If the Saint origin in his body was close to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, however, the speed of the sword ray before his eyes was close to the speed of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was almost as fast as a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not stabilized his cultivation base. It all depends on this sword ray to see if I can escape this calamity. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he saw the Jasper Celestial Sword flying out of his hand. He had used all his strength in this sword ray. This was his strongest sword ray. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword that had absorbed Duan Ling Tian's sun, Saint Origin, flew out of Duan Ling Tian's hand like a wild horse that had escaped from its reins. His speed was so fast that it was almost shocking. In just a blink of an eye, the Jasper Celestial Sword was already close to the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod, that Hao Shuang was holding. After a fleeting sword light flashed, it continued to attack the Dharma rod in a menacing manner. Swoosh! The Jasper Celestial Sword seemed to have merged with the void. It did not disturb the void at all. In fact, this was because the Jasper Celestial Sword was too fast. It was so fast that the void did not have time to react. Chi! 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 Along with a series of clear and soft noises, the sword gleam on the tip of the Jasper Celestial Sword collided with the golden gleam that was wreaking havoc around the Dharma rod and began to fight. And this initial confrontation was also the final calm before the storm. The sword ray from the Jasper Celestial Sword did not seem to be obstructed at all. It easily penetrated the golden ray from the Dharma rod and landed on the Dharma rod. Suddenly, clang, rip, an earth-shattering sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of something being torn apart. When the Jasper Celestial Sword landed on the Dharma rod, it unleashed a destructive force that seemed to be able to destroy the world. When the Dharma rod was sent flying, it also tore off Hao Shuang's arm that was holding the Dharma rod, leaving a bloody wound on Hao Shuang's shoulder. It was a ghastly sight. Whoosh! After the Dharma rod and the arm that held it left Hao Shuang's body, it shot off into the distance like an arrow. Its speed was so fast that it appeared in front of everyone's eyes for a fleeting moment. It was not much slower than the speed of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The Jasper Celestial Sword unleashed a destructive force that knocked away the Dharma rod and tore Hao Shuang's arm off, severely injuring Hao Shuang. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. After that, the Jasper Celestial Sword slowed down a little. However, it continued to fly toward Hao Shuang like a bolt of lightning. This time, the Jasper Celestial Sword's target was between Hao Shuang's eyebrows. It looked as though it would only stop after Hao Shuang was dead. When Hao Shuang's arm was torn off, He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He shuddered and regained his senses. *T. When Hao Shuang saw the sword ray that appeared for a brief moment and locked onto his eyebrows, it seemed as though it would not stop until he was dead. His expression changed again and again. Then he instinctively screamed in fear. In the next moment, before the Jasper celestial sword could pierce through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, whoosh! At the same time, a humanoid silhouette emerged from Hao Shuang's body. It was a shrunken version of Hao Shuang. As soon as the shrunken Hao Shuang appeared, he fled into the distance at an unbelievable speed. He left behind a few words as he fled. He said, "Zhuangzi Buddhism, Zoroastrianism. I, Hao Shuang, will remember this grudge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the shrunken Hao Shuang's silhouette disappeared without a trace. Spurt. At the same time, the Jasper celestial sword pierced through Hao Shuang's eyebrows, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Soul detachment? Although it seemed as though the Jasper celestial sword had killed Hao Shuang, Duan Lingtian knew that Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from Hao Shuang's body. Before the Jasper celestial sword killed Hao Shuang's soul had escaped from his body and disappeared into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The Jasper celestial sword had only killed Hao Shuang's soulless body. The eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the soul detachment form. At this stage, as long as a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wanted to, they could detach their soul from their body at any time. Chapter 2207. Unfortunately, my son's saint origin is almost depleted, so I can't chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Moreover, my soul is only at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, so I can't use my soul attack to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw Hao Shuang's soul escaping. It was not that he did not want to kill Hao Shuang, but there was nothing he could do. After Hao Shuang used the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, his soul speed was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on Hao Shuang's words before he escaped, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism as well. Duan Lingtian's expression turned strange when he recalled Hao Shuang's words. Based on his tone, it seems like he hates Zhuangzi Buddhism more than Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian could understand why Hao Shuang was acting this way. After all, Hao Shuang was here because he had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. However, Hao Shuang had lost his body because of Zhuangzi Buddhism's invitation. His soul had left his body and was forced to flee. Now that his body was dead, his soul could no longer possess it. He could only steal another person's body or reconstruct his own. Compared to stealing another person's body, it was better to reconstruct his own body since that was the only way he could regain his strength. Naturally, it would take a long time to reconstruct his own body. In any case, Hao Shuang had accepted Zhuangzi Buddhism's offer to help, but he ended up going for wool and coming home shorn. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. Hao Shuang must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism to the core. He must hate Zhuangzi Buddhism for inviting him to help before he figured out my strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Putting himself in Hao Shuang's shoes, Duan Lingtian could understand Hao Shuang's feelings. If Hao Shuang had known that he had such strength, he would not have appeared here even if Zhuangzi Buddhism had given him so many benefits. However, even I didn't expect that the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, would be able to unleash such a powerful attack when I infused it with my son's saint origin that was enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic. When Duan Lingtian recalled how the Jasper Celestial Sword easily destroyed Hao Shuang's attack and knocked away the super sacred artifact, the Dharma Rod, he could not help but feel slightly shocked. One had to know that even before he made his move, he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. After all, Hao Shuang was the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be invincible among those below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, in front of everyone. He was not certain if his attack would be able to match Hao Shuang's full strength. At that time, he felt slightly anxious. When the results came out, he was shocked, but at the same time, he knew that he had been overthinking things. If he was not there, Hao Shuang's attack would be considered invincible among those below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, compared to his attack, even Hao Shuang's full strength would pale in comparison. Actually, the power contained in my attack was not much different from the power contained in his attack. However, at that level of power, the difference of a hair's breadth is like 1,000 miles. That's why he was defeated so miserably. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. If I didn't inject all my Sun Saint Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword and used a portion of my Sun Saint Origin to cast the Universe Ruler's divine ability, the Universe Teleportation, or to form the 10,000 Swords territory to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack, the Jasper Celestial Sword's attack might not be comparable to Hao Shuang's full-strength attack. If that's the case, the outcome would have been reversed. I would have been the one who was defeated or killed. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly felt it was a wise decision to risk exposing his celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, to fight with Hao Shuang. 09 Little Say Net. Even if he had to expose the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was worth it. After all, he had saved his life. Thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind as he thought of one idea after another. The people present on the scene finally regained their senses. Everyone present on the scene was shocked by what they had seen. Many people even wondered if they were dreaming. There were even some who couldn't help but pinch their own thighs and slap themselves to make sure that they weren't dreaming. One move to determine the outcome. This was what Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, had suggested to Hao Shuang, the sectless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Moreover, he possessed the Dharma Rod, the Super Saint weapon. If he unleashed his full strength, it would definitely be the strongest attack below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was what everyone present on the scene thought as well. When Hao Shuang made his move, they were certain Duan Lingtian would either be killed or severely injured. However, the outcome was like a joke to them. At the most critical moment, Duan Lingtian had used his sword-wielding technique and bestowed it with a destructive force. Not only did he send Hao Shuang's Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, flying, but he had also killed Hao Shuang's body. In the end, Hao Shuang was forced to use the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to abandon his body and escape. At that time, everyone was shocked. Although Hao Shuang had left behind a threat before he escaped, it did not bring them back to their senses. This was because this was the strongest shock they had ever experienced in their lives. The most inconceivable shock. The most unbelievable shock. When everyone regained their senses, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Everyone from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and said calmly, "Since the devil clans from the land of exile could invade the upper province at any time, I didn't want to see the humans lose any more powerhouses. That's why I only destroyed Hao Shuang's body to teach him a lesson. I didn't destroy his soul. I don't think any of you have any objections to this, right? After all, when he left, it seemed like he hated the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect very much. After he recovers, I'm sure he'll seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect." A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he spoke. The faces of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect turned pale when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect and the 2 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They were puzzled why Duan Lingtian did not seize the opportunity to destroy Hao Shuang's soul. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed previously, it would not be difficult for him to destroy Hao Shuang's soul if he made another move. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had done this on purpose. He did not destroy Hao Shuang's soul on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect after he recovered. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Hao Shuang with a borrowed knife. They did not believe Duan Lingtian when he said that he had held back because the Devil clan was about to invade the upper province. Why did he kill one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, the Golden Lion King Siakong Sun, if he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses because the Devil clan was about to invade the upper province? Guardian Lingtian. This is, the people from the Zoroastrianism sect could not help but smile when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian was similar to that of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They felt that Duan Lingtian did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. However, judging from Hao Shuang's shout when he left, he was not only targeting Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. The 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism furrowed their brows in dissatisfaction. Guardian Lingtian's decision is inappropriate. If Hao Shuang makes a comeback in the future, I'm afraid he won't only target Zhuangzi Buddhism, but also Zoroastrianism. However, even though they were unhappy that Duan Lingtian had intentionally let Hao Shuang go, they did not dare to say anything. They all knew in their hearts. After today's battle, Guardian Lingtian from the Zoroastrianism would definitely become famous in the Tao martial saint land. Moreover, he would replace Hao Shuang and become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao martial saint land. How could they question the actions of such an existence? After today, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would treat Lingtian differently. Let alone them. However, whether it was the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect or the people from the Zoroastrianism sect, they were unaware that this was not the truth. The reason Duan Lingtian did not chase after Hao Shuang's soul was because he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Hao Shuang. It was not because he was worried that the Devil clans would invade the upper province and he did not want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. It was not because he wanted to spare Hao Shuang's life so that Hao Shuang could seek revenge on Zhuangzi Buddhism sect in the future. It was because Duan Lingtian was at his limit. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul and kill him. Chapter 2208. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess what Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others were thinking. This was precisely his objective. He wanted to make Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others think that he did not kill Hao Shuang on purpose so that Hao Shuang could escape with his soul detachment technique. He did not want to expose the fact that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, if this matter was exposed, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others would act recklessly. At that time, the Zoroastrianism group would not be able to protect him. He would only be taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others. This was not something he wanted to see. Whoosh! At some point, the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had exhausted most of the Sun Saint origin that he had infused into the Jasper celestial sword. Due to this reason, he no longer had the strength to chase after Hao Shuang's soul. Whoosh! 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 However, even though there was only a tiny bit of energy left in the Jasper celestial sword, it was still emitting a murky sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could incinerate everything. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing with the sword in his hand. He could feel the destructive aura emanating from the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian, don't you dare do anything rash. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If you dare to make a move on us, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism will personally take revenge on Zoroastrianism in the future. You better think carefully before you act. Sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism used the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, to threaten Duan Lingtian. He wanted to intimidate Duan Lingtian. Although the Azure Dragon King and the White Tiger King from Zhuangzi Buddhism did not say anything, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was obvious to them. The reason Duan Lingtian's attack was so powerful was because of the sword. This sword gave them a feeling that it was even more terrifying than a Super Saint weapon. They were certain that the sword Saint Origin. This sword was a sword Saint weapon was more terrifying than any of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint rankings. Perhaps it was not a sword Saint weapon. Duan Lingtian managed to survive in the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Not only that, but his strength has also improved tremendously. He must have obtained this sword from there. This sword is most likely from the land of exile. It's a demonic sword that's even more terrifying than a Super Saint weapon that was forged by a demonic overlord. In the end, it was brought to the Dao Martial Saint land by the 3 devil cultivators and was obtained by Duan Lingtian. Apart from the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism shared the same thoughts. Even the people from Zoroastrianism shared the same thoughts. The sword in their guardian Lingtian's hand gave them a feeling, and the power it displayed had completely surpassed the Super Saint weapon that they knew. Even the 9 Cloud Sword and the Traceless Sword, 2 of the Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking, were not as powerful as this sword. What if I don't plan to do so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the threat from the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His eyes flashed coldly as killing intent rose from his body. The Jasper Celestial Sword emitted a destructive aura, causing the expressions of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others to change drastically. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, to be so unpredictable. He was still filled with killing intent even after their sect leader had threatened him with the Supreme Elder. Guardian Lingtian. The 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism cried out anxiously. They were worried Guardian Lingtian would kill all the people from Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. They could tell from how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Hao Shuang's body with a single strike and forced Hao Shuang to abandon his body and soul to escape. They could tell Guardian Lingtian was strong enough to kill all the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. Even the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Guardian Lingtian, I know you're furious. However, you can't kill these people from Zhuangzi Buddhism. If you kill them, you'll infuriate the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He won't hesitate to invade our Zoroastrianism. Guardian Lingtian, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he invades our Zoroastrianism, the people from Zoroastrianism will be wiped out. Although Lord Sect Leader is strong, it's impossible for him to protect everyone from Zoroastrianism. That's right, Guardian Lingtian. At that time, even you would be in danger. Duan Lingtian almost burst out laughing when he heard the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism trying to dissuade him. At the same time, he was secretly impressed by his acting skills. With my acting skills, if I was in the entertainment industry on Earth in my previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for me to win the Best Actor award. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism coldly and said in a cold voice, I won't kill all of you today. However, you'll have to pay for what you've done today. I'm not asking for much. Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism, destroy one of your arms. After that, all of you can scram. Duan Lingtian's voice became colder and colder as he spoke. Felt as though winter had arrived. Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Rip. However, he was still a sect leader after all. For the sake of the bigger picture, he decisively extended his right hand and tore his left arm off before destroying it. From then on, it was impossible for him to reattach his left arm. Sect leader. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King's expressions changed drastically. Although they were furious and humiliated, they did not have the courage to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. The scene of Duan Lingtian defeating Hao Shuang with a single strike was still vivid in their minds. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could afford to offend. Lord Sect Leader. The two vice-sect leaders of Zhuangzi Buddhism cried out in grief. They felt extremely humiliated, but they did not dare to make a move. Guardian Lingtian, are you satisfied now? Sect leader Duan Lingtian of Zhuangzi Buddhism asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression. His eyes were filled with rage. Scram! Hurry up! I don't want to regret this. Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently and waved his hand reluctantly. Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They turned around and left. The two great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism even brought along one vice-sect leader each to ensure they could leave this place as soon as possible. They were worried Duan Lingtian would regret his decision. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others had disappeared from their sight. The high-ranking officials of Zhuangzi Buddhism sighed in relief when they saw this. They were worried Lingtian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, would kill Zhuangzi Buddhism and the others in a fit of rage. Guardian Lingtian, although I knew you're stronger than me, I didn't expect you to be so much stronger than me. Hao Shuang is ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, and he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from you. Zifeng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guardian Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. Qing Hua smiled bitterly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it when he recalled how he wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Guardian Lingtian, I, Lung Ying, rarely submit to anyone. Even if that person is stronger than me, I'll submit to you from today onward. Lung Ying had a respectful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. When the new Supreme Saint ranking is released, Guardian Lingtian will replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Moreover, he'll be widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment Hong Yun's words left her mouth, the remaining high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism looked at Duan Lingtian respectfully. Even the Sanctum leaders of White Tiger Sanctum and Azure Dragon Sanctum, who had conflicts with Duan Lingtian in the past, were filled with respect when they looked at Duan Lingtian. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had completely shocked them. Ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking? The strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Although Duan Lingtian was calm, he could not help but feel excited when he heard Hong Yun's words. Guardian Lingtian, your sword. Zifeng could not help but ask when the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism were looking at the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. A voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than Hua Lao's voice. Take your wife and daughter away from Zoroastrianism before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism returns. Hua Lao's reminder jolted Duan Lingtian back to his senses. That was right. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, was still fighting fiercely with Lang Chenjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would not be able to return anytime soon. This was the best time for Duan Lingtian to rescue Ke and his daughter. Hua Lao, thank you. After thanking Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian noticed the gazes on the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. An idea flashed in his mind as he thought of a way to send the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism away from the Zoroastrianism's base. For guardians, vice-sect leader, elders, and vice-hall masters, Duan Lingtian swept his gaze across the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism and said, Hao Shuang's super saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is currently lost somewhere. I remember how Shuang's soul didn't flee in the direction where the Dharma Rod was lost. Since I'm in a good mood today, why don't I play a game with all of you? Chapter 2209. Even a Golden Flame Elder would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian among the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism present. Even if he consumed some pills to recover some of his saint energy, he would only be able to wield the strength of a Golden Flame Elder for a short period of time. While he was rescuing Kerr and her daughter, even if 1 or 2 Golden Flame Elders tried to stop him, it would be a huge problem for him. Therefore, he had to think of a way to lure them away from Zoroastrianism so that they would not ruin his plan. Coincidentally, there was a way for him to prevent the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism from returning to the Zoroastrianism's base for a short period of time. It was the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. The Dharma Rod had flown away with Hao Shuang's severed arm to some unknown location. When Hao Shuang fled, he did not flee in that direction. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was using it as bait to lure the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism to look for it. The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, belongs to whoever finds it? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, including the 4 guardians of Zoroastrianism, began to breathe rapidly. The Dharma Rod could be considered as Duan Lingtian's spoils of war. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had the right to decide what to do with it. Now that Duan Lingtian had announced that he was going to use it as a reward, how could the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism not be tempted? Were they not shocked? Guardian Lingtian, are you serious? Lung Ying asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 dazzling stars in the night sky. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I won't joke in front of so many people. Why? Are all of you not interested? 10 breaths. I've already started the countdown. After 10 breaths, if I find the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, you won't be able to get it. Duan Lingtian said mockingly when he saw that the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism did not make a move. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth. Let's go. The Dharma Rod is mine. Humph, it's mine. The group of high-ranking officials from the Fire Worship sect made their move in the direction where the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, had flown to. All of them wanted to be the first to find the Dharma Rod. Even the 4 great guardians of the Fire Worship sect had made their move. Moreover, they were leading the way. Among them, Protector Zifeng's cultivation was the highest, his strength was the strongest, and his speed was the fastest. The Super Saint weapon, the Super Saint weapon, Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod to Super Saint weapon, to the Super Saint Rod. It had to be said that no one could resist the benefit that Duan Lingtian had given them. Wah! After the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism disappeared, Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently. His face turned green and white as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of congested blood came from his stubbornness. He had endured it for a long time. Now that there was no one around, he did not have to hold it in anymore. While they're looking for the Dharma Rod, it's time for me to bring Kerr and her mother away from Zoroastrianism. After taking out a healing pill and a pill to restore his Saint Chi, Duan Lingtian rushed toward the Zoroastrianism's base as fast as he could. His destination was the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated there. At this moment, Kerr and her mother were inside. Although the direction of Hao Shuang's soul is different from the direction of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, with the master recognition bond between Hao Shuang and the Dharma Rod, he'll definitely be able to locate the Dharma Rod in a short time. As the possessor of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, Duan Lingtian knew about the connection between a person and the Super Saint weapon after it had acknowledged him as its master. At this moment, Hao Shuang's soul had most likely found the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Even if the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism were to search for it, it would be futile. However, the soul of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul-detaching form, is able to exist in heaven and earth without any restrictions after using the soul-detaching technique. It's as good as having an extra life. When Duan Lingtian was on his way to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism's cultivation place, he could not help but feel shocked when he recalled how Hao Shuang's soul had abandoned his body and fled. At that moment, All the energy in the Jasper Celestial Sword had been transferred to Hao Shuang's body. For this reason, after killing Hao Shuang's body, he could only watch as Hao Shuang's soul fled. He could not give chase. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Hao Shuang to live. As the saying went, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they'll grow again when the spring breeze blows. As Duan Lingtian made his way back, the Sun Saint origin in his body gradually recovered. His speed increased as well. Soon after, he arrived in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. It's Lingtian, guardian Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum, he was discovered by the patrolling elders in the White Tiger Sanctum. Naturally, they did not dare to stop Duan Lingtian like they did when he first returned to Zoroastrianism. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian's identity was no longer the same as before since he could move freely in the sky above the White Tiger Sanctum. Just his strength alone was enough to make them flinch. They did not dare to provoke him. Guardian Lingtian, the person involved, has returned. Does this mean the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism have retreated? Many of the elders in the White Tiger Sanctum thought to themselves when they saw Duan Lingtian had returned. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian's return spread throughout the White Tiger Sanctum and caused a commotion. Guardian Lingtian has returned? Does this mean the Supreme Elder did not manage to gain anything from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, even though he personally made a move? Humph! Lord Sect Leader is now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's only natural that he's not afraid of Supreme Elder Zhuangzi Buddhism. Everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum was discussing among themselves. Duan Lingtian had also returned to the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He immediately soared into the sky and arrived at the floating islands in the clouds above the Saint Island. Now, there were no longer only 3 floating islands below the highest floating island, but 5 floating islands. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 22:10. Who is it? Who is the person who destroyed the formation I set up outside the Saint Girl's courtyard? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had a ghastly expression on his face after he dodged the attack from Lang Chenjin, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Before he left the Zoroastrianism base, he had casually set up a formation outside the courtyard where the Saint Girl of Zoroastrianism lived. Since it was a hastily set-up formation, its defensive strength was not strong. Even a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism could easily destroy it. The reason he set up the formation was to prevent the Saint Girl and her daughter from escaping. Even Gan Ruyen, the most powerful person by the Saint Girl and her daughter's side, was unable to destroy the formation. For this reason, he was not worried at all. However, although he was at ease, he still kept an eye out and did something to the formation. As long as the formation was destroyed, he would be able to sense it immediately. At this moment, he sensed that the formation had been destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed in an instant. In other words, the person who destroyed the formation was at least as strong as a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism or even stronger. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lang Chenjin's attack, which Tang Xian had managed to dodge in time, landed heavily on the barren mountain beneath their feet as it missed its target. Suddenly, the entire barren mountain shook as if there was a violent earthquake. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it had just been baptized by the flames of war. After the smoke and dust settled, a bottomless pit appeared out of thin air in the barren mountain. Just by looking into the pit, one could feel chills running down one's spine. It was as though there was a terrifying monster in the pit. Tang Xian, how dare you be distracted when you're fighting me? After his attack failed, Lang Chenjin did not continue to attack. Instead, he hovered in the air and looked at Tang Xian with a grave expression on his face. Naturally, he noticed Tang Xian's absent-mindedness. For this reason, He felt Tang Xian's actions were an insult to him. Elder Lang, let's call it a day. I have something to deal with now. We'll fight again in the future. Upon hearing Lang Qianjin's voice, Tang Xian glanced at him. At this moment, Tang Xian's gaze was so cold that even Lang Qianjin could not help but tremble when he saw it. Without waiting for Lang Qianjin's response, his body turned into a shadow and dissipated with the wind, as if he had been weathered into the void. Seeing this, Lang Qianjin's face turned even uglier. However, he did not do anything. This was because he knew it was impossible for him to chase after Tang Xian, since Tang Xian had already cast the divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Where did Tang Xian's movement divine ability come from? Lang Qianjin's expression was slightly distorted. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his slightly distorted face. I've never heard of Zoroastrianism having such a divine ability. Where did he obtain this divine ability? How did he come across such a fortuitous encounter? At that time, even with my cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage and the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability, Tang Xian still managed to escape from me. At that time, his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. The Zhuangzi Buddhism's divine ability was an extremely powerful assist-type divine ability. Although it was not widely acknowledged as the best assist-type divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many assist-type divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land that could compare to it. Although Lang Qianjin, who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, had cast this divine ability, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Xian, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, escaped. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land that Tang Xian mastered was. When Tang Xian's cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, Lang Qianjin could not catch up to him, let alone now. For this reason, Lang Qianjin did not chase after Tang Xian when he saw Tang Xian casting the movement divine ability. He knew he would not be able to catch up to Tang Xian even if he tried. If that was the case, why would he waste his energy? Lang Qianjin raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As he waved his hand, a green light that was flying over from afar was caught in his hand. When he opened his hand, he saw it was a communication jade token. Crack! After crushing the communication jade slip, a familiar voice clearly entered Lang Qianjin's ears. Lang Qianjin's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on Lang Qianjin's face. This was because the news he received from the communication jade slip was simply too shocking. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had personally passed this communication jade token to him. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect had told him everything that had happened after he left. That lucky brat who killed the Golden Lion King managed to defeat Hao Shuang with just one strike? Hao Shuang had no choice but to abandon his body and flee. If it wasn't for the fact that he intentionally spared Hao Shuang's life so Hao Shuang could seek revenge from the Zhuangzi Buddhism in the future, he might have been able to kill Hao Shuang with just one strike. Sect leader had to sever his own arm because of Hao Shuang's threat? Lang Qianjin was completely stunned when he heard this news. He did not expect that Tang Xian would be able to defeat Tang Xian. After he had dealt with Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land, had helped them, and yet they still ended up in such a sorry state. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Duan Ling Tian obtain in the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils? After a while, Lang Qianjin regained his senses. Lang Qianjin's face twisted again, until it became ferocious and terrifying. The heavens are unfair. Why are all the people from the Zoroastrianism so lucky? Lang Qianjin suddenly looked up at the sky with a resentful expression on his face. Whether it was Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, or Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of the Zoroastrianism, their fortuitous encounters and the benefits they obtained from their fortuitous encounters made Lang Qianjin so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Tang Xian had obtained the number 1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the strength of the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land due to a fortuitous encounter. This isn't over. This isn't over. Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian, I Lang Qianjin will remember this. I Lang Qianjin will remember this. Although Lang Qianjin was unwilling to accept it, he had no choice but to accept it. The Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost the battle between Zoroastrianism and Zhuangzi Buddhism. Naturally, he could go to the Zoroastrianism alone and vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. However, the consequences of that would be the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would follow suit and go to the Zhuangzi Buddhism to vent his anger on the ordinary elders and disciples of Zhuangzi Buddhism. When he thought about the consequences, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress his anger. There would be plenty of time in the future. He did not believe there would not be a chance for him to deal with Zoroastrianism in the future. In the Zoroastrianism estate, the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. But, Duan Lingtian looked at the woman who had been in his dreams for many years. He was so emotional that he did not know what to say. At the same time, he could not help but reach out to touch the woman's face with his trembling hand. However, he stopped halfway as he was afraid his hand would not touch her. The beautiful woman before him had appeared in his dreams many times. Now that she was standing in front of him, he was at a loss for what to do. He was afraid this was just a dream. Young master. 2 streams of clear tears fell from Ku Er's face that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. And then her delicate body trembled as she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace, unable to restrain her emotions. At this moment, she had completely thrown aside all her feminine modesty. Now, in her eyes, there was only this man who she had been thinking about day and night. The heat in his arms made Duan Lingtian realize that everything in front of him was not his imagination. He was not dreaming. The woman who had been in his dreams was now standing in front of him and lying in his arms. Duan Lingtian also reached out and hugged tightly, as if he was afraid she would leave him. I'm late. You're not late. Who was lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, shook her head. Her tear-stained face was full of satisfaction. She hugged Duan Lingtian even tighter, as if she was worried that the man she had been thinking about day and night would leave her again. Duan Lingtian hugged and felt his heart was at peace. He was like a wanderer who had found a harbor to rest in. A gentle home, a hero's grave. There was nothing better than this. At this moment, a voice sounded and broke the beautiful atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, you must have sneaked back while the sect leader and the others were fighting with the Zhuangzi Buddhism, right? Now, shouldn't we leave first? At some point in time, Gan Ruyen, who was hugging a little girl who was fast asleep, was standing next to Duan Lingtian and Kur. When Gan Ruyen's words fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had woken up from a dream. That's right. We have to leave now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and spoke to Ku Er's expression changed. Guardian Lingtian? It's really you. A low and deep voice that was mixed with anger sounded like a thunderclap from afar, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the other two's faces to turn pale. Whoosh! Chapter 22:11. The figure that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and rapidly solidified was none other than the leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Sect leader! Duan Lingtian's pupils suddenly constricted when he saw Tang Xian, and he revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't the sect leader of Zoroastrianism fighting fiercely with the Grand Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism? How could he have returned so quickly? Gan Ruyan's expression changed when she saw Tang Xian return. As for her expression changed slightly, but she still stuck close to Duan Lingtian. It was as if as long as Duan Lingtian was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. The little girl in Gan Ruyan's arms was Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Siling. She lay quietly in Gan Ruyan's arms. The reason why she was so quiet was because Gan Ruyan had given her a pill that would allow her to sleep temporarily without any side effects. This was to prevent her and her mother from worrying about her father's safety. Guardian Ling Tian, I didn't expect it to be you. Tang Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were cold and piercing, as if he was about to devour Duan Ling Tian. Previously, although he noticed Duan Ling Tian resembled the daughter of their Zoroastrianism saint, he only suspected Duan Ling Tian was the saint's man in the lower province. Of course, at the same time, he also thought of a way to test Duan Ling Tian. That method was the statement he had deliberately made to the outside world. 3 months later, the saint's daughter would be executed. In his opinion, as long as Guardian Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism was the saint girl's man in the lower province, he would definitely not watch his daughter die. At that time, he would definitely give himself away. This was the opportunity Tang Xian had been waiting for. However, he did not expect Ling Tian of the Zoroastrianism would be exposed even before that. It's really me? Although Duan Ling Tian was shocked by Tang Xian's appearance, he could not help but feel puzzled when he heard Tang Xian's words. He did not understand what Tang Xian's words meant. Humph! As though he saw Duan Ling Tian's daughter's confusion, Tang Xian snorted and said, I noticed that the saint's daughter's daughter resembles you. Moreover, you're from the lower province of the saint as well. Therefore, I'm suspicious you're the saint's man of the saint's daughter of the lower province of the saints of the saint of the lower of the saint of heaven. Daughter? Duan of the saints Ling of C daughters of the C saint of the saints of the other saint S of C of her of Ling Tian of that of she C of her of C. The little girl was lying in Gan Ruyan's arms. Only half of her cute little face could be seen. However, it was difficult to hide the resemblance between them. This is Ker's and my daughter? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat when he looked at the little girl. The feeling of being connected by blood melted his heart at this moment. This was his daughter. His and Ker's daughter. However, before I can confirm it, it's just a suspicion. Tang Xian's voice resonated in the air. Initially, I wanted to wait 3 months and pretend to execute the saint girl's daughter to confirm my suspicions. I didn't expect you to expose yourself in advance. Tang Xian's voice was filled with rage as he spoke. It was as though he was extremely furious. Swoosh! Swoosh! Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, both Ker and Gan Ruyan's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they were unaware that Tang Xian had announced to the public that he was going to execute Duan Siling. So, you released the news that you're going to execute my daughter to bait me into taking the bait? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation. His expression darkened immediately. I didn't bait you into taking the bait. Tang Xian continued to say coldly, previously, I wasn't sure if you were the man the saint girl had found in the lower province. I merely wanted to test you. If you weren't, everyone would be happy. However, if you are, even if you're the guardian of Zoroastrianism, your sin is unforgivable. Tang Xian's words were filled with determination. It was as though there was no room for negotiation. If Duan Ling Tian was the man the saint girl of Zoroastrianism had found in the lower province, Duan Ling Tian would be an unforgivable sinner. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Gan Ruyan looked at Tang Xian and said, currently, Duan Ling Tian is the guardian of Zoroastrianism. He's the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Can't we give him the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect? In the past, in Zoroastrianism, didn't guardians have the privilege to disregard the rules of the sect as well? According to the rules of the sect, he's going to be executed. If he's dead, it'll be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. It'll only bring harm to us. Gan Ruyan's intention was to convince Tang Xian to let Duan Ling Tian go. Moreover, she had given Duan Ling Tian and her younger sister the green light to fulfill their wishes and allow the lovers to finally get married. Little Ruyan, It's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Tang Xian's expression darkened when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He glared at her. If the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was just an ordinary saint, he would, naturally, give the green light to Duan Lingtian and the saint girl because of how important Duan Lingtian was to Zoroastrianism. He would even take the initiative to matchmake them and turn their story into a story of Zoroastrianism. However, this saint girl was not an ordinary saint girl. Her origin was not simple at all. Her existence was related to that godlike expert. For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly. Not only did he not dare to act recklessly, but he also had to imprison Duan Lingtian and wait for the godlike powerhouse's judgment in the mundane realm. Tang Xian's words to Gan Ruyan showed how determined he was about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Ke. There was no way he would allow the Duan Lingtian to be together with the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Even if Duan Lingtian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian would not allow it. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Tang Xian's words. Initially, he was still thinking. Now that Tang Xian had seen through his disguise, perhaps he could use his current strength to make Tang Xian appreciate talents and not pursue the matter between him and Ke. He did not expect Tang Xian to be so resolute. Duan Lingtian realized there was no way he could let this matter go, so he did not waste his breath. It seems like I can only try to lure Tang Xian into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and ask Hualao to kill him before he kills me. Otherwise, I'll be the one who dies. Moreover, after I die, Ke and her mother will be in danger as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had no other choice. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, he could not think of any other way to turn the situation around. Hualao! Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Elder Hua as soon as he decided to do it. It's too risky. He might not fall for it. This was Hualao's reply to Duan Lingtian. I know it's too risky and he might not fall for it. However, Hualao, do you think I have any other choice? Duan Lingtian asked bitterly. Put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. I'll try to see if I can send both of you back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Hualao's voice resonated again, shocking Duan Lingtian. Hualao said, What do you mean? Send them back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Hualao, you... Duan Lingtian was about to ask something when Hualao interrupted him. There's no need to ask. What you need to do now is to put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Alright. All this while, Hualao had never lied to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao very much. Since Hualao had said so much, there was no need for him to hesitate anymore. With just a thought, he moved the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler from his spatial ring to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian put the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler back into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, something happened. Duan Lingtian discovered. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that was originally the size of a speck of dust in his ear actually flew out on its own. It seemed like it was out of his control. Didn't Hualao say before that although he's the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he can't control the pagoda? Duan Lingtian was confused when he saw this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, shouted coldly. He moved in an attempt to capture Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air. A circular light shield formed from tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays appeared and shrouded Duan Lingtian, Ke, Gan Ruyan, and Duan Siling. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that flew out on its own was also shrouded by the light shield. Who's there? Tang Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air. His saint origin surged out as the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage surged out like a bolt of lightning. This... Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the light shield that appeared out of thin air and shrouded him. As a sword cultivator, he could clearly sense how terrifying the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays that formed the light shield were. This is Elder Hua's technique? Rip. All of a sudden, the sound of something being torn apart rang in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw a crack appearing in the void. In the void where the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was, a crack appeared out of thin air. Behind the crack was extremely dark, and no one knew where it led to. Chapter 22:12. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian and the others were sucked into the tear in the void, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unleashed his energy on the light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays. Boom! 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 Following a series of loud booms, small mushroom clouds appeared on the side of the light barrier one after another. Terrifying shockwaves also spread out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the huge courtyard was reduced to rubble. Moreover, the shockwaves continued to sweep out in all directions after the courtyard was reduced to rubble. A few moments later, half of Tang Xian's mansion was reduced to rubble. Smoke and dust filled the air as though it was the end of the world. However, Tang Xian did not seem to notice this at all. Naturally, it was not that he did not notice this at all. It was just that he was distracted by something else. How's this possible? Tang Xian was shocked when he discovered this. When his power whizzed out and slammed into the circular light shield in front of him, no matter how the void outside shook and distorted, the circular light shield remained unmoved, as if it had not suffered any damage at all. Although Tang Xian did not use his full strength earlier, he had used 70 to 80% of his strength. Even a defensive technique cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be damaged by his energy. The light shield formed by the blood-red sword rays hovered motionlessly in the air. The tear in the void that appeared out of thin air and sucked Duan Lingtian and the others into it gradually disappeared as though it was never there in the first place. Tang Xian could only watch on helplessly. Sir, who are you? At this moment, Tang Xian did not have the time to care about Duan Lingtian and the others. He looked at the light shield that was formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays and asked solemnly, "What's the matter?" The circular light barrier hovered in the air, seemingly separating two different worlds from one another. Earlier, he did not have the time to examine it. However, when Tang Xian carefully examined the light shield, he could clearly sense a terrifying aura. It was as though the aura was capable of destroying everything. Apart from that, Tang Xian had also witnessed the invincibility of the demonic beast through the probing earlier. To a certain extent, a powerhouse who could form such a light shield with his or her own strength had transcended the mundane realm. Tang Xian was well aware of this. After all, he had encountered such a powerhouse a few decades ago. That was a godlike powerhouse. Up until now, Tang Xian was still horrified when he recalled the strength that expert revealed with every single move, and he felt a strand of coldness rise from the bottom of his feet to his head. However, as soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, whoosh, the circular light barrier formed by tens of thousands of blood-red sword glows disappeared in front of Tang Xian's eyes with a gentle gust of wind. It was as though it had never appeared. All of a sudden, Tang Xian was the only one left standing in the void. Apart from that, there was a huge ruin. Gasp! After a long while, Tang Xian finally regained his senses. He could not help but gasp. The light shield formed by the tens of thousands of blood-red sword rays had disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the light shield was not weak at all. That light shield was formed by a powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. Just a wave of his hand. And his technique is so powerful, I'm afraid such a powerhouse would be extraordinary even in the Devata realms. Tang Xian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. However, he could not find anything even after he looked around for a long time. Chapter 22:13. Lord, are we really not going to greet him? In the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, Hualao asked the red-clad young man through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was facing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, the red-clad young man had asked him to trick Duan Lingtian into putting the Celestial Supreme Treasures, the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Universe Ruler, back into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As for sending Duan Lingtian back to the lower province, it was also the red-clad young man who had asked him to do so. Later on, the red-clad young man had blocked the attack of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and sent Duan Lingtian and the others back to the lower province. The red-clad young man had even forcefully severed the connection between Duan Lingtian and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, causing the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to lose its master. At the same time, it caused Duan Lingtian to lose the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, a celestial supreme treasure. Hualao could only imagine. If Duan Lingtian discovered the connection between him and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had been severed after he returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, his imagination would definitely run wild. For this reason, he asked the red-clad young man. The red-clad young man was none other than Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. I know what I'm doing. Hearing Elder Hu's voice transmission, the sword soul, Kuang Ling, responded faintly. Then, he stepped on the air and shot toward the sky. After an unknown period of time and how far Kuang Ling had flown, all of a sudden his figure came to a halt. In the next moment, swish, Kuang Ling raised his hand and pointed a finger forward. A blood-red sword light whizzed out from his fingertip, leaving behind a sinister and terrifying crack in the void. As soon as this crack appeared, it was several tens of meters long. It looked extremely exaggerated. Immediately after, Kuang Ling's figure flashed and entered the crack together with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As soon as Kuang Ling left, the rift began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack had completely closed up, as if it had never appeared. After that, the void returned to its calm state. East of the Zoroastrianism encampment, a group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials returned. These senior managers of Zoroastrianism were headed by the two deputy heads of Zoroastrianism. The rest of them were either Golden Flame Elders or deputy heads of the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism. After searching for so long, we still haven't found a trace of the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. Do all of you think the four guardians found the Dharma Rod in advance? Suddenly, a Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism guessed. It's possible. After all, the speed of the four guardians is much faster than us. Moreover, we didn't see them all the way here. The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, has most likely been obtained by one of them. Another Golden Flame Elder nodded. Based on his words, it was obvious he agreed with the former's words. Guardians, if you found the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, you should have told us about it. We've been searching like idiots for so long, but we still couldn't find it in the end. A Golden Flame Elder grumbled softly. His words resonated with many of the people in the surroundings. Even the two deputy sect leaders felt the same way. I wonder which guardian obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. After entering the Zoroastrianism encampment's White Tiger Sanctum, one of the vice hall masters of the Law Enforcement Hall brought up the topic. The group of Zoroastrianism high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. I think it's Guardian Zifeng. I think it's Guardian Zifeng as well. After all, apart from Guardian Lingtian, Guardian Zifeng is the strongest out of the three guardians. The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, is most likely his. I don't think it's Guardian Zifeng. After all, it's normal for a person to make a mistake. Although Guardian Zifeng is the strongest and the fastest among the four guardians, it doesn't mean he'll definitely be able to find the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod. That makes sense as well. However, was the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma Rod, really in the hands of the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism? Naturally, the answer was no. The four guardians from the fire worship sect continued to search in the direction where the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod, flew out with Hao Shuang's severed arm. They searched every inch of the area until they reached a faraway place. However, their efforts were in vain. At this moment, they could not help but suspect Hao Shuang had returned and taken the super saint weapon, the Dharma rod. Naturally, they returned empty-handed as well. As soon as they returned to the Zoroastrianism's estate and passed by the White Tiger Sanctum, they heard many disciples in the White Tiger Sanctum discussing the Great Battle of the Saint Land. Great Battle of the Saint Land? For a moment, they thought the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, had returned from the battle. They immediately returned to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When they returned to the Saint Land, they learned the commotion came from the sky above the Saint Island. They flew through the clouds and arrived near their cultivation place. When the four of them looked at the highest point of the floating island, they were dumbfounded. They could clearly see it. The cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the huge mansion, was in ruins. Moreover, their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian, was hovering in the air above the ruins. He was motionless. No one knew what he was doing. "Greetings, Lord Guardians." At this moment, a silver figure flew over from the distance. When he saw the four great guardians of the fire worship sect, he bowed respectfully at them. It was none other than the silver flame elder of the Zoroastrianism who was in charge of patrolling the area. What's going on?" Guardian Lung Ying asked with a frown on his face as he looked at the silver flame elder. At this moment, he and the other three Zoroastrianism guardians could vaguely guess what was going on. The destruction of the cultivation place of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had nothing to do with the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. If their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism had fought here, it was impossible for only half of the mansion of their sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect to be in ruins. The battle between two powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage should have destroyed all the floating islands. "I'm not too sure what's going on." The silver flame elder smiled wryly. "All I know is that not long after Guardian Ling Tian returned, there was a huge commotion here. By the time I arrived, it was already like this. Lord Sect Leader has been standing there for a long time." As the silver flame elder spoke, he looked at the floating island at the highest point. His gaze landed on Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. "Guardian Ling Tian?" Upon hearing the silver flame elder's words, the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect frowned. After the silver flame elder left, the four of them soared into the sky to look for Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect. "Lord Sect Leader, what's going on?" Tang Xian regained his senses when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. His tensed nerves finally relaxed. Earlier, when Tang Xian realized there might be a powerhouse who was stronger than the mundane realm hiding in the dark, he was on high alert. He did not dare to make any rash moves. Just like that, he stood there for a long time. It was only when the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism appeared that he relaxed. He realized the powerhouse had most likely left. "It's nothing." Tang Xian shook his head when he saw the four guardians looking at him in confusion. It was not that he wanted to hide the truth, but he did not know where to begin. After all, if he did not see it with his own eyes, it would be hard for him to believe there was such a powerhouse in the mundane realm. "Did all of you just come back?" Tang Xian asked when he saw the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were travel-worn. It was as though they had just returned from afar. "Yes." Guardian Hong Yun nodded. Then, she smiled wryly and said, "We went to look for the Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod. That's why we came back a little late." "The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod?" Tang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Hong Yun's words. "The Dharma rod has appeared? Where did all of you get this information from?" "The Super Saint weapon, the Dharma rod, is in Hao Shuang's hands." The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism began to tell Tang Xian everything that had happened after he left the mundane realm. This included how the Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited Hao Shuang to the mundane realm. It also included how Duan Lingtian had defeated Hao Shuang with a single move. They told Tang Xian everything that had happened after that. Took Tang Xian a while to regain his senses. He was shocked. He defeated Hao Shuang with a single move? A complicated expression appeared on Tang Xian's face when he received confirmation from the four guardians of the Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the threat from that godlike powerhouse, Duan Lingtian, the strongest person at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land, would be one of the pillars of the Zoroastrianism. The strength of the Zoroastrianism would be further enhanced with a guardian like Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Tang Xian muttered to himself. Tang Xian sighed when he thought about Duan Lingtian, who was nowhere to be found. He had no idea where Duan Lingtian was sent to. Lord Sect Leader? The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were even more confused when they saw Tang Xian's reaction. Guardian Lingtian is the man the saint girl found in the lower province. The saint girl's daughter is his child. Tang Xian said in a deep voice. The four guardians of the Zoroastrianism were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. Guardian Lingtian was the man the saint girl of the Zoroastrianism found in the lower province? This? Chapter 22:14. Although the four guardians of Zoroastrianism still found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe what Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had said. Sect leader? Zifeng immediately looked at Tang Xian and said in a deep voice, although Guardian Lingtian's actions have violated the rules of Zoroastrianism and can't be forgiven, it's still better for us to have him than to lose him. After all, with his current strength, he's capable of holding his own in the entire Tao Martial Saint Land. With him, our Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings. The moment Zifeng spoke, the other three guardians chimed in one after another. That's right, sect leader. Although Zoroastrianism has strict rules, the guardians of Zoroastrianism have always had the privilege of ignoring the rules. In my opinion, we should let Guardian Lingtian and the Saint Girl be together. Although the marriage between Guardian Lingtian and the Saint Girl is against the rules of Zoroastrianism, isn't it a precedent? Even if this matter is passed down to the future, it'll still be a rare story in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed. Moreover, Guardian Lingtian possesses the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. In the future, when the Devil clans invade the upper province, Zoroastrianism can rely on the Devil Seal Tablet to gain the upper hand. The four guardians of Zoroastrianism spoke in unison, asking Tang Xian to let Guardian Lingtian and the Saint Girl be together. Humph! It's impossible for me to let them be together now. When Tang Xian heard their words, he recalled what had happened earlier and could not help but let out a cold snort. Huh? The four guardians of Zoroastrianism were confused when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not know what Tang Xian meant. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian and the Saint Girl should have returned to the lower province by now. Tang Xian continued to speak in a deep voice, and the reason why he made such a guess was because this was the only possibility. The void rifts that appeared in the light shield were either connected to an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial or connected to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. If it was an independent space left behind by an eminent celestial, it was impossible that he did not notice it until now. No matter what, this was his place to cultivate. For this reason, he had guessed. Duan Lingtian, the Saint Girl of the Fire Worship Sect, and Gan Ruyen, the daughter of the Saint Girl, should have returned to the lower province through the tear in the void. The lower province? Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, the four guardians from the Fire Worship Sect who had yet to regain their senses were stunned. At the same time, in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, outside the dilapidated village, Duan Lingtian, who had been kneeling for an unknown amount of time, finally stood up slowly. As he stood up, Duan Lingtian helped Kerr, who was kneeling beside him, up. Hualao. Duan Lingtian held Ker's hand tightly as he stood next to Ker. He looked at the boundless sky and muttered, "Don't worry. Since you're the one who traded your life for mine, I'll cherish my life even more." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he bowed deeply at the boundless sky. Ker followed suit and bowed as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought the celestial supreme treasure, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, was destroyed and Hualao was dead. He did not expect the seven treasures exquisite pagoda would be destroyed. Not only was Hualao not dead, but the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was not destroyed as well. The seven treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed by a powerhouse from the Devata realm. That powerhouse was extremely powerful. With just a thought, he had erased the seven treasures exquisite pagoda's ownership mark. Currently, the seven treasures exquisite pagoda and Hualao had been brought back to the Devata realm by that powerhouse. "We've been in the lower province for quite some time now," Duan Lingtian said. At this moment, Gan Ruyen, who was standing at the side, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where are we going now?" "I'm afraid the lower province isn't as peaceful as we thought." She had also heard about the news of Duan Lingtian in Sin City. She knew the devil clans from the land of exile had once again crossed the space barrier and entered the Wuxia subterranean. "Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion." Duan Lingtian replied immediately when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. In the past, Gan Ruyen was the only one who knew about the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the lower province. Ker knew nothing about the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, they did not know Duan Lingtian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Later on, when Duan Lingtian's name spread throughout the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, news of Duan Lingtian's deeds in the lower province began to spread. At this moment, both Ker and Gan Ruyen had learned about Duan Lingtian's identity in the lower province. "Young master, since you're the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is Aunt Ro in the Azure Cloud Mansion as well?" Ker asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, there was a look of concern in her eyes. In her heart, she had long regarded Aunt Ro as her mother. She was in the upper province previously, but I'm not sure now. A worried expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he shook his head. After all, he had just returned to the lower province. All he knew was that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. However, he knew nothing about the situation in the lower province. However, he was certain of one thing. In the face of the devil clans from the land of exile, the people in the lower province would not be able to resist at all. After all, most of the people who were still in the lower province were weaker than the rest. Most of the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land were in the upper province. This village? When Duan Lingtian glanced at the dilapidated village with his consciousness, he discovered the village was filled with withered corpses. It was as though the corpses had been sucked dry by something. So this is the technique of the devil clans from the land of exile? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled involuntarily when he saw the withered corpses. His expression turned grave as well. It's really cruel. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only heard about the techniques of the devil clans. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shocked. This technique was similar to the techniques of the devil cultivators he had heard about before he went to the upper province. The devil cultivators would suck people dry and rely on the vital energy and blood to raise their strength. At the same time, whether it was Ku-er or Gan Ruyen, they followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and saw the dried corpses that littered the village. Both of their faces turned pale at the same time. "Young master, this..." Ku-er couldn't bear it and closed her eyes. When she opened her mouth again, her voice was slightly trembling. "These humans must have been killed by the devil clans from the land of exile," Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. "No wonder they say the devil clans are cruel and inhumane. Now that I've seen it for myself, they really live up to their reputation." Gan Ruyan's expression turned grave as well. After all, the dried corpses on the ground were humans just like her. Don't wake Si Ling up yet. Let's return to the Azure Cloud Mansion first. When Duan Lingtian spoke, he had already appeared in front of Gan Ruyen in just a flash. Without greeting Gan Ruyen, he raised his hand and snatched the little girl from Gan Ruyen's arms. Naturally, the word snatch was an exaggeration. Although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, his movements were very gentle. He did not wake the little girl up. You? Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian snatching her niece from her arms without even greeting him. However, when she looked at Duan Lingtian angrily and saw the gentleness in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at her niece, her anger disappeared immediately. At this moment, she finally remembered. This man was her niece's father. It had been nearly 10 years since her niece was born, but today was the first time the father and daughter had met. When she put herself in Duan Lingtian's shoes and thought about it, she felt relieved. Kerr, you've worked hard. Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian had already brought his daughter to Kerr's side. He extended his hand and held Kerr's hand tightly as he said gently, It's not hard. Young master, it's not hard at all. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr seemed to be touched. Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. Don't call me young master in the future. Duan Lingtian let go of Kerr's hand and took the opportunity to pull Kerr into his embrace. Then, he lowered his head and buried his face in Kerr's hair. You're my wife. I don't want to hear you call me that in the future. I hope that was the last time you call me that. Duan Lingtian's tone was domineering and unquestionable. He had to be domineering. In the past, he had asked Kerr to stop calling him young master. However, Kerr would always forget about it after a period of time. Of course, this was partly because Kerr was used to calling him that. However, from today onward, he did not want to hear Kerr call him that again. He was not her young master. He was her husband. All right? When Kerr heard Duan Lingtian calling her his wife, she could not help but tremble violently. 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face as she said gently, From now on, I'll call you Brother Tian. Good girl. A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he heard Kerr's words. At the same time, he hugged Kerr even tighter. Gan Ruyen stood not far away. When she saw the family of 3 hugging together, a rare smile appeared on her usually cold and beautiful face. She was happy for her sister. Chapter 22:15. After spending some time together, Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter in his arms and brought his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's twin sister, Gan Ruyen, to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had directly passed through the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province to arrive at the lower province, it was not difficult for him to find his way as long as he was certain of the direction. Whether it was Kerr or Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian was the one who brought them along as he flew. With his current cultivation base at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his speed was much faster than ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the Assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Movement Divine Ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. Not only that, in terms of speed, nobody below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was a match for him. For this reason, it did not take long for him to arrive at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion. In Duan Lingtian's memory, the Azure Cloud Mansion was located above a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. However, at this moment, where's the Crouching Dragon Lake? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the boundless plain in front of him. He was certain. This was where the Crouching Dragon Lake was located in the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, it had been filled in now. Swoosh, swoosh. In the distance, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, 2 figures were flying in the same direction. Based on their speed, one could tell they were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. At first glance, one could tell the 2 figures were humans. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. However, as Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and quietly probed their bodies without them noticing, he discovered they were different. What a dense and pure devil chi. They're from the devil clans. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian confirmed their identities. They were not humans like him, but demons from the land of exile. Let's follow them and take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was eager to find out why the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion had disappeared and why it was filled up. For this reason, he carried his daughter and brought along Ke and Gan Ruyen as he followed the two people in front. More precisely, it was two demons in human form. Coincidentally, the direction they were heading in was also the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Brother Tian. Did something happen? On the way, Ke noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. She could not help but ask softly. Her tone was filled with concern. He must be surprised by the disappearance of the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gan Ruyen had already spoken. Back then, when I was in the lower province, I passed by the Azure Cloud Mansion twice. I remember there was no land under our feet. This is a vast lake called the Crouching Dragon Lake. As Gan Ruyen spoke, a frown appeared on her face. It seems like it has been filled up by the devil clans. After a while, Gan Ruyen's frown disappeared. She finally figured out why the Crouching Dragon Lake had disappeared. Where's the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After following the two people in front for a while, Duan Lingtian raised his head and discovered the floating island that was originally suspended in the air had disappeared. All that was left were the blue sky and white clouds. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. The main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was not only the headquarters of the Azure Cloud Mansion, but it also housed his family and a group of close friends as well. Now that he had returned from the upper province, not only did he discover the Crouching Dragon Lake in the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone, but the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion was gone as well. Father, mother, little Fayer, Nenner, Uncle Feng, senior brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought about his father, his mother, his wife, Li Fei, his son, Feng Wudao, Bai Li Hong, and the others. Currently, the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion no longer existed. Were they safe? These were the things that Duan Lingtian was worried about. There's a city in front. Gan Ruyen's voice suddenly sounded, waking Duan Lingtian up from his thoughts. He immediately regained his senses and looked in the direction of Gan Ruyen's gaze. In front of him was a vast and huge brand new city. It was like a gigantic beast that was crawling in the vast plains. It was majestic and domineering. I don't remember there being a city like this near the Azure Cloud Mansion, Gan Ruyen asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with uncertainty. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, she continued to say, the size of this city is even bigger than Sin City in the Upper Province's Central Province. Don't tell me this is a city built by the devil clans from the land of exile? I think so. Duan Lingtian muttered in a deep voice as he looked at the city in front of him. His eyes were burning with flames. These were the flames of hatred. They built this city at the location of our Azure Cloud Mansion's Saint Stone Reserve. It seems like they're planning to settle down here. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, his voice sounded calm, but his tone was extremely cold. It gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. At this moment, the two figures that Duan Lingtian was following had also entered the city. At this moment, more and more figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. These figures either came out of the city or entered the city from the outside. The city in front of them was like a gigantic beast that was crawling with its mouth wide open, swallowing people one after another. These demons have actually taken on the appearance of humans? When they arrived near the city, Duan Lingtian saw the figures that entered his eyes again. None of them were the rumored strange-looking devil clans. All of them had the appearance of humans. At first glance, they looked like ordinary humans. However, when Duan Lingtian examined them with his divine consciousness, he could clearly sense the dense and pure devil chi in their bodies. This was not the devil chi that a devil cultivator should possess. Even if it was a devil cultivator who had received the devil clan's orthodox inheritance, It was impossible for him to produce such dense and pure devil qi in just a few years. Are they humans or devils? Even Gan Ruyen was stunned. These devils who had transformed into humans were just humans in her eyes. However, she did not dare to use her divine consciousness to examine them. From the feedback of my divine sense, it's unlikely that they're humans, even if they're human devil cultivators who have received the orthodox inheritance of the devil race. It's impossible for them to produce such dense and pure devil qi without decades of hard work. Duan Lingtian said, "Every single one of them. You can sense the devil energy in their bodies?" Gan Ruyen asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I can clearly sense the devil qi in the bodies of those who I'm probing. Brother Tian, we don't have any devil qi in our bodies. Won't they recognize us if we enter the city?" Suddenly, Ku'er opened her mouth. Duan Lingtian's words reminded Duan Lingtian of something. "Indeed, we'll be exposed if someone tries to investigate us. Currently, the strongest devil we've encountered is only at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With me around, they won't be able to detect us. However, if we enter the city, there's a high chance there'll be more powerful devils. If there's a devil with a higher cultivation base than me, he'll be able to easily detect us with his divine consciousness." Duan Lingtian said. Gan Ruyen frowned again when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of worry could be seen on her face as she asked, "What should we do now? If there's a devil who's stronger than you in the city, won't we be courting death if we enter the city?" "That's indeed a problem." Duan Lingtian came to a halt and began to ponder over it with a frown on his face. After a while, an idea appeared in his mind. "I have an idea. However, we'll have to carry it out to see if it'll work." "What's the idea?" Gan Ruyen's eyes lit up. Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her eyes. It was as though he was her idol. "You'll find out soon enough." Duan Lingtian did not say anything as he led the two women in another direction. They did not enter the city that was as big as Sin City. "He's the one." After flying for a while, the number of devils in human form began to dwindle. In the end, Duan Lingtian only saw one devil in human form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of 3 figures breaking through the air reverberated in the air, the devil who had taken on the appearance of a young man in the distance also noticed the 3 figures that were flying toward him at high speed. Horror dawned on the devil when he sensed the speed of the 3 figures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived near the devil. They studied him from head to toe. "Greetings, my lords." The devil bowed respectfully in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. At the same time, he could not help but feel uneasy. This was because the speed that the 3 of them displayed earlier was simply too ridiculous to him. His cultivation base was only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, based on the speed of the 3 figures, it was obvious they had an extraordinary cultivation base. Chapter 22:16. However, the devil who had assumed the appearance of a young man did not notice Duan Lingtian's presence. The twin sisters beside the purple-clothed young man were being carried by the purple-clothed young man. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the devil who had transformed into a young man, he did not waste his breath on him. He immediately carried out his plan. With a wave of his hand, he took out a stone tablet with a missing corner. This stone tablet was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was a Super Saint weapon, a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. However, its boost to one's attack was not even comparable to ordinary saint weapons. Its greatest characteristic was that it had a terrifying suppressive effect on devil cultivators and even the devil race. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as the Devil Seal Tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it began to tremble violently again. It was as though a hunter who had not succeeded in hunting for a long time had finally found his prey. In the instant that the Devil Seal tombstone appeared, the devilish man's face paled significantly. This seemingly inconspicuous stone tablet seemed to contain a power that made him feel fear from the bottom of his soul. Suppress. Before the devil could react, Duan Lingtian had already raised the Devil Seal tablet and smashed it at him. He had killed the devil before he could even react. I feel like the Devil Seal tablet is more excited when it encounters a devil than when it encounters a devil cultivator. Soon after, the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal tablet. The reason the devil's soul was not destroyed was because the devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul was so powerful that even the Devil Seal tablet would need to seal him for a long time before it could destroy him. I hope it works. As soon as the devil's soul was devoured by the Devil Seal tablet, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly moved forward. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the devil's body. After collecting the devil's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the devil's body. His eyes were cold. Elementary devouring technique. After casting the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian immediately devoured the devil's innate spiritual root. It's only a yellow innate spiritual root? In the process of devouring, Duan Lingtian discovered something. This devil only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was difficult for those with yellow innate spiritual roots to break through to the quintessential saint stage, let alone the Saint Celestial stage. However, he was certain this devil was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I almost forgot that he's a devil, even if he's slightly less talented. He'll still be able to raise his cultivation base in a short time by continuously devouring the essence and blood of humans and his own kind. Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this point and came to a realization. However, just as he was feeling relieved, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was as sharp as a blade. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the devil's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian did not stop there. Instead, he continued to cast the elementary devouring tactic. This was the most important part of his plan. As Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring tactic, the devouring force seemed to have a specific purpose. It did not devour all of the devil's energy. Instead, it only extracted the devil chi from the devil's body. This was a huge project. For this reason, Duan Lingtian spent a long time on it. Of course, it would take a long time to devour the innate spiritual root. In fact, it only took him a dozen breaths. Alright, now, it's time for the most important part. After Duan Lingtian extracted the devil chi from the devil clansman's body using the elementary devouring tactic, he took a deep breath and guided the pure devil chi into his body. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi was repelled by the Sun Saint origin. In the end, Duan Lingtian scattered the devil chi all over his body so that it would not come into contact with the Sun Saint origin. This way, the devil powerhouses will be able to detect the devil chi in my body when they probe me with their divine consciousness. They'll be able to confirm that I'm one of them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian knew he had succeeded. He had successfully disguised himself as a devil. However, this devil chi isn't the devil chi that I created myself. It's being consumed and volatilized at every moment. I'm afraid that in at most a month, this devil chi will disperse on its own, and I'll return to my original form. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this. A month's time is enough for me to understand the situation in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and find out what's going on in that city. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt much more confident. Kerr and Gan Ruyen stood in the distance as they watched Duan Lingtian quietly. From the beginning until the end, they could not figure out what was going on. It was only when Duan Lingtian explained to them that they finally understood. You can actually use the devil chi for yourself? At this moment, Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's technique. Even though she knew the man whom she had not taken seriously in the past had already surpassed her when they were still in the upper province, she still did not know how strong he was. However, she did not expect him to have such a technique. I'm not using it for myself. I'm just temporarily keeping it in my body to prevent the devil powerhouses from detecting us. Duan Lingtian corrected her. Now, let's continue to look for our prey. We'll look for 3 more devils and temporarily keep the devil chi in your bodies. This way, we'll be able to conceal your identities as humans for the time being. Duan Lingtian continued to say to Ke and Gan Ruyen. Although Duan Lingtian did not want to disguise himself as a devil, he had no choice but to do so based on the current situation. Although he was strong now, there were many devils who were stronger than him in the devil clans. This was the only way for him to enter the devil clan city to investigate. Now that I've lost the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'm like a tiger without its fangs. Before I return to the lower province, Elder Hua asked me to return the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to the celestial supreme treasure, the universe ruler and the jasper celestial sword. Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh when he thought about this. Without the celestial supreme treasure, the jasper celestial sword, he was no match for a powerhouse like Hao Shuang. Although Hao Shuang was a quasi-9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Whether it was the Celestial Supreme Treasures, the Universe Ruler, or the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was Hualao who had asked him to return them to the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He thought Hualao had to rely on the Universe Ruler and the Jasper Celestial Sword to defend against the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and send them back to the lower province. Duan Lingtian shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. He continued to look for his next prey. It did not take long before he found 3 more prey. 2 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage, while the last one was at the quintessential Saint stage. Duan Lingtian had successfully extracted the devil chi from the 3 of them and merged it with Ke, Gan Ruyen, and his daughter Duan Siling. Duan Lingtian had also performed the soul-searching secret tactic on the devil young master whose cultivation base was only at the quintessential saint stage. He managed to obtain a lot of useful information from the devil young master. As it turns out, they're not devils in human form. They're actually devils in human form. Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was shocked. Ke and Gan Ruyen were shocked as well. The human devil clan. I didn't expect there to be a devil clan in the land of exile. Duan Lingtian sighed softly. The so-called human devil clan referred to the descendants of devil cultivators who had followed the devil clan back to the land of exile during the previous human devil era. They were the offspring of the devil clan and the devil clan. It had been more than 100,000 years since the last human devil era. During these 100,000 years, the human devil clan had managed to grow to a large scale in the land of exile due to their incredible reproductive ability. Due to the fact that they had both human and devil bloodlines, they managed to unite and grow stronger when they were rejected by the other pure-blooded devils. In the end, they even became one of the strongest devil clans in the land of exile. Naturally, due to their bloodline, they were still rejected by the other devil clans and were not acknowledged by the other devil clans. However, due to their current strength, the other devil clans did not dare to go to war with them even if they did not like them. The devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint Land this time was led by the Ox Devil Clan, one of the major clans in the devil clans. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned about the things he wanted to know. Apart from that, he also learned about the origin of the city they had passed by earlier. That city was built by the Human Devil Clan after they invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land with the Devil Clans. It's also the Human Devil Clan's main base in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The surrounding area is now the Human Devil Clan's territory. That's why I can't see any other Devil Clans. The Human Devil Clan has a similar distribution of forces to the humans. The 3 palaces and 6 halls are the strongest among them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the Human Devil Clan. I didn't expect that after the last Human Devil era, a race closely related to us humans was born in the land of exile, the Human Devil Clan. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Ke and Gan Ruyan's feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. The walls of the city were engraved with all kinds of patterns and patterns of all shapes and sizes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there were two types of carvings. One of the carvings was of humans. There were big and small, old and young, male and female. The other type of carvings was strange. There were creatures with the head of a cow and the body of a human. There were also creatures with the head of a pig and the body of a human. At the very least, Duan Tian had never seen such a creature before. However, this did not stop him from guessing what the strange creatures were. The cow and the body of a human should be the ox devil. As for the pig and the body of a human, it should be the boar devil. There were also some strange-looking creatures that Duan Tian could not recognize or guess what they were. The only thing he was certain of was that they were demons. They were also members of the devil race, the natural enemies of the human race. Soon after, Duan Tian, and Duan Tian arrived at the city gate, causing a commotion. This was because the twin sisters standing next to Duan Tian were extremely beautiful. Their beauty was one thing. Most importantly, the aura of unparalleled beauty that they exuded was the most attractive thing. Many of the male human devils in the surroundings looked at the twin sisters with bloodshot eyes. Some of them even had their skin flushed red, as though they had just been bathed in hot water. It was especially eye-catching. Although these human devils looked no different from ordinary humans, they had the blood of the devil clans in their veins. Therefore, it was obvious when they were excited. Humph! Duan Tian's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of the male human devils in the surroundings. He snorted coldly. Almost as soon as he finished snorting, whoosh! A cold aura surged out of Duan Tian's body and swept out in all directions, hitting the male human devils in the surroundings. The male human devils felt as though they had been plunged into an ice cave. This was mainly due to Duan Tian's powerful divine consciousness mixed with his aura. The divine consciousness of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was no joke. Most of the male human devils immediately averted their gazes from Kerr and Duan Tian. At this moment, they realized that Duan Tian had a master. This pair of twin sisters had a master, and they belonged to a powerful expert who was quite strong. Yu Yan, your man seems to be a little narrow-minded. When Ganru Yan spoke to her younger sister through voice transmission, apart from a hint of teasing, there was also a hint of envy in her voice. She knew her limits. The reason Duan Tian was unhappy and had even made a move to suppress the male human devils in the surroundings was because they were looking at her younger sister. It had nothing to do with her. Upon hearing Ganru Yan's voice transmission, Kuer's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. It was a beautiful sight. You're seeking death. Duan Tian's expression darkened when he discovered a few male human devils were still staring at Kuer. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Tian did not seem to make any movements, but a gust of golden energy appeared out of thin air from his body. It was the Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Sun Saint energy appeared, it transformed into tiny golden sword rays on Duan Tian's body. They hovered in the air and emitted a terrifying sword intent. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 the sound of sword whistling rang in the air. It was like a flash in the pan, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! Ah! As soon as the sound of sword whistling rang in the air, a series of shrill cries rang in the air as well. The male human devils who continued to stare at Kerr despite Duan Tian's warning were blinded. Blood splattered all over their faces. Hiss! 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 When the human devils regained their senses, they could not help but gasp when they saw the miserable state the male human devils were in. I'll kill you. After one of the male human devils was blinded by Duan Tian, he lost all rationality and lunged at Duan Tian. Even though he had lost his eyes, he still used his divine consciousness to lock onto Duan Tian. Noisy! Duan Tian shouted impatiently when he saw the human devil lunging at him. He raised his hand and slapped the human devil. It seemed like a casual slap, but when it neared the human devil, a domineering force surged out. The human devil was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. He was drowned in just a blink of an eye. The sun saint energy that shot out from Duan Lingtian's palm surged out like a flash flood, incinerating the human devil without leaving a single trace behind. The entire place was shocked. The remaining blind male human devils were initially furious. However, when they sensed what had happened with their divine consciousness, they were terrified. Domineering. Too domineering. This was the impression Duan Lingtian left on the group of human devils at the city gate. When they looked at him again, they were filled with respect and fear. The reason Duan Lingtian was so ruthless was because he had killed a devil. If he had killed a human, he would have taught them a lesson at most and forced them to back off. Duan Lingtian carried his sleeping daughter and brought Ker and her sister into the city. In the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, 7 figures hovered in the air at the peak of the snow-capped peak. 3 of them were women. The 3 peerless beauties stood there, and it was as if everything around them had lost their splendor. Everyone I Guli will be leaving first. I'm sure I'll be the first among the 7 of us to become famous in the upper province. One of the other 4 men laughed heartily and also flew towards the south. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the man who called himself Guli left, the other 4 men scattered and flew south as well. I wonder what Senior Uncle Prophet is doing. He's always changing his mind. Previously, he told us to wait for half a year before we could leave, but now he's chasing us away. The remaining twin brothers also left the snow-capped peak and the northern region. Chapter 22:18. While the successors of the 6 absolutes of the 7 absolutes sect entered the world, the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not peaceful as well. News of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Lang Qianjin, leading a group of people from Zhuangzi Buddhism to Zoroastrianism to look for Duan Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism, began to spread. Hey, did you hear? After learning that guardian Lingtian has returned to the saint sect, the people from Zhuangzi Buddhism came to seek revenge. I heard about it as well. It said that even the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking, personally came. If that person doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many people from Zhuangzi Buddhism come. They won't be able to take guardian Lingtian away from the saint sect. That's right. Now that Lord Sect leader of the saint sect has broken through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage, if the supreme elder of the Black Kshetra sect doesn't come, it's meaningless for the others to come. Since sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism has come, it's obvious that Zhuangzi Buddhism is determined to take Lingtian away. A commotion broke out in the western region. Many people were worried about Lingtian, the new guardian of Zoroastrianism in the western region. After all, the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism was not an ordinary person. He was the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the person ranked 2nd on the supreme saint ranking. He was only 2nd to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just when the people from the western region were worried about Duan Lingtian, from the Zoroastrianism side, there was another piece of news. Big news! When the group of Zhuangzi Buddhism experts led by Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, arrived, the 5 guardians of the holy sect, including guardian Lingtian, charged forward under the leadership of the holy sect leader, Tang Xian. When Lang Qianjin asked Tang Xian for Lingtian, Tang Xian's attitude was firm. He would rather fight with Lang Qianjin than hand over Lingtian. Soon after, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage began to fight. They fought from the Zoroastrianism's estate to a faraway place. For a moment, the 5 remaining guardians of Zoroastrianism, the patriarch of Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the 2 guardian kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism were at loggerheads with each other. At this moment, the helpers that Zhuangzi Buddhism had invited appeared. This helper was none other than Hao Shuang, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, Hao Shuang even took out the Dharma Rod, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. The scales of victory were tilted in Zhuangzi Buddhism's favor. As for the matter of Duan Tian defeating Hao Shuang with just one strike, it had also spread out in the western region. Once this matter was spread out, it naturally caused a commotion that was akin to an earthquake. My goodness, Guardian Ling Tian from the Saint sect is really strong, right? He actually defeated Hao Shuang, who has the Dharma Rod, a super saint weapon, with just a single strike. Before that, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. Rumor has it that Hao Shuang would have died if it wasn't for Guardian Ling Tian, who didn't kill him. I heard that Guardian Ling Tian didn't kill Hao Shuang because he knew the devil clans from the land of exile were about to invade the upper province. He didn't want the humans to lose any more powerhouses. I've decided, from today onward, Guardian Ling Tian is my idol. Guardian Ling Tian rose to fame after this battle. He'll replace Hao Shuang and be ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He'll also become the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Tao Martial Saint land. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian's name was like a thunderclap before this, Duan Ling Tian's name was already well known. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's name was well known in the western region, and at the same time, he was worthy of respect and reverence. One could imagine this. As the news that had just spread in the western region spread to the entire upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, Duan Ling Tian would definitely gain the attention of the people in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Although the news had not spread, Duan Ling Tian's name had caused quite a commotion in the Tao Martial Saint land, just like the Sectless Cultivator's world. When news of Duan Ling Tian returning to the Zoroastrianism and becoming a guardian of the Zoroastrianism spread, it shocked the Sectless Cultivators in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. In just one night, the legend of the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land was shattered. A new number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land was born. It was the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. In the Sectless Cultivator's world, Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to them. Previously, when the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, appeared in the lower province, it had caused a commotion in the upper province as well. It had attracted many Sectless Cultivators to the lower province. For this reason, the Sectless Cultivator's world knew about Duan Ling Tian's background. They knew Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old yet. He was not even 50 years old, but he was already a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. Only those at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism. It said that the new guardian of the Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian, is not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even the former leader of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism, Guardian Zifeng, admitted that he's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. Guardian Zifeng of the Zoroastrianism is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he's not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's much stronger than most powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on this, even if Duan Ling Tian is not as strong as Lord Pei Si Hai, he's not far away from him. He's not even 50 years old yet. Even the Sectless Cultivators could not doubt Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and strength. Based on Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, he was worthy of being called the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Even if Duan Ling Tian had a fortuitous encounter that gave him his current achievements, Duan Ling Tian was still a genius. In other words, Pei Si Hai was not a genius. Did Pei Si Hai not have a fortuitous encounter as well? However, the independent cultivators did not know that there was an even more shocking piece of news waiting for them to be further shocked and horrified. At that time, they would find out. Even now, in terms of strength, Duan Ling Tian, the guardian of Zoroastrianism, was much stronger than Pei Si Hai, who was widely acknowledged as the number 1 prodigy in the Tao Martial Saint land. Somewhere in the northern region of the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. The northern region of the northern region was covered in snow all year round. Some of the lakes were covered in a thick layer of ice that was enough for people to walk on. On the surface of a vast lake that had turned into ice, a small wooden hut stood there quietly. A person sat cross-legged in the air in front of the wooden house. It was a middle-aged man dressed in tattered clothes. He was tall and sturdy. His messy hair draped over his shoulders, making him look unruly and valiant. Initially, the middle-aged man's eyes were still closed. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a tall and handsome young man in azure clothes standing in the air. He imperceptibly emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was as if he wasn't a person but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the surroundings, "You've been here for a very long time. It has existed for a very long time. Pacey high." When the middle-aged man saw the young man, he rose to his feet and appeared in front of the young man in just a blink of an eye. Based on the way the middle-aged man addressed the young man, it was obvious who the latter was. The young man was none other than Pacey High, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Wang Zheng. Pacey High looked at the middle-aged man solemnly. "I'm here to see if I can survive 10 moves from you." Based on Pacey High's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He had fought with the middle-aged man in the past, but he could not even survive 10 moves from the middle-aged man. If this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This was because even Hao Shuang, the Seckless cultivator who was ranked 5th on the Supreme Saint ranking, did not dare to say he could defeat Pacey High in 10 moves. However, this middle-aged man was not famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land even though he could defeat Pacey High in 10 moves. Let alone being in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking, his name was not even among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was enough to prove that he was not famous. He was a reclusive powerhouse who rarely appeared in the outside world. As a hidden expert, no matter how strong he was, as long as he didn't show his strength in front of others, no one would spread his name. Generally, he wouldn't be known by the world. For example, Pacey High from a few years ago had entered the 7th place on the Supreme Saint ranking as soon as he showed himself to the world. Before this, nobody knew about his existence. His name was not among the 1,000 names on the Supreme Saint ranking as well. Pacey High, I heard there's a genius in the Zoroastrianism. He's not even 50 years old, but his strength is not inferior to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Your title as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land has changed hands. The middle-aged man, Wang Zheng, did not reply to Pacey High immediately. Instead, he smiled mockingly. "Humph!" Pacey High snorted when he heard Wang Zheng's words. "There's always someone better than me. I've never thought of myself as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. Don't be so humble. Before that brat from the Zoroastrianism appeared, you were indeed worthy of the title as the number 1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land." Wang Zheng shook his head and smiled. "Chong." Chapter 22:19. Come on. Seemingly knowing that Pacey High was getting impatient, Wang Zheng shook his head again with a smile before replying with a serious expression. Buzz. Suddenly, a heavy and ear-piercing sound of a saber rang out. Pacey High's figure swayed, and he made his move in time. His body moved with his saber like a ghost. At the same time, Wang Zheng made his move as well. However, he did not use any weapons. He fought with Pacey High with his physical body. Bang! Bang! Wang Zheng's iron fists shot out like 2 cannonballs. They were swift and powerful, causing ripples to appear in the void. It looked as though it would shatter at any time. Buzz! 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 Pacey High's saber seemed simple, but it contained the mystery of turning complexity into simplicity. The saber chi swept out as though it could destroy everything. Bang! 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 Wang Zheng's fists looked simpler than Pei Si Hai's saber. Those who could not see through it would think that he was using the techniques of a street gangster. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 9 moves. Wang Zheng's fist landed on Pei Si Hai's saber and knocked it out of his hand. When the saber was smashed to the ground, Pei Si Hai's hands that were holding the saber were covered in blood and flesh. It was glaring and terrifying. 9 moves. However, after Pei Si Hai slightly stopped the bleeding on his hands, he did not care about his hands anymore. He just stood there and muttered with a dull look in his eyes. Pei Si Hai seemed to be muttering to himself, but in fact, he was replaying the scene of his fight with Wang Zhang in his mind. He seemed to be trying to comprehend something. After Wang Zhang knocked Pei Si Hai's saber out of his hand, he stopped. When he saw that Pei Si Hai was in a daze, he did not disturb him. Instead, he returned to the void where he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring Pei Si Hai's presence. About an hour later, Pei Si Hai's body trembled as he regained his senses amidst the heavy snow. After he put his saber away, he looked at Wang Zhang, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, and said in a deep voice, "I'll definitely be able to withstand 10 moves from you in 2 weeks. I'll wait and see." Wang Zhang didn't open his eyes, and only responded lazily. It wasn't until Pei Si Hai left that he opened his eyes. With a bitter smile on his face, he muttered, "This kid's progress is getting bigger and bigger. Next time, it will be almost impossible to defeat him within 10 moves." Snow continued to fall in the northern region as though the sky was covered in a layer of white. Wang Zhang closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged in the void like a statue. In the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the lower province. Although Duan Lingtian had caused quite a commotion at the entrance of the city, it was not a big deal to the Human Devil Saint City. After entering the Human Devil Saint City, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. As expected of a city that's bigger than Sin City in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the city's layout and prosperity far surpassed Sin City. After entering Sin City, Duan Lingtian decided to stay in a good inn to take care of his daughter and wife. The city built by the Human Devil clan was no different from a human city. There were restaurants, inns, gambling dens, and brothels. It was a dazzling sight. Within the inn, the 2 rooms Duan Lingtian booked were 2 spacious courtyards that were adjacent to each other. One of the courtyards was, naturally, for his family. As for the other courtyard, it was reserved for Ker's sister, Gan Ru Yen. After settling in, Duan Lingtian finally woke up his daughter, Duan Siling, who was in his arms. The little girl was 9 years old now. Her face was fair and delicate. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. Based on this, one could tell the little girl would be a beauty that could topple a nation when she grew up. Ugh! When the little girl opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Duan Lingtian. To her, Duan Lingtian was a stranger whom she was meeting for the first time. However, when she saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, she blinked her big eyes and said without any unfamiliarity, "Father, are you done with your work? Mother misses you a lot. Si Ling misses you a lot as well." The little girl was not shy at all. Perhaps, it was due to the blood ties between her and Duan Lingtian that made it difficult for her to distance herself from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was prepared for his daughter to push him away. After all, this was his daughter's first time seeing him. He did not expect his daughter to recognize him with just a glance. Moreover, she was sensible enough to tell him that her mother missed him a lot. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt his heart skip a beat. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Si Ling, how did you recognize me?" After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions in his heart before he asked Duan Si Ling with a smile on his face. His gaze softened as he looked at Duan Si Ling. It was as though he could melt her heart. "Daddy is so stupid," Duan Si Ling said playfully to Duan Lingtian. Then, she looked at Ker, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, and continued to say, "Mother, Daddy is so stupid. He doesn't know Si Lingtian can see him every day." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. He could not help but look at Kerr. Si Ling Tian can see him every day? What was going on? Kerr's face flushed red when she heard Duan Si Ling's words. Si Ling, tell your father why you said Si Ling can see him every day? Kerr said to Duan Si Ling, okay. Duan Si Ling replied. Then, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and pouted as she said to Duan Ling Tian, Daddy, you're so stupid. Don't you know Si Ling Tian can see your portrait every day? Also, Si Ling knows how to draw Daddy's portrait, but it's not as good as Mother's portrait. Si Ling could see him every day. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood everything. When he looked at Kerr again, his eyes were filled with gentleness and tenderness. Then, Si Ling, are you happy to see Daddy in the flesh? Duan Ling Tian asked Duan Si Ling with a smile. I'm happy. Duan Si Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains as she answered Duan Ling Tian firmly. Daddy, you can play with Mother and me now that you're back. Also, Mother said you're a great hero. Now that you're back, you can protect Mother and me. We don't have to live in a cold house anymore. Yes, with Daddy here, Si Ling won't have to live in a cold house anymore. When Duan Ling Tian heard his daughter's words, he hugged her tightly as tears of shame rolled down his cheeks. Naturally, he knew what his daughter meant by a cold place. It must be the prison in the Zoroastrianism's punishment hall. Chapter 22-20. In the past, ever since Duan Ling Tian had opened the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, his cultivation speed had increased by 10 times due to the time flow inside. However, Duan Ling Tian knew the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was destroyed. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been destroyed. For this reason, he could no longer rely on the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. He could only rely on his own innate talent to cultivate. Hualao. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could not help but think about Hualao, the weapon spirit of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His eyes dimmed. Duan Ling Tian knew Hualao was dead. Hualao had died when the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was destroyed. After a long while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. At the same time, the sadness in his eyes disappeared. Hualao, don't worry. Since you sacrificed your life for mine, I'll cherish it even more. Even without the help of the time flow from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'll still cultivate as hard as I can so that I can break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible and become stronger so that I can protect the people around me and my family. Duan Ling Tian's eyes became even more determined when he thought about this. So what if he lost the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda? Could he still become a cripple? His innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root even though it was only a light violet one. Although the innate spiritual roots of the devils are generally inferior, it won't improve my innate spiritual root much if I devour them. However, if the quality is lacking, I can make up for it with quantity. As long as I kill more devils, I won't have to worry about my innate spiritual root improving. If 1 isn't enough, I'll kill 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll kill 100. If 100 isn't enough, I'll kill 1,000. If 1,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 10,000. If 10,000 isn't enough, I'll kill 100,000. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes revealed a cold light. He might feel pressured to kill his own kind for no reason. However, he didn't feel any pressure when killing demons. Kerr? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on the sleeping Kerr. His gaze was incomparably resolute. I promise you that you and I will never leave each other's side. I will never let you leave me again. Duan Ling Tian made a promise in his heart. He would never let Kerr leave him again. Being separated from Kerr for more than 10 years was undoubtedly a great torture for Duan Ling Tian. He had had enough of that kind of torment, so he would not let Kerr leave him again. He didn't want to experience that feeling of separation ever again. This woman was the woman he would use his entire life to protect. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. At the same time, he circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and continuously absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. After circulating his chi for 1 major cycle, slow. It's too slow. This was Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating since he returned to the lower province. Although he was mentally prepared, he still found it difficult to accept. He suddenly stopped cultivating. This was because his current cultivation speed was simply too slow. Although the Human Devil Saint City he was currently in was located where the Azure Cloud Mansion used to be, and it occupied the Saint Stone Reserve that used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province, the cultivation environment here was considered one of the best in the lower province. Kerr was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded before he began to explain the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to Kerr. Devouring other people's innate spiritual roots to improve one's own innate spiritual root. There's actually such an assistive divine ability? At this moment, even Kerr was shocked. After a while, the shock in Ku Er's heart gradually eased up, and when she looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only adoration in her eyes. Duan Lingtian enjoyed Ku Er's gaze of adoration very much. After all, she was his woman. It was undoubtedly a very happy thing for a man to be worshipped by his own woman. More than half of the Human Devil clans from the land of exile had gathered in the Human Devil Saint City. For this reason, it was bustling with people and carriages everywhere. Father, what's this? Father, this looks good. I want it. Father, I want to buy that. Melodious sounds that sounded like silver bells rang out one after another, becoming a major feature of the noisy street. The person who had spoken was a little girl who looked to be about 8 or 9 years old. The little girl was in the arms of a purple-clad young man. As the young man walked on the street, the little girl excitedly pointed at the stalls on the street and asked for this and that. Every time the young man heard the little girl's words, he would dotingly pat her head and buy all kinds of things for her. In addition, beside this young man, there were 2 women who looked exactly the same. The women were so beautiful that they could cause the downfall of a nation. Their auras were extraordinary and otherworldly as though they were celestial beings. Along the way, he unsurprisingly attracted the attention of many people. The group of 4 was none other than Duan Lingtian, his daughter, his wife, Kerr, and Kerr's sister, Gan Ru Yen. After staying in the inn for a few days, Duan Lingtian decided to bring them out for a walk. He also wanted to ask around for information. A blissful smile appeared on Kerr's beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian and his daughter getting along so well. At this moment, she felt as though she was the happiest woman in the world. On the other hand, Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Si Ling, your mother and aunt must be tired from walking around. Shall we look for a restaurant to eat? After walking around for a while, Duan Lingtian asked his daughter with a doting smile on his face. Sure, sure. Duan Si Ling nodded obediently like a little chick pecking at rice. Duan Lingtian purposely went to the most luxurious restaurant near the center of the Human Devil Saint City. He asked for a private room that was close to the main hall before he brought his 3 daughters into the room. The reason he chose such a restaurant was because there were many people here. Perhaps he would be able to find out what he wanted to know. The dishes were served. 15 minutes passed, but there was no result. Half an hour passed, but there was still no result. An hour passed, but there was still no result. Father, why aren't we going back since we're done eating? About an hour and a half later, Duan Si Ling asked Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Si Ling finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian nodded. Suddenly, Chapter 22-21. Have you heard? A ruin that's suspected to be left behind by a celestial-grade saint inscription master has appeared. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard this. His breathing quickened immediately. Celestial-grade saint inscription master. He was not unfamiliar with this term. Moreover, when he heard this term, he immediately thought of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Previously, he had heard someone mention it. The 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were also known as 10,000 inscription saint weapons. They were all created by a celestial-grade saint inscription master. That celestial-grade saint inscription master was the only celestial-grade saint inscription master in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, there would not be only 10 super saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. What? Celestial-grade saint inscription master? The celestial-grade saint inscription master, who was said to be the only one in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's him. It said that the celestial-grade saint inscription master left behind 10 super saint weapons for humans. One of the super saint weapons is called the Devil Seal Tablet. It's a super saint weapon that's used to restrain devil cultivators and our devil clans. I've heard about the Devil Seal Tablet as well. It's a terrifying super saint weapon that's extremely effective against our devil clans. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage from our devil clans would definitely die if he faced a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. Let alone a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to fight a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. I heard the Devil Seal Tablet was originally in the hands of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion in the WCI Subterranean. However, it was snatched away by someone from the Upper Province and brought to the Upper Province. That damn person from the Upper Province. If he didn't snatch the Devil Seal Tablet away, our devil clans would have snatched the Devil Seal Tablet away from the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and destroyed it. Speaking of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Human Devil Saint City is located in the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. More and more members of the Human Devil clan joined in the conversation when one of them brought up the topic of Celestial Saint Inscription Masters. It had been quite some time since the Devil clans arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many devils would use the soul-searching secret tactic when they killed humans. For this reason, they were very familiar with the rumors in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Among them, there were rumors about celestial-grade saint inscription masters and the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Among the 10 super saint artifacts in the Martial Saint Land, the devil race cared about the most was undoubtedly the Devil Seal Tablet. As for the other super saint weapons, even the super saint weapon that was ranked first in the Dao Martial Saint Land, they did not pay much attention to it. This was because the Devil Seal Tablet was a super saint weapon that could restrain the devil clan. Azure Cloud Mansion? When the group of human devils mentioned the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian perked up his ears and listened intently. Even Kerr and Gan Ruyen listened intently. Gan Ruyen even made a shushing gesture at Duan Siling. Duan Siling sensibly shut her mouth and did not say anything else. She was very obedient. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned a lot of useful information from the group of human devils outside. The people from the Azure Cloud Mansion had already retreated when the Human Devil clan's army arrived. There were no casualties at all. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr learned about this, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. There were no casualties at all in the Azure Cloud Mansion. This meant that their friends and family were safe. This was undoubtedly the best news for them. Currently, they could finally relax. There was no need for them to worry anymore. More than half of the Human Devil clan's vanguard troops were killed or injured. Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Gan Ruyen were stunned when they heard this news. The Azure Cloud Mansion killed more than half of the Human Devil clan's vanguard troops? If it wasn't for the Human Devil clan's army, the Human Devil clan's vanguard troops would have been annihilated? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? Even if the Human Devil clan's vanguard troops did not have powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above, There should be many powerhouses with different cultivation bases. Even then, they were almost annihilated by the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze. Brother Tian, is the Azure Cloud Mansion really that powerful? Kerr could not help but ask. Currently, Kerr was no longer the Kerr of the past. Ever since she had arrived in the upper province, Kerr's knowledge had increased. Naturally, she knew what it meant for the Azure Cloud Mansion to kill more than half of the Human Devil Clan's vanguard troops. Impossible, Gan Ruyen said bluntly. It was impossible for the Azure Cloud Mansion to be so powerful. I don't know. When Duan Ling Tian heard Kuer's words, it took him a while to regain his senses. When he regained his senses, he shook his head with difficulty. He still could not figure it out. How did the Azure Cloud Mansion become so powerful? After thinking about it for a long time, Duan Ling Tian still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to stop thinking about it. There must be a reason. As for the reason, I'll find out when I reunite with father, mother, and little Fei in the future. It was precisely because of this that Duan Ling Tian did not think too much about it. No matter what, I can confirm that they're fine. I've already achieved my goal of coming to the Human Devil Saint City. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. This time, he had entered the Human Devil Holy City to inquire about his family and friends, and to confirm whether they were safe or not. Now that he had confirmed their safety, he was naturally at ease. After father, mother, and the others left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they should return to the Cloud Continent. After all, the cultivation environment on the Cloud Continent is far inferior to the WCI Subterranean. The stronger devil clans won't bother to go there. As for the weaker devil clans, with the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength that can kill half of the Human Devil Clan's vanguard, I don't think they're afraid of us. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. At the same time, more news about the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Coincidentally, the news was, the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master happened to be in the south. In other words, if he wanted to return to the Cloud Continent, he would have to pass by there. Let's return to the Cloud Continent. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind immediately, and this was also his main goal. As for the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he could take a look at it. If he could confirm there was an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he planned to explore it. After all, the inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master was related to the secret of inscribing 10,000 inscription saint weapons, also known as Super Saint weapons. If he could obtain the inheritance, he might be able to inscribe Super Saint weapons as well. At that time, he would be able to give one to his family and friends to raise their strength. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he felt excited again. He seemed to have forgotten something. If it was possible to inscribe Super Saint weapons, how could the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master only inscribe a few? However, even if I can't confirm there's an inheritance left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, I can still go in. Who knows if there's another Super Saint weapon in there? Perhaps I'll be able to find a Super Saint sword? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his heart was filled with eagerness again. At this moment, he realized he had lost a lot of celestial treasures. Although he still had the sun-shooting bow, a celestial supreme treasure, in his possession it was incomplete. Moreover, it was still a bow. Could not be used with his supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Forget it. I'll just go in there myself. Duan Ling Tian overturned his previous decision and made another decision. As it turned out, he planned to bring the three ladies back to his hometown, the Cloud Continent. If he was certain he wanted to go to the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master, he would send the three ladies to a safe place. If he did not want to go, he would bring the three ladies back to the Cloud Continent. However, he planned to explore the ruin left behind by the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master. When I was in the upper province, I heard the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master left behind an inheritance, I wonder if the inheritance is in the ruin left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master? However, even if it's not in the ruin, I still have to go in. Who knows, I might be able to obtain a sword-type Super Saint weapon. Duan Lingtian told Kerr that he was going to do it. Then, he brought the three ladies to another inn. This inn was the best in the Human Devil Saint City. It belonged to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. The first-class rooms here were protected by an isolation formation. Even if the devil chi in the 3 ladies' bodies dissipated completely, as long as they did not come out, nobody would be able to tell they were humans. Moreover, there were powerhouses from the Crimson Blaze Palace guarding the inn, so there was no need to worry about their safety. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to let the 3 ladies stay here. "Daddy, where are you going?" Duan Siling asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with her big, innocent eyes. "Good girl. Siling, Daddy has something to do." "Stay here with Mother and Auntie for a few days and wait for Daddy to come back. Okay?" Duan Lingtian patted Duan Siling's head affectionately. "Okay. Siling will wait for Daddy to come back. Daddy, come back soon." Duan Siling nodded obediently. "Brother Tian, I'll wait for you to come back," Kerr said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "Okay. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.